Volume 6. Chapter 501, Experimenting Furiously. Chapter 501, Experimenting Furiously. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. The tests were rather dangerous. Energy tests required different dosages, different types of gene reagents, or different stimulants as well. As such, the danger level was rather high. Feng did not dare to use ordinary people for his tests. All the dangers were explained in a serious manner by Feng to Wang Chun and the sisters. The procedures and what might happen during the tests were all explained to them. These were extremely important. Hence, he had to make it clear to them. Feng answered their doubts honestly. I am not sure of what might happen either. For now, I can only use numerous different gene reagents and observe whether the energy particles are stimulated and become lively. Ultimately, Wang Chun decided to not reject Feng. The reason for this was the arrival of the devil race and ancient race, which had transformed the entire world. He was too clear on how important this was to humanity. More importantly, he had the utmost trust in Feng. Since he had known Feng, how many miracles had this fellow created? Since Feng said that it was possible, then that had to be the case. Naturally, he would prefer if Feng could maintain a certain distance from his summoned ladies. Feng was grateful. Many thanks. After finishing the discussion, Feng started the tests. Toward the researchers involved in this project, the Genetic Union and Gene Production Association had authorized the usage of all gene reagents. As such, Feng gathered all gene reagents capable of stimulating one's energy. With that, the tests began. First test. Poo. Numerous gene reagents were injected into the ladies. Next, the recording device started recording the changes in their energies faithfully. The first gene reagent was ineffective. The power of beyond didn't appear. Second test. Feng proceeded to the next test calmly. From the start of the tests, he had already been aware that this was not something that could be completed in a single day. Shortly after, the second gene reagent was proven ineffective as well. Third test. Fourth test. The tests proceeded without stop. Feng had a rather clear-cut goal as well. By provoking their energy without stop, he would filter out the gene reagents capable of provoking the power of beyond into appearance. After 3 days, the first gene reagent capable of stimulating the power of beyond appeared. Granted, this beyond state only lasted for 0.00001 seconds. Unfortunately, this gene reagent had only worked on Chen. When Feng tried using it on the other ladies, nothing happened. Another failure. This was precisely the reason Feng had decided he would require several different energies for his research. In this genetic era, there was a myriad of differing abilities. As such, it was not possible for Feng to direct his research toward the search of items capable of stimulating genetic abilities. Therefore, he had chosen to provoke the energy instead. Subsequently, similar situations occurred several times where the gene reagent only worked on one of them and not the others. This continued until the 7th day, when the first gene reagent that worked for everyone appeared. Unfortunately, the duration of the beyond state was extremely short as well. Success! The first gene reagent that works on everyone has finally appeared. The active duration is too short, as it is less than 1/10,000th of a second. If not for the recording devices, we probably would have failed to even notice it. Increase the dosage for the next test. The intensity of the gene reagent was increased by 10-fold. And next, the ladies died. Under the high-intensity stimulation, the eyes of the ladies rolled over before they directly died as they transformed into countless energy particles and dissipated. This caused Feng to be in a stupor for quite a while before he recovered. Indeed, increasing the dosage was unreliable. Feng sighed. Note this gene reagent down first. We shall continue trying out other gene reagents, Feng commanded. Schwa! Schwa! Once again, the testing continued. This time, he stuck with conducting preliminary tests before noting down all the results. Even the gene reagents that had only worked on one of them were recorded. Only after one entire month did this phase of testing end. Through this 1 month of crazy tests, the gains were rather bountiful. A total of 162 gene reagents were able to provoke the power of beyond in Chen. For Shenwei, it was 155 gene reagents. Each of the ladies had a different number of gene reagents that worked for them. Alas, ultimately, it was noted that only 15 gene reagents were those all of them could use. These were Feng's actual goal. Granted, the power of beyond only lasted a split second for each of them. If it wasn't for the recording devices, they wouldn't have noticed it happening. Extract the core materials of these gene reagents before continuing, Feng decided without hesitation. If the first round of the tests were in order to discover the working gene reagents, the second round of tests were to figure out the true materials that had caused the effect. Among these gene reagents, what was it that had been capable of provoking the appearance of beyond? Some base materials? Some resurrection elements? All of these would require further testing. 1 time. 2 times. 3 times. Once again, Feng started researching crazily. Ultimately, among the 15 gene reagents, 22 types of materials were selected. It was precisely these 22 materials that had provoked the appearance of beyond. Feng had a sudden idea. If all 22 of these were blended. Without hesitation, he blended all 22 materials together before feeding them to the ladies. And next, all the ladies immediately died. Feng sighed. Failed? Wang Chun looked at him helplessly. He took a short rest before once again summoning all the ladies. Wang Chun sighed. Can you be more reliable? I am already very reliable, Feng stated forthrightly. Wang Chun protested his fate. Even if they don't truly die, you can't do this, right? Moreover, how many times have I told you? I am not a lady summoner. How could I think that way, eh? Suddenly, Feng's eyes shone. That was because this time, the ladies had been fed with different dosages of the fused materials, and Lady Shenwei had actually remained as the sole survivor among the ladies. Moreover, the power of beyond that lasted half a millisecond had been provoked in her. The duration was still extremely short, yet this was already much better than their previous results. Progress. Feng was excited. He was now sure that using these 22 materials, if a certain gene reagent was produced using a certain formula, a gene reagent capable of provoking the power of beyond could appear. Perhaps the concept of beyond was no longer so far away. Thanks to this single success, the completion of his research had instantly exceeded 50%. Feng was overjoyed. Success! Next, he only needed to produce the correct formula and it would be sufficient to complete this research of his. Naturally, this was also the hardest step of his research. The creation of a formula was the hardest thing to do. There were a total of 22 materials that would be used. Which should be allotted a higher portion? Which should be allotted a lower portion? Between liquid and gaseous form, which was required? Were catalysts required? What should the final concentration be? Would other mixing agents be required? And so on. Which fragment of the genes would be the most important? This seemed to be an extremely difficult task. Apart from selecting gene reagents from the gene bank, Feng needed to select materials out of the gene reagents, and now, he had to select the gene fragments from among the materials. Only after the correct gene fragments were discovered and activated in the correct manner would this stand a chance at success. Feng inhaled deeply. Come, then. For this part of his research, even the construction of an emulator was not possible. This was because nobody had any idea what might happen when any single material was reduced or increased by even 1%. This was the step where Feng started thinking of using his luck aura. He had truly been waiting a long time to finally reach this final step. In order to save his luck value consumption, he had used only a single luck value to ascertain the direction of his research where required. For everything else, he had not dared to waste his luck value. If he had depended on luck value for his previous steps, upon reaching this point, the luck value at his disposal would be too limited. Now that he had been saving his luck value for an entire month while conducting his tests, his nearly emptied luck value had finally reached a respectable amount. Light started swirling before him. Without hesitation, Feng started inferring the correct formula. Luck aura, activate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 502, Scram. Chapter 502, Scram. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Gene Production Association. All the research teams were busy with their research. A certain research team. How's the progress? It's quite great. By provoking human blood, there is a certain degree of possibility for the power of beyond to be provoked. Our test has verified this as well. How long is the active duration? 1 millisecond. Not bad. The person in charge was gratified. 1 millisecond was most definitely the longest active duration since the start of this project. If this duration was expanded 1,000-fold, they could very well create history here. Increase the dosage. Oh, I'm afraid that won't work. Why? Presently, our dosage is already at its maximum. Despite the successful appearance of Beyond, the stress on the human body is too intense. Let alone 1,000-fold, even doubling it could lead to mishaps. The person in charge could only stop this thought with much regret. As the difference between this duration and a meaningful duration was 1,000-fold, it was pointless to try it out with only a 1-fold increase. They had already been testing this for several tens of days. Human potential had nearly been pushed to the limits by them. Alas, the duration of their power of Beyond only lasted for a pathetic 1 millisecond. Perhaps the duration is related to their strength, the person in charge asked. We are already using B-class warriors. If any increase is required, we will have to use an A-class warrior, but then, this research will be pointless if we use A-class warriors. True. The person in charge lapsed into silence. During this month, from the initial duration of 1 microsecond, they had successfully pushed it to 1 millisecond. Unfortunately, the bottleneck for human body research had already been reached. Right now, there were no other ways of progressing. If even a peak B-class warrior could only last 1 millisecond, what about others? Perhaps, from the start, we have been researching in the wrong direction. The person in charge frowned. Should he try researching in a different direction? But then, regardless of which direction they decided to choose, they would have to start from scratch. It was already too late for that. Unless. Suddenly, the eyes of the person in charge shone as he recalled a particular research direction. Energy. A short while ago, that person called Feng had seemingly supplied the data on this train of thought. Unfortunately, nobody had believed him. Now that the person in charge thought of it, this seemed like quite a feasible direction to take. Indeed. This direction, then. The person in charge slapped his thigh as he decided. Feng only had himself and his entire team, while they had a complete full team filled with experienced researchers. If they started energy research right now, they would definitely surpass Feng soon enough. The person in charge decided on the direction speedily. You. Draw up the plan and gather all energy stimulant gene reagents. I want to start the tests immediately. All right. His underlings did what he commanded immediately. Alas, only after a short while, the underling returned empty-handed. The person in charge was rather astonished. Don? Oh. That person paused. Earlier, when I tried to get the gene reagents, the data indicated that there was currently a lack of stock. Just get whatever is available for now, then, the person in charge stated unhappily. This fellow had been an assistant for so long yet still needed to seek his opinion for something like this? Oh. The assistant's expression was somewhat unsightly. After a slight hesitation, he stated, all the gene reagents are lacking in stock. The person in charge's eyes widened. What? All of them? Are you kidding? This is the genetic union. Due to the disaster that had befallen Star City, nearly all the Gene Production Association's stock of gene reagents were being kept here now. Each gene reagent was present in an extremely huge amount, yet they lacked stock? How was that possible? The assistant turned his screen interface on. It's true. On the screen, a succession of red warning windows could be seen. All gene reagents related to the stimulation of energy were currently lacking in stock. The person in charge was alarmed. What's going on? Had a huge amount of people started researching in this direction as well? If everyone had noticed this, it would be pointless for him to undertake this direction. If this was truly the case. The anxious person in charge turned on the project interface. Instantly, he heaved a sigh of relief. That was because the only one who had gathered those gene reagents was Feng. The person in charge sneered. This guy again. He checked the record of gene reagent withdrawals. By numerous batches, all the gene reagents had been withdrawn by Feng. Indeed. Rather than being angry, the person in charge laughed. Could a single person truly finish up all the gene reagents? Evidently, it was impossible. If so, why had Feng withdrawn all the gene reagents in such a hurry? This signified that he had indeed made a breakthrough in this direction of research and had decided to withdraw all the related gene reagents to prevent others from researching the same thing. That had to be the case. If their team had been the one who had managed to apply for these gene reagents for research, with the specialized and richer experience of their team, they would most certainly have obtained a research result faster than Feng. Apply for the gene reagents, the person in charge stated without the slightest hesitation. A long time might be required to transfer stocks from other places, the assistant reminded him. The person in charge sneered. Who says that we are transferring stock from other places? There is no need for that. In fact, this is quite easy to deal with. Since when has the gene bank been a place one could withdraw gene reagents without limit? Any researcher has to first submit an application before withdrawing any gene reagents. Previously, Chen Feng is the only one who was researching energy. As such, his application was easily approved. Now that we are here as well, there is no way he will be allowed a monopoly over all the gene reagents. Launch an official complaint toward the Gene Production Association. Tell them that Chen Feng is engaging in an unfair competition by keeping all gene reagents for himself. Regardless of how many it is that he obtained, I want him to give half of them to me, the person in charge stated with a cold gaze. He was aware that this would not only increase the speed of their research but would also enable them to enter the testing phase much faster. This would also mess up Chen Feng's plans. Understood, the assistant said. Soon, a complaint and application were submitted. Logically, the Gene Production Association would take this extremely seriously and would usually come out with a judgment in a short amount of time. Indeed, shortly after the complaint was submitted, not even 5 minutes had passed before they received a reply. The person in charge smiled calmly. I knew it. What could a single Chen Feng, the lone member of an entire team, do? Schwa. A screen popped up. Calmly, the person in charge read what was on his screen. Suddenly, he blanked. With his widened eyes, he stared at the official reply, unbelieving. This. The person in charge was dumbfounded. What's up? Curiously, the assistant walked over to take a look. Instantly, he was stupefied as well. That was because, on the screen, only a single word could be seen, Scram. Below the Scram was the official seal of the Gene Production Association. Hold on, had there been an error somewhere? The assistant was somewhat dumbstruck. He studied the seal in detail and noticed that it was indeed the correct seal. Normally, such official replies were something that needed to be vetted before being sent out. As such, there had most certainly been no errors. If so, why was the word Scram the reply, then? Next, he noted that right below the red seal was a signature. Normally, this would be the signature of the person in charge of the Gene Production Association. This time, the name signed there was an incredibly familiar name, Chen Feng. The assistant blanked. Chen Feng? Evidently, the person in charge had yet to recover from his stupor. What Chen Feng? The assistant carefully pointed at the signature. There. Schwa. Instantly, the room lapsed into silence. Only now did the person in charge note that around half a year or a year ago, there had indeed been news stating that Chen Feng had been promoted to become part of the Gene Production Association's management. He had forgotten about it because normally, he wasn't much interested in gossip and normally only listened to such things briefly before forgetting about them. After all, the news pertaining to Chen Feng had been too surprising. As such, he had believed that it was merely a rumor. Now, though, it seemed like that was the truth. Chen Feng, a mere B-class warrior, a mere producer, had become part of the Gene Production Association's management. Should we sue him? The assistant asked instinctively. The person in charge looked at the assistant like he was looking at an idiot. Do you know what being part of the management signifies? It signifies that he has the authority to control all available gene reagents. Regardless of the type of gene reagents, he has the rights to control them. If we anger him, do you think we can continue on with other tests? The person in charge stated coldly. Ah. The assistant was alarmed. So grave? The person in charge sighed. What do you think? Just because he hasn't messed with other research does not mean that he can't do it. The previous Wang Yao incident made me think of him as a reckless person that could be dealt with easily any time I wanted. Now, though, if he truly wants to make a move, the losing party might very well be us. What should we do, then? Rearrange all our data and send it to Chen Feng. Since we are already slower in this direction of research, we can't slow down. We must follow after Chen Feng's pace. This identity of his has instead caused my confidence in him to increase. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 503, Limit. Chapter 503, Limit. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. At this time, Chen Feng had finally finished inferring the formula. Unfortunately, even with the full activation of his luck aura, his completed formula had only increased the active duration of Beyond to a pitiful 300 milliseconds, or in other words, 0.3 seconds. This won't do. Chen Feng muttered. This duration of 0.3 seconds was way too short. Ending before even starting. What, was this a quickie? Chen Feng started imagining a situation where during a battle, during the crisis of life and death, when one erupted with one's strongest trump card, the power of Beyond only lasted a split second and ended before one could even unleash an ability with it. What was this akin to? This was akin to one reaching orgasm before even taking one's pants off. This was too excessive. The shortest acceptable duration for this test was a duration of 1 second. This was the determined minimum standard after numerous verifications. Only an active duration of 1 second and above could allow one to unleash even the simplest of abilities. This duration of 0.3 seconds was far from sufficient for that. How much luck value was exhausted earlier? Chen Feng asked. 700 points, Spirit answered honestly. Out of the luck value you have saved up during the past month, only 100 points remain. Chen Feng. Indeed. After holding it in for an entire month, he'd fired a single shot and it was all gone. He had initially thought that he would be able to complete this successfully with a single attempt. Alas, the difficulty level of this research had far exceeded his imagination. Even after exhausting 700 luck value, he had only achieved a duration of 0.3 seconds. In other words, was this the limit of the 22 chosen materials? Or perhaps, was this the limit of energy? Spirit, is this result of 0.3 the limit? Chen Feng was somewhat anxious. If this was due to the limited amount of luck value he had or the sheer difficulty of the problem, he only needed to put more effort into it. But if it was truly the limit? Spirit's reply caused Chen Feng's heart to chill. It has already reached the limit. By inferring using these 22 materials, the most optimal result is a duration of 0.3 seconds. Using 700 luck value for this is already more than sufficient. Some luck value even overflowed during the process. Chen Feng. But you don't have to worry. The overflowed luck value was used with inferring the power of Beyond as the basis. However, whether that has borne any results remains to be seen, Spirit replied. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. This was exactly what he had been worried about. He had truly never expected that the limit was 0.3 seconds. The concept of Beyond was truly much harder to grasp than he had imagined. Even after choosing the correct research direction to pursue, he was still stuck here. If he had selected another direction, Chen Feng did not even need much pondering to know how tragic the end of the research would have been. That was evident by how earlier, someone had tried applying for energy-stimulating gene reagents and was told off by Chen Feng. Unexpectedly, only 1 day had passed since then and his own research was stuck at a bottleneck as well. Just 0.3 seconds. Chen Feng sunk into contemplation. Going forward, he would have to rely on other methods to increase this duration. Perhaps he could try using other materials on corresponding distinct energy? Chen Feng could remember clearly that all 22 chosen materials he had used were common materials usable for all energy types. If he chose to focus the direction toward a specific individual, he would have more than 100 materials to work with. For example, a total of 160 materials would work on Chen Yi. But then, using this method, even if he reached the minimum standard of 1 second, it would be pointless, as this wouldn't be practical for others. Would he be forced to conduct specific research on each different individual from now on? Or perhaps, he should just complete the research on one individual first before thinking of his next step? Chen Feng contemplated without stop. Right at this moment, his wristband buzzed. Instinctively, Chen Feng gave it a glance. Instantly, he was astonished at what he had received. On his screen was a complete set of research data. Project code, mild 971. Project content, through gene reagents, genetic abilities, chemical reagents, animal liquids, and all sort of other materials, stimulate the power of Beyond from a genetic warrior's physical body. Result, success. Duration, 0.001 second. Project team, Bokocho's team. Success? Chen Feng exclaimed in admiration. This was indeed worthy of being a well-known research team of the Genetic Union. Only with the numerous advantages Chen Feng had coupled with using luck value to complete the biggest chunk of his job had Chen Feng managed to complete his research. Astonishingly, this team had also completed their chosen research, the research on one's physical body. Despite the duration being a short 1 millisecond, that short duration was in fact due to the limitations imposed by them researching in the wrong direction. But then, why had they sent this to him? Chen Feng was somewhat surprised. Only shortly after did he note the short row of words behind the dataset. They were hoping to cooperate with Chen Feng and were willing to assist Chen Feng in the completion of his research. Bokocho's team. Why was this name so familiar? Chen Feng recalled that indeed, this was the team that had been told off by him earlier. Seems like the overflowed portion of the 700 luck value still played a small role after all, Chen Feng guessed. Despite the fact that a large portion of the 700 luck value had been focused on inferring the formula, the small amount of overflowed luck value had managed to bring about an unexpected result after Spirit's optimization. This team had astonishingly offered to cooperate with him. For Chen Feng, this was a good piece of news. Since both energy and physical body research had reached the limit, what if the results were combined? Chen Feng's eyes shone. Shortly after, he invited them over. When they found out that Chen Feng's research had reached a duration of 300 milliseconds, they were greatly shocked. This was a progress 300 times higher than theirs. Indeed, energy research was the correct direction of research. Now, I am thinking of combining the results, Chen Feng stated honestly. You guys shall provide a suitable body-provoking gene reagent while I shall provide a suitable energy-provoking gene reagent. With the combination of both. Soon, a blended reagent was produced. This was a gene reagent with a faint gold color and a faint aroma leaking out of it. What would the effect of this thing be? It was unknown. This was not some simple math like 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. In fact, under their research, 1 plus 1 would either be far greater or lower than 2. Chen Feng contacted the person with the highest vitality. Su Fei. Here I am. Su Fei gulped the gene reagent down without any hesitation. A faint power started dispersing. Everyone stared unwaveringly at Su Fei without stop until, finally, a trace of that formidable power emanated out of his body. Bang! A gold radiance bloomed. Beyond had appeared. The screen on their recording device started flickering without stop. Everyone looked at the timer with expectation. 50, 100, 150, 200, 250. 310. It surpassed the previous record. Everyone was overjoyed. They had finally surpassed the limit of 300. Surprising all of them, this number was still increasing, 350, 400, 500, 600. Ultimately, it stopped at 800. A duration of 0.8 seconds. Everyone was enraptured. Indeed, 1 plus 1 had brought about a result far greater than 2. Fusion was the way to go. Genius. Everyone in the Bokocho's team gazed at Chen Feng respectfully. He was indeed worthy of being part of the management of the Gene Production Association, worthy of being a legendary excellent producer. This result alone was already sufficient to cause countless people to look up to him. This 0.8 seconds is not the limit, Chen Feng stated decisively. We can continue to allocate the different data to figure out the most fitting ratio. The person in charge of that team accepted this troublesome task immediately. Let us deal with that. Soon, after numerous attempts, the new ratio of the gene reagent had reached the limit, with the active duration being 1 second. Success! We have succeeded. Everyone was overjoyed. They had done it. They knew that from then on, the fate of humanity would change. This was a day fated to be entered into the annals of history. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 504, What is this? Chapter 504, What is this? Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Outer space. Due to the appearance of the devil race and ancient race, a huge amount of wealthy big shots had departed this planet, drifting through space. The spaceships that had only been used for holiday tours had all been transformed and had several energy shuttles added to them to transform them into battleships. Even spaceships that did not reach the standard of a battleship were outfitted with several shuttles so that these ships could be blasted into outer space. Presently, a huge battleship was hovering somewhere in space. The black ice-cold exterior of this battleship exuded a mysterious and metallic feeling, demonstrating that this battleship was obviously different than the other ships around it. This was a battleship in the truest sense. At present moment, within the battleship, a certain middle-aged man was reading the news on the screen silently. Despite the huge amount of white hair on his head, he still appeared rather robust and healthy. He appeared gratified as he asked, "Has the research on the new gene reagent succeeded? The power of beyond. Humanity had finally reached the step? You should take a rest," the female assistant beside him reminded him. "All right." He paused. Include news pertaining to Chen Feng in the daily reports from now on as well. Chen Feng. The female assistant was rather surprised. From the planet to where they were, every piece of news sent to them was sent with great difficulty. As the distance between them and the planet increased, the cost of information transmission would exponentially increase. Even so, Chen Feng was worth being added to their daily report as well? She voiced her doubts. Chen Feng is rather different. That person smiled yet did not provide much explanation. All right. The female assistant bowed slightly before leaving to do what had been asked of her. The person stood up and proceeded to gaze in the direction of that planet that was so very far from their present location. His gaze appeared as deep as night itself. Bang! The gold radiance shone. The moment when a dazzling radiance erupted around Su Fei as his entire person transformed like a super scion was a new milestone for humanity as a whole. Alas, with his bald head, Su Fei appeared rather villainous. Success. The tactful BC team had decided to note in their submission form that 80% of this result was the result of Chen Feng's contributions, while their entire team had contributed only 20% of this. Even with this, they were still rather anxious. That was because the content of their research was no longer a secret now, yet the energy stimulant gene reagent of Chen Feng still remained a secret only known to Chen Feng. As Chen Feng glanced at the submission form they had filled out, he was immensely satisfied. If possible, he was definitely not willing to waste even a single second here. Since this BC team had successfully assisted him in greatly reducing the time spent on this research, he reasoned that it was acceptable for them to claim 20% credit for this result. The BC team was extremely grateful. Many thanks. And now, their research titled New Gene Reagent was formally submitted to their superiors. Surprisingly, they were actually not the first team who had completed their research. Moreover, they were not even the second team to have completed their research. The person in charge of the BC team was extremely shocked. We placed third? Third team? 2 other teams had completed the research before them? Indeed. The employee checked the submission form. 2 other teams also submitted their forms earlier today. The person in charge. He still couldn't believe this. They were extremely clear on how difficult this research was. It was so hard that when they had started on this, they had braced themselves for a research that would take them 3, 5, or even 10 years. Why had so many people been focusing on body research? That was because this was the aspect of research easiest to verify. With that, regardless of whether their research ended in success or failure, they would be able to decide on their next step from their research results. An example was them, who had subsequently decided on energy as the next direction of their research. The only reason they had succeeded was because of Chen Feng and luck. Completing the research in a little bit over 1 month in itself was a miraculous feat. This was a miracle of Chen Feng's, but now, those guys. The person in charge frowned deeply as he contemplated. It wasn't really hard to stimulate the power of beyond. One only needed to focus on a correct direction and use the proper equipment and one would be able to stimulate a split second of the power of beyond. But then, for this project, the minimum requirement was a duration of 1 second. Their team, the BC team, was a team self-proclaimed as the top 3 team of researchers in the Genetic Union. Even with them, they had only managed to reach the duration of 1 millisecond. And now, he had discovered that 2 other teams had also completed this research? There had to be some problem somewhere. As the person in charge brought the news back, the rest couldn't believe this as well. Lock down the research area, Chen Feng ordered without hesitation. From now onward, nobody is allowed to leave. Next, he looked at the person in charge and said, "You, come with me. Let us go take a look at this so-called research result of theirs. Let's see how legendary their results are." The person in charge of BC team nodded. All right. He was, after all, still filled with doubt as well. Seeing how Chen Feng had locked down everyone else decisively, he was rather anxious as well. Was there truly an internal problem that had caused their formula to be leaked? Chen Feng shook his head. That's not possible. I am the only one who knows this formula of mine. The person in charge nodded his head solemnly. Let's go. Leading him, Chen Feng left the research hall. The significance of the result of the Beyond X project was extremely huge. As such, from the moment the first form had been submitted, almost all the big shots had been alarmed. By the time the second and third form had been submitted, all these big shots had already returned to the Genetic Union. Presently, they were preparing to verify the results of the first team that had submitted the form. Chen Feng and the person in charge walked into the room. When the others saw them and noted that they were the third team to submit their results, they were told to take a seat and continue observing the first submission. The person in charge of BC team introduced the leader of the first team to Chen Feng. His name is Man Juinshi. The research team he leads is also the best team. MHM. Chen Feng sat down and focused his gaze on that person. He was a rather handsome youth who appeared to be around 26 or 27 years old. Presently, he was describing his research excitedly. The superiors interrupted him. Start immediately. We only want to see the result. So many of them had only come to see the result. It had only been a little bit over a month so far. Had the concept of beyond been grasped so fast? Manju and she nodded. All right. The so-called demonstration was in fact extremely simple. Manju and she pulled over a genetic warrior. Look at this, everyone. I have a certain genetic warrior. The big shots glanced at that person and were able to see through his strength. This was AB class. He took out the latest gene reagent they had produced. I have a super reagent. In a well-practiced manner, Manju and she chanted his lines. Oh. Beyond B class. Gulp. The genetic union member swallowed the gene reagent immediately. Bang. A terrifying golden radiance started emanating out of his body. Everyone stood up abruptly and looked at that person with an inconceivable expression. Even Chen Feng and his companion was alarmed. This was truly the power of Beyond B class. That genetic warrior had indeed become a Beyond B class warrior. The Beyond B class warrior roared. Ah 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 ah. Bang. 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 3 attacks were unleashed in succession by him. Beyond B. Beyond B. Beyond B. No mistake. Even after unleashing the attacks, he still remained in the Beyond B state for 3 extra seconds before it ended. Even afterward, the genetic warrior did not seem to have suffered from any side effects either. Everyone was alarmed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 505, The timing is too coincidental. Chapter 505, The timing is too coincidental. Translator, limest editor, Tenish. Genetic union. The resplendent gold shocked countless people. Everyone was clear on how difficult this Beyond X project was. None of them had expected that in a short 1 month, someone would have already succeeded. Moreover, it was such a high degree of completion. A duration of 3 seconds? This guy. Schwa. Everyone stood up uniformly and gazed at the arena. What do you think? Chen Feng asked the person in charge of BC beside him. Oh. He paused. I'm not sure. Initially, he had not believed that someone else had completed this research as well. However, when the result was demonstrated in front of him, he had no choice but to believe it. There were indeed other teams that had completed the research as well. Suddenly, the person in charge thought of a possibility. This might be a result of focused research. If they had only focused on a single B-class genetic warrior in their tests to push that person to the state of beyond, such a research speed would be possible. However, the flaw of such a research was the fact that the result was something that would not work on everyone. Perhaps this was the reason they had completed their research so fast? Chen Feng sneered. Focused research. Presently, the crowd was cheering the demonstration before them. Everyone started talking emotionally. Good. This is too excellent. What historic moment! Dear seniors, please listen to me. In a somewhat guilty manner, Manju and she stated, although the demonstration was very successful, there are still some flaws in our research. For example, the solution does not work on everyone. Everyone blanked momentarily before recovering themselves and nodding slightly. That is understandable. This was the only rational reason for Manju and she's team to have reached this far in their research in such a short period of time. Not working for everyone, eh? It did not matter, though. As long as there was a first, there would be more results moving on. At the very least, them reaching a duration of 3 seconds in their very first research was already a demonstration that this Beyond X project was indeed something that stood a chance at succeeding. Very good. The head of the research department was very satisfied. As such, we can halt all other research and focus on this direction alone. The assistant stopped him. Hold on. Head, there are 2 more results that have yet to be presented. Only now did the head recall this. Oh. He had indeed been too excited after seeing this first result. Based on their protocol, he should indeed take a look at all submissions. But then, he truly did not put much hope in the subsequent 2 results. Please wait a moment, the head told Manju and she gently. Let's take a look at the subsequent presentations together. Manju and she was somewhat disappointed. All right. Ultimately, the others had still managed to submit their results. Next, everyone started waiting for the second presentation. Nobody noticed the cold gleam that flashed through Chen Feng's eyes. What the head had said earlier had indeed alarmed him. To stop all other research and focus on this one? That meant. Suddenly, he turned around and looked at the person in charge of the BC team beside him. The person in charge of the BC team smiled bitterly. This is also the reason my team decided to work with you. The genetic union started with so many research teams purely to encourage competition and to provoke growth. Since we are still in the initial stages, naturally, the more research teams, the better. But the moment the research enters the developmental stage, for long-term benefits, all research teams must be combined. In other words, apart from the research that the union decides to focus on, all other research will be stopped. This startled Chen Feng. So that was the case. Previously, he had still been feeling doubtful. Even if other teams also had their results, it wouldn't be such a coincidence as 3 teams submitting their results on the same day. Now that he looked at it, Chen Feng sneered. They were aware that we are submitting our results today. Initially, they planned to continue their research before submitting. After finding out that we are submitting our results today, they submitted their results earlier than us without any hesitation. Moreover, in order to obtain control over the entire project, they have to have a better result than us. At least, that is what it seems like. Chen Feng's brain raced. A lot of things he hadn't understood initially appeared clear now. In short, if we hadn't decided to submit our results today, they won't have either. From the timing of their submission, they merely submitted less than an hour before us. This shows that although there are no traitors in your BC team, someone still leaked our submission time. This is the reason the other 2 teams managed to submit before us. Second, since these 2 teams hadn't submitted their results before this signifies that their results must be incomplete. The only reason they rushed their submissions is the pressure they were feeling from us. If so, their results must be flawed. If they had truly reached the extent of pushing the duration of beyond to 3 seconds, they would have submitted their results long ago instead of waiting till now. Third, their presentation appears rather awkward. Despite the lack of actual mistakes during their presentation, it is obvious that this was the first time the B-class warrior had obtained such power. Shortly after, Chen Feng rearranged his thoughts. He was sure that there had to be some problem somewhere with this Manjuanshi guy. Chen Feng sent a message to Qin Hai. Qin Hai, investigate this Manjuanshi guy for me. Qin Hai, why are you telling me to investigate someone from your genetic union? Qin Hai did not know whether to laugh or cry. Chen Feng smiled. Naturally, I will have someone investigate from my side, but haven't you heard that the person who knows you best is your enemy? I believe that on your side, there must be a certain amount of records. Qin Hai shrugged. Fine. Manjuanshi, this seemed to be the child of a certain powerful family. The ancient race had indeed prepared a record detailing the family of this Manjuanshi. Let me conduct some checks. Qin Hai left to look for information. As for Chen Feng, he continued observing the presentation without a change in his expression. Presently, Manjuanshi was already crouching silently at the side. This time, an old man walked out. He appeared to be around 70 or 80 years old and was presenting the results of his team. Stand here. He led a B-class warrior out before taking out their team's gene reagent. Gulp. The gene reagent was swallowed. Bang. Gold radiance surged. Indeed, yet another super scion appeared. The formidable power surged. Even if this level of power wasn't much for the people here, the significance of this power was very huge. Beyond B class. Yet another beyond B class. Good. Very good. The head was extremely excited. Now that 2 teams had succeeded in their research, this signified that this undertaking was indeed doable. The future of humanity was now within their grasp. Alarming everyone there, this was merely the beginning. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. It's still active? They seemed to realize something. 4 seconds. Even Manjuanshi's eyes widened. 5 seconds. Everyone was in an uproar. Schwa. Finally, the power of Beyond stopped. Everyone was incredibly emotional. 5 seconds. After the first team's 3 seconds, a team with 5 seconds had appeared. This was too powerful. Are there any restrictions on this? The head asked instinctively. Oh, the gene reagent does not work well on everyone, the old man stated. That's fine, that's fine. The head was all smiles. To make it work for everyone, a countless amount of tests will be required. Time will be required as well. To have reached this point is already an extremely good result. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 506, Vitality Exhaustion? Chapter 506, Vitality Exhaustion? Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. There's another flaw. The old man paused. The probability is rather low. After producing 100 such gene reagents, only one of them succeeded. A success rate of 1%? The head of the department appeared rather gratified. Such a high success rate? Indeed. This was actually a high success rate. As long as the success rate was 1% or above, they would be able to produce a huge amount of them. The moment they started mass producing these gene reagents, they would be able to enter the proper mass manufacturing phase. This demonstration by the second team seemed to be even better than the first team's. Both their results seemed acceptable as well. Which should they select, then? Everyone was filled with expectation. Chen Feng frowned. Another success? Even if he overlooked the success of that old man Manjuanshi, even this old man had succeeded as well. Chen Feng had studied the demonstration properly and had noted that no problems could be found. Different from Manjuanshi's rather clumsy demonstration, the second team's test appeared incredibly well practiced. From the performance of that genetic warrior, it could be deduced that this team had clearly practiced this countless times and that this was not their first time at this. Even Chen Feng started having doubts. Could it be that they truly succeeded by themselves? During Manjuanshi's demonstration, the B-class warrior of theirs had clearly not been well practiced with what he should do. With a single look, one could deduce that this was the first time he had grasped this power of beyond B-class. Even if everything looked normal, to Chen Feng's group, which already had numerous encounters with this power of beyond, that B-class warrior's performance was too unpracticed. This was most definitely the first time for Manjuanshi's team. Prior to this, they hadn't conducted any relevant tests that had resulted in the power of beyond. That was the reason their demonstration had appeared so clumsy. As for this old man and his team, their understanding and grasp of the power of beyond almost exceeded even Chen Feng's groups. This was even more so for their B-class warrior. Evidently, this was a test they had done a huge number of times. This was a team that was even more mature and steady than the combination of Chen Feng and the BC team. This team. Even Chen Feng started doubting whether this team had truly succeeded on their own. But then, this thought only lasted momentarily before being dispelled by Chen Feng. The only reason for this was the timing for their submission, which was truly too coincidental. After all three submissions had been submitted together. This signified that this second team had most certainly been forced to conduct this demonstration out of nowhere. However, despite the forced demonstration, they had still been able to conduct it in an extremely well-practiced manner. What was the problem here, then? Or perhaps, there was an unknown fatal flaw to their produced gene reagent? Chen Feng fixed his gaze on that B-class warrior. Suddenly, he noted that this B-class warrior's complexion was somewhat pale and appeared rather weakened. Chen Feng's heart jolted slightly. Weakened? Is this a gene reagent that exhausts one's vitality? Right at this moment, before Chen Feng could even say anything, that person called Manjuanshi started talking. Head, I feel like there's a problem with their test. The head frowned. Oh? During our tests, we discovered that 3 seconds is already humanity's limit. At least, this is the case when this power of beyond is achieved with the help of items. If this limit is surpassed, there is a possibility that one's vitality will be exhausted. As such, the gains do not make up for the losses. This is also the reason we kept compressing our tests. As for them, Manjuanshi pointed at the B-class warrior. He looks pale. Perhaps he has excessively exhausted his vitality? Schwa. Everyone's gaze uniformly landed on that genetic warrior. Indeed, his complexion was pale and was even sweating all over. Both his legs appeared rather weak as he stood there forcefully. From the looks of it, he truly looked like someone who had overexerted his vitality. This test result was problematic. When the head saw this he thought that this fellow's condition felt so similar to his condition after the 7-day honeymoon with his wife back then. This was an extremely dangerous condition. Essentially, this Beyond X project had been started to trigger the power of beyond in humanity, to trigger the hidden potential within a human's body, to give humanity a better future. This was not a project just to give humans temporary strength. If they wanted a temporary boost in strength, they already had a huge amount of gene reagents capable of achieving the same effect. What they sought was the future. The future of humanity. If this power of beyond was obtained at the cost of humanity's vitality, the gains would most definitely not make up for the losses. As he thought of this, the head's expression became unprecedentedly solemn. Test his vitality, the head stated solemnly. Yes. The test crews of the Genetic Union stepped forth. A smile appeared on Manjuanshi's face. This old fellow was trying to compete against him with just this? As for the old man from the second team, he merely watched on with a gloomy expression, not trying to stop this at all. Soon, the test was completed. How is it? The head asked. Oh. The test crew shrugged. Indeed, something isn't right. Indeed. Some people there started shaking their heads, sighing. Just to obtain progress in their research, they had already started doing such things? This was truly. Ban their entire research team, the head stated without any hesitation. Manjuanshi beamed. You are wise, head. Against such fraudsters. No, that's not the case. The test crew waved his hand. His vitality is indeed rather different. However, how should I explain this? His vitality appears much livelier than an ordinary person's. From our initial estimate, his lifespan will be 20% higher than an ordinary person's. Schwa. Instantly, everyone lapsed into silence. An extra 20% lifespan? Hold on. In other words, there were no issues with this guy? Rather, his vitality was much more vigorous than others? I don't know if this is related to the power of beyond, the test crew lamented. In short, vitality-wise, he's certainly doing exceptionally. Everyone gasped in admiration. There's such an additional effect? If so, the head was extremely pleased. Not bad. Hold on. Seeing how things weren't going as he wished, Manjuanshi started analyzing the test data. He was personally a rather formidable researcher. As such, he was able to point to the crux immediately after studying the data. Suddenly, Manjuanshi said, what if his initial vitality before this was already 30% higher than others? As everyone heard this, they sunk into contemplation. Manjuanshi analyzed rationally. In this genetic era, whether it is due to genes or other factors, it is normal for some people to have much higher vitality than others. I have even seen a genius with a vitality 200% higher than others before. If we allowed him to join as a test subject, wouldn't he obtain a final vitality of 190% in the end? Would that be considered a success then? Clearly, the answer is no. This fellow is turning pale all over and his body is weak. With a single look, one can see that he does not seem to be feeling very well. That is also the reason I doubted him. If possible, I would like to have the data of his vitality prior to this test. Since you guys are researching on human body, during your past tests, your group had surely recorded the details of his vitality, right? Manjuanshi stated without holding back. As the others heard this, they nodded approvingly. This was a fair argument, and his question was fair as well. Even the head couldn't think of a retort to this. Do you have any records? The head asked the old man. Yes, the old man answered, and the gloomy expression on his face remained. I will get someone to bring them over. Manjuanshi sneered. Let me see how much longer you can continue pretending. Shortly afterward, the record was brought over. The full data for that test subject was exposed. Alarming everyone there, all the prior tests on this test subject had remained at 20% above others from the start of his participation. This had remained throughout the 20 days he had participated. Manjuanshi widened his eyes as he saw this. How is this possible? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 507, What's the issue? Chapter 507, What's the issue? Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. The old man gazed at Manjuanshi coldly. What other questions do you still have? Manjuanshi remained in a daze for a long time. There was nothing wrong? How was that possible? He was all too clear on how terrifying and difficult the power of beyond was. Even their teen was. But now, there were no problems whatsoever with this old man's demonstration? No problems whatsoever could be found with that genetic warrior? Now, before activating the power of beyond in him or even before the tests had started, there were no problems. The second demonstration was obviously better than the first. The doubts raised by Manjuanshi had instead entrenched the result of this second team in the hearts of the observers here. Moreover, after comparing both their demonstrations, that clumsy demonstration of Manjuanshi's team was clearly on an entirely different level when compared with this old man's team. It was obvious that this old man's team was further in their research. Comparatively, Manjuanshi's team was too unripe. This caused others to doubt if the power of beyond that this first team had grasped was somewhat problematic, resulting in their clumsy demonstration, as their version of the power of beyond was too hard to properly control. Or perhaps their version of beyond was too lively? All these were questions worth pondering. On the stage, the head of the department exchanged glances with several others before nodding slightly. Regardless of everything, they were all more inclined toward a power that was better improved, more matured, and steadier. It was clear that Manjuinshi's team was somewhat lacking in all these factors. Manjuinshi's heart thumped. This is bad. Previously, he had received news that Chen Feng's group had obtained an initial result and were submitting their results. That was why he had decided to submit his result hastily as well. Unexpectedly, this second team was their actual opponent. This does not look good. Manjuinshi was alarmed. He was sure that the moment the main team was decided here, all the other teams would have to serve the selected main team. Moreover, all the fruits of their research would be unconditionally appropriated to the selected main team. When that happened, the other teams wouldn't be granted the option to even resist this. At that time, Head Manjuinshi stated hastily, "We still have an even more detailed plan on the direction of our research to be presented." Yes. Similarly, our team's gene reagent does not work for everyone. However, our gene reagent has a success rate of 100%. So long as our formula is perfected, there will be no failures. We don't even need more researchers to help. The only thing we need to do is to solve this problem and make our gene reagent work for everyone. The new improved formula will thus be ready for mass production, and the gene reagent will be available to be distributed worldwide, Manjuinshi stated emotionally. Oh. The others were tempted as they heard this. If so. On the stage, the head exchanged glances with several others. Evidently, they were tempted. They regarded the stage and looked at the teams of Manjuinshi and the old man that were facing each other, seemingly creating sparks between them. However, for the head and the other observers, this was a good sign. They were not particularly bothered by the fact that both these teams had yet to solve the problem of making their gene reagents work for everyone. Presently, each research team only had a single Beyond a class assigned to them anyway. As such, it was understandable for their gene reagents to not work for everyone. When all the teams were combined and all the Beyond a class warriors were gathered together, this single problem would naturally be solved. This was also the reason they had decided that the moment the main direction was decided upon, all the research teams had to be combined together. After all, Beyond a class warriors were still too rare. To ensure that the new gene reagent would work for everyone, this was necessary. In any case, they had initially planned to only have one team toward the end. Now, it seemed like they started discussing softly. Perhaps, both these directions are worth pursuing. It wouldn't be too much of a problem if the Beyond a class warriors were divided into two groups and worked in shifts. That's feasible. Happiness was clearly plastered on their faces. On their trip here today, it could be said that their harvest had been ample thus far. If there were no mishaps, both these teams would probably be kept as main teams. As for the third team here today, they glanced at the submission form. The form seemed to mention that their active duration was only 1 second. Initially, they had still been rather excited at the prospect of this, but now that there were two other teams that had even more stunning results here as a comparison, the third team's duration of a single second truly appeared to be nothing special. This team had obviously come here immediately after hitting the minimum requirements of the project. Compared with the first and second team, which had active durations of 3 seconds and 5 seconds, this third team was too lacking. The head waved his hand calmly. Third team, kindly demonstrate your result. At this moment, Manjuinshi had finally calmed himself down. Earlier, he had managed to overhear some of the conversations of those big shots. He knew that his team was sure to be momentarily saved for now. At least, in the short term, the competition would only be limited to him and the old man from the second team. All this while, Chen Feng had been calmly observing everything. Regardless of whether it was the reaction of the head of the department or the expressions of Manjuinshi and the others, he observed them all. Finally, it was his team's turn to demonstrate. The person in charge of the BC team beside Chen Feng reminded him, "It's our turn." Suddenly, Chen Feng stated, "You go." The person in charge blanked. He had never expected that Chen Feng would yield such a moment of glory to him. Was it because Chen Feng had been overly shocked by the previous two demonstrations? Chen Feng smiled calmly. "Put up a good show. Your explanation will be extremely important." The person in charge nodded resolutely. He knew that the only advantage their team had over the others was the fact that their gene reagent worked for everyone. However, whether this was a fact that the higher-ups would look highly upon remained to be seen. After all, what they had achieved might truly appear too simple in the eyes of others. The moment the main team was decided upon, all their efforts before this could very well go to waste. All their efforts and results would be nothing but a gift wrapped nicely for the main team. The final result would now depend on the explanation of this person. The only way they could attract the attention of the higher-ups was by stressing the importance of having the gene reagent work for everyone and by showing clearly the difficulty of achieving this result. Soon, the person in charge and Su Fei arrived on the stage. As for the BC team members, they all walked up, started making their preparations, and started up their devices. Once again, the initial result and their expected result were transmitted to everyone there. The active duration of 1 second was in fact something most people there weren't bothered with. After all, the previous two teams had been too stunning. Comparatively, this duration of 1 second was way too bland, disappointing, even. Right at this instant, Chen Feng's wristband buzzed. Chen Hai's investigation results had finally arrived. Chen Feng's eyes shone. It's here? Shwa. A screen appeared. The data regarding Man Juanxi appeared without stop. Man Juanxi was the heir of a certain huge family. This was a rather influential family as well, a family who'd once had a Beyond-a-class warrior in their ranks. The said Beyond-a-class warrior had ultimately died during a past war, but then, thanks to the glory of this ancestor of theirs, this family had always received great care from the genetic union. Thanks to this, they had numerous A-class warriors in the family and were also one of the important targets the ancient race had been paying attention to. This was the basic information pertaining to this family. Naturally, all this was not sufficient to attract the attention of the ancient race. The only reason the ancient race had taken note of them was the ancestral blood essence that this family's Beyond-a-class ancestor had left behind. Every single drop of this blood essence was filled with the power of Beyond. That was what the ancient race cared about. The existence of this blood essence was something even the genetic union was unaware of. However, the ancient race was extremely clear on this. The several comparatively powerful families of humanity had indeed struck fear in the hearts of the ancient race members. Feng was amazed. How did you guys find out about this? Do you think that the ancient race has been wasting time all these years? Chen Hai lamented. The other main mission of the mysterious organization was gathering information. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 508, The Theft of Results. Chapter 508, The Theft of Results. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. All those assassinations, all that destruction, all these actions were the mysterious organization's disguise. The actual reason they had hidden themselves all these years was to gather information. They were presently well aware of which human families were the powerful ones. Despite the fact that none of their spies were those truly powerful humans, these spies had still managed to gather a huge amount of information. In fact, the ancient race had created a matrix to analyze the human families. Their strength, characteristics, loyalty, potential, and all other aspects, all these were studied. From these, the top 100 strongest human families were all listed in the ancient race's matrix. Evidently, Man Juanxi's family was one of these 100 families. Their position was thanks to the drops of blood essence from their ancestor. Chen Hai shrugged as he explained, the blood essence is something their ancestor left behind secretly to avoid being found out by the genetic union. Otherwise, with how the genetic union has always acted, these drops of blood essence might have ended up taken away by the genetic union long ago. Feng pondered. That's truly possible. After all, even excavated treasures were something one was required to hand over to their home country. As such, with a simple excuse of for the betterment of humanity, one would be completely helpless against the demands of the genetic union. Thus, their act of hiding the existence of the blood essence was understandable. If so, Feng studied the inside scoop about Man Juanxi he'd received. Man Juanxi's team had similarly pursued a route of trying to trigger the power of Beyond in a human's body. The only difference was that their attempts at triggering had been focused on the human body, the bloodline of humans, to be precise. Their aim was to trigger the appearance of the power of Beyond through a blood mutation. If this direction was pursued with the assistance of the blood essence their ancestors had left behind. Finally, Feng thoroughly understood. So that's the case. He expressed his gratitude toward Chen Hai. Thanks. Not a problem. Chen Hai shook his head and was about to end the call when, suddenly, his gaze swept past the corner of the screen. This guy looks familiar? Feng followed Chen Hai's line of sight and noted that Chen Hai was talking about the old man's test subject. Chen Feng's heart jolted. Familiar? What was Chen Hai's status nowadays? He was a beyond a class. A super expert of the ancient race. Would a person he felt familiar be an ordinary person? Hold on. Chen Hai did a quick search. So, it's him. Schwa. The data was transmitted to Chen Feng. With a single look, Chen Feng's expression changed greatly. No wonder. Chen Feng was endlessly shocked. He looked at the data he had before looking at the test subject, and finally, he looked at the old man and said, "These lunatics. They had gone crazy. The entire world had gone crazy." Chen Feng felt helpless. As he saw that the BC team's person in charge had finished the preparations and was about to begin the demonstration, Chen Feng inhaled deeply before taking a step onto the stage. "Before this, I have something to say." Chen Feng finished his words calmly as everyone present blanked momentarily. The sole reason for this reaction was Chen Feng's identity. Despite the fact that everyone present was a big shot of the genetic union, despite the fact that when it came to research, this head of the department here was already the top authority, when the person talking was Chen Feng, he had to listen. Why? Because this was Chen Feng. Chen Feng, the person who had played the crucial role during the Star City battle, part of the Gene Production Association's management, and an excellent producer with astonishingly high abilities in gene production. Just by standing there calmly, without any excessive action, nobody dared to neglect this Chen Feng. "Please do say what's in your mind," the head of the department replied courteously. If in a moment of unhappiness, this Chen Feng fellow were to decide to stop cooperating with the genetic union, all their projects would be foiled. It was said that whole young fellow was extremely close with this Chen Feng. The opinion of a single member of the Gene Production Association's management still wouldn't be much, but if two of them had an opinion, the entirety of the genetic union would need to tread carefully. Do you guys not have the slightest idea at how difficult the completion of this Beyond X project is? Even if there was a miracle, what you are all seeing is not the type of miracle that would appear, Chen Feng stated faintly. I hope that all of you will not be deceived by the so-called result you are all seeing presently, thus resulting in some idiotic decision. An idiotic decision such as pursuing Man Juanqi's research direction as the main direction for this entire project. Schwa. The moment he finished talking, everyone present was alarmed. If what Chen Feng had said earlier was merely an opinion, these final words of his were akin to a bombardment. Man Juanqi was furious. What do you mean? What do I mean? Chen Feng looked at Man Juanqi coldly. What I'm saying is the fact that your entire research was faked. From the expected result till the actual test result, everything was faked. Bang! Everyone erupted into an uproar. Fake? Even the head of the department's expression became solemn as he heard this. He believed that Chen Feng would most definitely not utter something like this without any reason. What proof do you have? Proof. Suddenly, Chen Feng lowered his voice. An example would be the blood essence left behind by your ancestor. Schwa. Instantly, Man Juanqi's expression paled. What nonsense are you uttering? Man Juanqi shouted forcefully, no such thing exists. Is there a need for this? Chen Feng stated calmly. The reason they failed to detect any problems is because they were not specifically looking for it. Believe me when I tell you that by using the data of your ancestor, something will most definitely be found when your result is retested. For example, a familiar gene characteristic? Despite the fact that during the era of your ancestor, gene development was rather primitive, something like a gene record still exists. As long as the data of your ancestor is used to conduct a new round of inspections on your research result, something will most definitely be found. I heard that the identity verification system of your ancestral hall is set up using the blood essence of that ancestor of yours, right? This is to ensure that only his blood relatives can enter. Take a guess, if that data were taken and used to compare with the data of your test subject, what will we find? Even now, you are still trying to deny this? Did you not say earlier that you have a success rate of 100%? If so, why not conduct several more such tests in the coming days, then? How many times can you continue conducting your tests? Can the blood essence your ancestor left behind be wasted in such a manner by you guys? Clang! Man Juanqi slumped onto the ground. He knew that he was finished. At first, he had believed that Chen Feng had merely heard some rumors. Alas, since Chen Feng had even mentioned his ancestral hall and the way to verify it, what was the point in further arguments? Bang! Everyone erupted into an uproar. The others were all dumbstruck as they heard this. Evidently, none of them had expected that Chen Feng was actually telling the truth. You? The head of the department was able to guess the truth from the reactions of Man Juanqi and Man Juanqi's team. Chen Feng was indeed correct. This Manjuanchi fellow that he had looked highly upon had actually tried to cheat his way through this. As he pondered it, if they had truly decided to set this team as the main team, how terrifying would the consequences have been? Since all his research results had been faked, this would cause the progress of their project to regress by several years. For the present humanity, this was absolutely fatal. When that happened, he, as the head of the department, just thinking about the consequences sent a chill down the head's spine. The head's eyes became cold. Why? Do you not know that this will destroy humanity's hope? Manjuanchi muttered, this is our one and only chance. It has been way too long since our family last rose to power. If we were able to grab this opportunity, we would most definitely have been able to rise to power once again. As for the so-called destruction of humanity, that is not going to happen. Ha ha. As long as we succeed in taking the lead, having all the research teams combined under our lead, the progress of their research will all be ours anyway. At that time, we can totally start researching from scratch following all of their progress. With that, history would still have recorded us as the benefactor of humanity. Everyone sunk into silence. Despite the fact that what Manjuanchi had said was indeed correct, their hearts still chilled. This guy, from the start, he had been planning to steal the results of others. Using such a method to fake an initial success before stealing the results of others? How hateful. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 509, You Dare Do This in Public? Chapter 509, You Dare Do This in Public? Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Ha ha ha. As the people there looked at the Manjuanchi that was laughing wildly, they knew that this guy had probably been overprovoked and was now insane. Under such intense provocation, this guy that was still rather young hadn't been able to avoid going crazy. The head waved his hand coldly. Drag him out. Several people stepped out and dragged Manjuanchi away. As for holding him accountable, nobody mentioned it. After all, something like this was not something a nobody like Manjuanchi could decide upon, as even their ancestral blood essence had been used. The genetic union would most definitely deal with this. The head thanked Chen Feng solemnly. Many thanks. If it wasn't for Chen Feng, he would have been fooled. The other big shots present felt the same as well. Even now, there was still some lingering fear in their hearts. Chen Feng beamed. No worries. I never expected that he was actually a cheater, the old man lamented. Clearly, this opponent of Manjuanchi earlier had chosen to lament the fate of Manjuanchi. However, from his expression, a trace of hidden laughter could be seen. Rather than lamenting, he appeared to be taking joy in Manjuanchi's calamity. Now that Manjuanchi was finished, all the resources would belong to their team. Suddenly, Chen Feng looked at him. What are you laughing at? Ah. The old man was dazed, as he had no idea why Chen Feng was suddenly targeting him. I'm not laughing. Chen Feng looked at him faintly. You were laughing secretly. I saw it. Are you thinking that since he's finished, all the resources will be yours? Chen Feng, don't push it with your bullying, the old man warned. What was going on? As the others saw this, they started exchanging glances with rather dumbstruck expressions on their faces. Evidently, they had yet to react to this sudden confrontation. Could it be that Chen Feng had some other proof? Could it be that this old man was suspected of cheating as well? They all pondered. Chen Feng smiled. So what if I'm bullying you? Would you believe that even if I killed you right here and right now, nobody would do anything to help you? Would you believe that even your family would keep their mouths shut? The old man's eyes gleamed coldly. You are courting death. Having the qualification to stand here, he was obviously not an ordinary person. I am not kidding. Chen Feng beamed. I am Chen Feng. Part of the Gene Production Association's management. MHM, as such, even if I killed you, so what? I have contributed greatly to humanity. Even if I were guilty of killing you, my contributions are so great that nobody would dare touch me anyway, especially when the one I killed is someone without any backer like you. Chen Feng sneered. Since Manjuanchi was caught cheating, his qualifications have been cancelled. Now, for me, the only one blocking my path is you, old man. Therefore, if I directly killed you here, wouldn't the person who would be the main person in charge of the Beyond X project be me? Chen Feng smiled faintly. The old man's expression changed greatly. You dare? Chen Feng sneered. Why not? Bang! Light started shining suddenly. Astonishingly, Chen Feng had made his move directly. Combat power far surpassing an ordinary B-class warrior erupted. The moment Chen Feng made his move, he erupted with a super powerful strength, with that old man as his target. Only now did the others react to this sudden change. The hell, this guy was really trying to kill the old man. He wasn't trying to present any proof or expose the old man. Rather, he was blatantly trying to kill the old man. Just as what Chen Feng had mentioned earlier, he was indeed killing openly here. So what? What could anyone do about it? The expressions of the others changed greatly. Chen Feng, hold your hand. It was truly outside of everyone's expectation that Chen Feng would do this. As such, even experts like them were not able to react in time. Only a single A-class warrior was able to react in the way of tossing out a single energy attack. Bang! The attack was blocked en route by a Baldi. He said that he wants to kill that old man, Su Fei stated with a fierce expression. This fierce expression, when combined with that bald head of his, gave him a rather fiend-like appearance. It's over. Everyone's heart chilled. With Chen Feng making his move suddenly, who could stop him? This instant, time seemed to freeze. Everyone watched on with wide eyes as Chen Feng leaped abruptly, light swirling all over him. A set of energy equipment coalesced immediately on his body as he erupted with a powerful combat power before heading directly toward that old man. This power demonstrated by Chen Feng had astonishingly reached the very peak of B class. Despite the fact that the old man was similarly AB class, facing this sudden attack from Chen Feng, he couldn't react in time at all. After all, nobody had expected that Chen Feng would truly dare to attempt to kill someone here. In any case, even if he was able to react in time, he wasn't strong enough to actually block Chen Feng's attack. It was clear that there was a gap between his strength and Chen Feng's strength. Bang! The terrifying radiance surged in intensity. Everyone's heart chilled. However, when they looked at the stage, they all blanked. Presently, in front of the old man, a person shrouded in gold energy was blocking Chen Feng's attack. This was precisely the test subject of this old man earlier. He had actually blocked Chen Feng's attack. Everyone was overjoyed. Good. Chen Feng snorted. Poof. Burst. Without hesitation, he punched out. With the full activation of his energy equipment, Chen Feng activated the strongest combat power he could activate normally, the peak of B class. He started battling the test subject. Bang! 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 Light swirled around and exploded without end. They appeared evenly matched. At this time, finally, the experts of the Genetic Union reacted and forced their battle to end. The head was furious. Chen Feng, what are you doing? Due to Chen Feng's past contributions, they had always been extremely courteous toward him. Unexpectedly, this guy had actually done such a thing in public. It was too excessive. He was acting too wantonly. Chen Feng beamed. I'm eliminating my opponents. Are my actions not clear enough? You? The head was infuriated. This was too excessive. For others, even if they wanted to play any tricks, they would do so secretly. Who would act openly in such a manner? Where was his face as an excellent producer, doing something like this? The head inhaled as he asked, what exactly do you want to do? Chen Feng shrugged. Do I still need to say it? We will have to question our adorable test subject here. If I am correct, earlier, he was using the power of Beyond B class when battling me, right? Schwa. At this, everyone was alarmed. Wasn't that right? As they thought about it, that guy had indeed erupted with the power of Beyond B class in order to save the old man earlier. Only that would have enabled him to block Chen Feng's surprise attack with a casual attack of his. Granted, he had concealed the Beyond B class power immediately after. However, that familiar aura was something impossible to mask. That was precisely the power of Beyond B class. Was this what Chen Feng had been aiming for all along? The head looked at the both of them. You all. The old man sneered. Machem, indeed, it's the power of Beyond B class. Our gene reagent does not only enable one to activate the power of Beyond for several seconds at a time. Our gene reagent, with increased usage, is also capable of enabling one to gain more understanding of the power of Beyond. The only reason this wasn't recorded was because we had yet to verify that that is indeed the case. As he had already used our gene reagent during tests numerous times, he is already very well versed with the power of Beyond. As such, he is able to occasionally activate the power of Beyond without the help of the gene reagent. He is not far away from fully comprehending the power of Beyond B class. So that was the case. Everyone was shaken as they heard this. If this was true, wasn't this exactly what they had been after when initiating this Beyond X project? Can you truly activate the power of Beyond occasionally without the gene reagent? The head asked expectantly. Yes, he replied with his hoarse voice. As a proof, he tried activating the power, and once again, a golden flash flickered out. Beyond B class. Indeed. This was a true Beyond B class without the help of any gene reagents. Everyone was overjoyed as they saw this. The final goal of the Beyond X project was to enable humanity to grasp the power of Beyond. Now, the first success case was right before their eyes. The head was excited. Good, very good. As he saw that Chen Feng was about to make another move, his eyes widened. Chen Feng, don't act recklessly. From now onward, he is under the protection of the genetic union. You are absolutely not allowed to harm him. As the first Beyond B class in existence, that person was indeed worthy of their protection. Moreover, they aren't exactly without any backers as you imagined. For your own sake, do not act recklessly. Otherwise, you will bring harm to yourself, the head warned. Despite the fact that he feared Chen Feng's identity, he would not allow Chen Feng to act recklessly here. Chen Feng wasn't the least bothered. What harm will this bring to me? Are you talking about the mysterious Beyond a class warrior that was helping their family? The head gazed at Chen Feng inconceivably. You are aware of that? The hell, since he was aware that their family had been assisted by a Beyond a class, why had he still dared to act recklessly? Of course I'm aware of that. Chen Feng smiled playfully. But then, that is merely a crippled Beyond a class. What is there to be afraid of? Have you not heard that a fallen phoenix is lower than even a chicken? What? The head was alarmed. Something happened to that Beyond a class? Every single Beyond a class in existence was akin to a precious treasure of humanity. Any mishap befalling any single Beyond a class was an affair capable of shaking the entirety of humanity. Chen Feng pointed behind him. Of course. Since he has already transformed from Beyond a class to Beyond B class, isn't he crippled? What? Everyone widened their eyes. Beyond A? The head was completely dumbfounded. Everyone looked in the direction Chen Feng was pointing. There, the B-class warrior that was also the test subject of the second team could be seen. Presently, his face was dreadfully ice-cold. This person had once been a Beyond a class? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 510, Universality? What's that? Chapter 510, Universality? What's that? Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Chen Feng started stating his data. Yuan Feng, a Beyond a class genetic warrior. At a young age, his mother passed and his father abandoned him. His foster father took him in, and after growing up, he demonstrated astonishing potential. From then on, he became the mysterious expert of a certain family. Am I right? Everyone present went into an uproar as they heard this. Everyone thought that this guy had to have gone crazy. When Chen Feng saw their expressions, he understood how they felt. That was because when he'd seen the information provided by Qin Hai, his first thought had also been that this guy had gone crazy. It was no wonder that he was so well practiced with the power of Beyond. That wasn't something he had obtained from countless tests. Rather, that was because he was already Beyond a class. That was why he was able to demonstrate the power of Beyond in such a smooth manner, in such a flawless manner. That was because he was already a Beyond a class. What nonsense are you talking about? The head asked while shuddering. Instinctively, he glanced at said genetic warrior, the test subject in question, and asked in a low voice, he's not telling the truth, right? He's lying, right? The genetic warrior in question merely sighed as a response but did not say anything. His arrogance as a super expert would not allow him to actually spout lies out of his mouth. This was the final dignity of his person. As the rest saw this, their hearts chilled as they reached the conclusion that this was indeed true. Crazy. The entire world had gone crazy. Despite the importance of this Beyond X project, despite the historic significance of this project, before the research on the power of Beyond succeeded, a Beyond a class was still the strongest humanity had to offer. Essentially, this project had only been created to create more Beyond a classes, yet here, people were sacrificing Beyond a classes to conduct their research? They had never expected that something like this would happen. But now, the head asked the same question everyone was wondering. Why? Suddenly, the old man shouted, for humanity. Humanity is in a crisis. If we continue researching normally, we will require at least 10 years to succeed. Humanity can't afford to wait this long. By sacrificing only a single Beyond a class, we will be able to figure out what, exactly, the power of Beyond A class entails, what, exactly, the power of Beyond B class is. This is the first Beyond B class in existence. There is great significance in this research on him. He will lead humanity toward success. I only require a short amount of time to break through in my research. I am capable of creating history. Humanity will obtain a brand new future. Soon. I only need a little bit more time and I will most definitely be successful. The old man was shouting crazily. Chen Feng curled his lip. What nonsense! Don't put the label of humanity on your selfish desires. Obviously, you are doing this for the glory of having your name etched in the annals of history. Even if that's true, so what? There is no conflict between this and the goal of humanity. When both goals were laid before me, I knew that this was something I had to do. The old man appeared deranged. Therefore, when he returned with injuries, I drugged him to reduce his power level without him realizing it. In 10 short days, his level dropped to Beyond B class. Ha ha! The old man laughed crazily. As for Yuan Feng, he merely shut his eyes painfully. He had initially believed that the battle that had given him his injuries was what had caused his strength to drop. But when his strength had continued dropping all the way to B class, it had become clear who the one that had harmed him was. It was the very foster father that had raised him. Chen Feng sighed. Indeed. The only reason Qin Hai had felt that Yuan Feng was familiar was because when Qin Hai was leaving here after Chen Feng's test on him previously, he had stumbled upon Yuan Feng, who was on his way home. Next, a huge battle had erupted between them. Clearly, Yuan Feng had not been willing to let this ancient clan member off. As such, the eruption of a huge battle had been inevitable. Qin Hai had already held back, yet Yuan Feng was, after all, not a weak person. It would not have been easy to escape from him. As such, ultimately, Yuan Feng had returned with injuries from the battle. When he'd reached his foster father's place, it had turned out that his foster father was a demon-like person after all. His foster father was also a mad researcher. At that moment, the senses of the injured Yuan Feng had dropped drastically. Taking advantage of that, what everyone saw had happened. Chen Feng had, like a little butterfly waving its wings, created a butterfly effect from inviting Qin Hai over that ultimately resulted in this happening to Yuan Feng, a beyond-a-class warrior. Chen Feng recalled that when that had happened, his excess luck value was still being urged to do anything to ensure the success of this project? In short, his luck value had caused this, resulting in the creation of this perfect test subject, despite the extreme tendencies of that old man? No, all this must be a coincidence, Chen Feng convinced himself. What could one do when such a foster father existed? Take him, the head stated angrily. No, don't take me, the old man stated in a flustered manner. He shouted frantically, I never intended to harm Feng Er. He has only dropped to B class temporarily. As long as my research is completed, I will most definitely think of a way to recover his strength. I'm telling the truth. Feng Er, trust me. I will most definitely figure out a way to recover your strength. To ensure the accuracy of his research, the gene reagent he'd fed Yuan Feng to drop his strength had a permanent effect. That had been the only way to ensure that he could research the power of Beyond B class. Otherwise, if the B class power drop had only been a temporary effect while Yuan Feng was injured, with him still being a Beyond A class, would there have been a point in using him as the test subject? Everyone sighed. Was there a need for this? They looked at Yuan Feng and felt sad for him. This was a Beyond A class warrior who had battled for humanity in the past. Now, due to such a matter, he had been plotted against by his own foster father. This was truly. They all sighed and stared ahead, losing hope on his behalf. As a person abandoned by his biological father, he had cherished his relationship with his foster father more. As such, so long as it concerned the family of his foster father, he had provided any help he could. To help his foster father, he had strived to become stronger without stop. This firm belief was the very thing that had enabled him to ultimately become a Beyond A class. Alas, he had never expected that even after becoming an all-powerful Beyond A class, his foster father had ultimately still abandoned him. Once again, he had been abandoned. The atmosphere became dreadfully stifling. Everyone had a gloomy expression on their face. From great happiness to great sadness. Earlier, they had still believed that a beautiful future for humanity was within grasp, yet now, this seemed like it had been an illusion all along, an illusion that had been broken so very easily. How lamentable, how sad. And now, a problem faced them, what to do with Yuan Feng. Despite the fact that Yuan Feng as a person still had huge research value, with his status as a person who had once been a hero of humanity, who would actually dare take him as a test subject? People would be worried that this would result in all the other beyond-the-class warriors going on strike. At this moment, Yuan Feng stood and walked to a corner silently before sitting down, no longer raising his head. Everyone exchanged glances and did not dare disturb him. Start the third demonstration, then, the head muttered. Only now did everyone remember that there was still a third submission today. Once again, they prepared for the demonstration. As they took a look, they noted that the test subject this time was precisely the Baldy who had blocked an A-class attack earlier. Hold on. If this fellow was capable of blocking an A-class attack, was he really a B-class? The head started doubting. This wouldn't be another fraud, right? He had obviously been shocked crazy today. Instinctively, he looked at Chen Feng. If this was a fraud as well, there was no point in continuing this demonstration. Please check the 5th row on the first page of the submission form, Chen Feng stated dryly. The head and the others exchanged glances before looking over. Instantly, their eyes shone. That was because on that row, it was written that the main person in charge of this team was Chen Feng, and his research contribution was 80%. Their eyes shone. This is actually something researched by Chen Feng himself? Despite Chen Feng's tendencies to act in an unbridled manner, none here dared to look down on his production skills. After all, he was an excellent producer from the Gene Production Association. The preparations were completed. Begin. The demonstration was, in fact, a rather simple process. Su Fei merely swallowed down the gene reagent before transforming into a Super Saiyan. Active duration, 1 second. 1 second, dot. The head was dazed momentarily before recalling how the 3 seconds and 5 seconds earlier had both been fraudulent. This 1 second they were seeing was instead the real deal. There was no excitement or any other emotions. Everyone merely looked at the data in silence. After the great fluctuation in their mood earlier, now, they truly couldn't feel any excitement anymore. Or perhaps, their feelings were already numbed by now. It was confirmed that the active duration was 1 second. It was confirmed that the condition of the test subject remained well. It was confirmed that the power of Beyond was triggered. Everyone confirmed all the recorded data silently in an incomparably solemn manner. Next, with astonishment, they found out that almost everything recorded in the submission form was correct, flawless, even. This seems somewhat similar to Yuan Feng's fake record previously, but with a shorter active duration. The head looked at Su Fei in a somewhat worried manner. This fellow obviously possessed extraordinary strength. Moreover, he appeared so very ferocious. He wouldn't be yet another exploited person like Yuan Feng, right? Right at this instant, Chen Feng walked forth and stood silently in front of the data monitoring devices. Next, he took out a gold-colored gene reagent. Everyone blanked. What are you doing? Gulp. He swallowed the gene reagent down. Bang. A gold radiance erupted. The power of Beyond erupted, and instantly, the data on the screen went off the charts. Everyone widened their eyes. Hold on. Only now did they notice an extremely frightening matter. Your gene reagent, it works on everyone? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 511, Zhang Depeo's Plan. Chapter 511, Zhang Depeo's Plan. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Genetic Union. At a certain unremarkable corner, warehouse manager Zhang Depeo was aimlessly strolling through the virtual community. This uneventful occupation of his had truly granted him quite a lot of free time. His main job involved looking after the records of the transfer of goods. Regardless of who it was, so long as the person had the authority to move the goods, they could take said goods. Zhang Depeo himself had no authority whatsoever. To be precise, this warehouse manager was no different than a security guard. Who cares? After finishing work, I can go back to accompany you heir. Whenever he recalled the gentle whispers of Lady Yu'er, his heart burned hotly. Right at this instant, when his casual gaze landed on a certain shop, he blinked at what he saw. This. Zhang Depeo's eyes widened. Purchasing cyan grass in bulk, paying 999 yuan for each. A certain advanced producer requires a huge amount of cyan grass as part of their preparation to break through into master producer. There is no upper limit on the amount purchased. Offer only valid today. Zhang Depeo was alarmed when he saw this. He was aware of what cyan grass was. This was a rather rare medicinal herb. Due to the harsh requirements for the growth of this herb, the requirements for an environment capable of growing this herb were rather high. As such, the harvest of this herb had always been rather low in amount. Similarly, the demand for this herb was very low as well. Despite the low harvest, it still exceeded the demand. As such, this herb was ordinarily very cheap, priced at around 99 yuan. This time, the price had nearly increased by around 10 times. Zhang Depeo sighed endlessly. Breaking through into master producer, huh? Every single time some big-shot producer tried to break through into master producer, it resulted in the price of some random material skyrocketing. This was an extremely normal occurrence. If one was lucky enough to have a huge amount of the required material on hand, that person would profit greatly. If one had sold all of the required material just before this happened, then that person could only hide in some corner and cry. Schwa. Zhang Depeo entered the discussion forums and noted that a lot of people were talking about this. Damn it, just yesterday I sold 100 of them. Do you know that I sold 1,000 of them just yesterday? I even waited for an entire year only for the price to remain the same, so I was forced to sell them cheaply. Unexpectedly. Same here. Countless people were howling in grief. Everyone was aware that this high price would not remain long. The moment the producer broke through successfully or failed in their breakthrough, the price of sighing grass would readjust to its normal price. These people that were missing out on this were obviously suffering greatly. This type of investment is truly too difficult. Sigh. Countless people sighed. As for those who actually had some sighing grass in their possession, they were now happily making profits in silence. Yet another chance to become rich, Zhang Depeo lamented in envy. Whenever something like this happened, it never had any effect on him. He still remembered that, previously, an ex-classmate of his, one who had failed to even graduate from junior high school, had also earned a huge profit due to a similar event. Presently, that classmate was already a wealthy person with around 6 or 7 wives. As for Zhang Depeo, he was still a virgin. Zhang Depeo sighed. Why is it that something this good never happens to me? Just as he was about to turn around and leave, his heart jolted. Hold on, he seemed to remember that there was a huge amount of sighing grass in the warehouse of the Genetic Union. Indeed, that had to be the case. Zhang Depeo opened his management window hastily. Schwa! A screen popped out and a row of data appeared. Indeed. Zhang Depeo's eyes shone. Sighing grass. A huge amount of it. The warehouse of the Genetic Union was so huge nobody could begin to imagine its size. This was a place shrouded by a unique ability, capable of perfectly preserving all the goods stored here. This was a place that contained nearly all existing materials in this world. Some were valuable and could only be withdrawn by those with unique authority. Some were common materials that were withdrawn by quite a huge number of people on a daily basis. These materials were things Zhang Depeo had never dared to touch, but sighing grass was a material that was normally ignored by others. Schwa. He checked the data. The demand for sighing grass was rather low. Every month, there were 1 or 2 people who actually used it. Furthermore, rarely were there repeat withdrawers. As such, the section storing this herb was always fully stocked, with the amount reaching 100,000. Zhang Depeo felt his lips turn dry. 100,000. A single one of this herb was priced at around 1,000 yuan. With 100,000 of them, the price would be 100 million. This was an extremely huge amount of money. He would be able to sell them for such a price. Naturally, he did not have sufficient authority to freely withdraw materials from the Genetic Union's warehouse. However, he could abuse the authority he had to purchase them at a low price. Despite the fact that their warehouse was checked daily, the price of purchases was normally neglected. Zhang Depeo checked the price set by the Genetic Union. 50 yuan for each of them. This was only half the current market price. This was a benefit the Genetic Union accorded their members. 50 yuan. 100,000 herbs. To buy all of them, he would require 50 million yuan. Zhang Depeo definitely did not have that much cash on hand. However, he still decided to first purchase some of them and then continuing to buy more with the earned profit. He did not even need to clear the warehouse. He only needed to leave a small amount in it. That would do. As for the amount he cleared from the warehouse, he could slowly purchase from the market to replenish the warehouse after the producer finished his breakthrough and the price returned to normal. Zhang Depeo was overjoyed at this idea of his. He knew that this was a fortuitous encounter for him. He could already picture the scene of numerous wives beckoning him. With enough effort, a water hose could be transformed into a cannon. With a gamble, even a bicycle could be transformed into an aircraft carrier. I can do it. Zhang Depeo started calmly reflecting on his idea. Granted, the last time he had ever racked his brain this seriously was when he had been expelled after being caught peeping at his teacher bathing. He believed that this was an opportunity he could make use of. For himself and for Lady Yuer. Let's do it, then. He started his plan. Soon, a huge amount of sighing grass entered the market. Alarming everyone, nearly all the sighing grasses was purchased immediately afterward. Despite this, the price still remained at 999 yuan. Zhang Depeo stared at the first pile of cash he'd made and was now going crazy. This was the first time he had seen so much money before him, yet this pile of money had been made so very easily. It was even risk-free. Buy. Zhang Depeo continued his plan crazily. In the virtual community, some suspected that there were some tricks to this somewhere. After all, the demand for this sighing grass was seriously too huge this time. Will there be any problems? What problem could there be? Look, firstly, this morning, all the sighing grass that entered into the market was cleared almost instantly. Despite the fact that those big businesses normally have some in store, if the available stock worldwide were purchased instantly, it would still be an extremely astonishing amount. Moreover, whenever something like this happened in the past, the price only doubled, but this time, the price was astonishingly 10 times the original. Moreover, there is no purchase limit. And earlier, several huge batches of sighing grass were dumped into the market, yet they were still instantly purchased. This seems rather scary. You are saying that there might be a trick somewhere? This feels like the stock market, or perhaps this is some new scam. But then, I still can't see through it yet. In any case, stay prudent. True. Countless people were discussing this. The impact of sighing grass was increasing without stop. It was as the online communities had concluded. Normally, when someone tried breaking through into master producer, it would only cause the price to double. This time, it had increased by 10 times, with no upper limit to the amount purchased. A lot of people decided to apply a wait-and-see attitude for fear of this being a scam. Alas, there were still countless people getting involved in this business of selling sighing grass. These people had decided to not care whether this was a scam or not. With an increase of 10 times the original price, what was important was to first get the cash into their own hands. A lot of people even visited the sighing grass farms to purchase them in bulk. Some people did things such as purchasing the herbs at double the original price from those who had yet to realize what was happening, and so on. Something like this was supposed to be something people needed to be careful with, but right now, the Genetic Union was still busy producing the new gene reagent for their Beyond X project and did not have time to spare to deal with this. As such, the market was allowed to develop naturally and without any control. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 512, Naming and Such. Chapter 512, Naming and Such. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. At this time, at the Genetic Union, Feng had just swallowed the gene reagent. Everyone had an unbelieving gaze as they looked at the power of Beyond in Feng's body. This is Beyond? This gene reagent can be used by everyone? This is too unbelievable. The reason they found this unbelievable was because, to create a gene reagent usable by everyone, it was obvious that a huge amount of Beyond B classes and Beyond A classes were required as test subjects. Only with this would this be researched successfully after an unknown amount of time. And now. Bang! Everyone stood up. Do you have any other B classes here? Feng took out more gene reagents. They can come here and try this gene reagent as well. Have a feel themselves at the power of Beyond. A B-class employee walked forth in excitement. Let me try it. Bang! Gold radiance surged around him. Beyond B-class. Indeed, it was Beyond B-class. Everyone was in an uproar. Everyone was going insane as they saw this. Only at this moment did they realize what sort of terrifying thing Feng had created from his research. Despite the short active duration of 1 second, this gene reagent was nearly flawless. No overexertion or assistance of any sort was required to use his gene reagent. For this project, Feng's results were already the best. As long as the correct formula was in hand, they could immediately start mass production. This was the scariest aspect of Feng's research result. Doubts? How could one doubt this? Feng had directly taken out more than 10 gold-colored gene reagents. Anyone with doubts could try the gene reagent themselves. The doubters could feel how real the power of Beyond was by themselves after using the gene reagent. Their monitoring devices were fully activated, and all the harvested data indicated nothing but perfection.
A number of genetic warriors with different genetic abilities tried his gene reagents.
Even though C-class and D-class warriors tried the provided gene reagent and verified that they were in perfect condition.
The only flaw was the somewhat higher exhaustion of energy, but then, this could also be considered as a merit. After all, only an intense eruption of power would result in higher rate of exhaustion.
Ultimately, with trembling hands, the employee recorded down these words: universality, perfect. Doubts? There were no longer any doubts.
Chen Feng had directly provided more than 10 gene reagents for them to try as they wished.
This was completely different from the Manjuanshi earlier who had played all sorts of tricks. One could perhaps cheat when the test was conducted on one's own body, but could this apply to the bodies of others? Nope, it couldn't. Shortly after, this new gene reagent received full approval.
After being verified by the higher-ups of Genetic Union and Gene Production Association, they confirmed that this gene reagent would bring no harm to one's body. The Beyond X project was thus completed perfectly.
Bang! The entire Genetic Union was in an uproar. Everyone that knew what was happening was incomparably shocked.
They had indeed been hoping that this project would be completed sooner rather than later. However, they had never imagined that Chen Feng would use only 1 month to complete this astonishing accomplishment. Moreover, the very first submission of his was already a completed product.
Chen Feng.
Today, countless people muttered this name. Although a lot of people knew about the Star City battle some time ago, it still hadn't left too deep an impression on their minds. Now, though, they finally gained a clear understanding of this Chen Feng. Other aspects notwithstanding, when it came to production, this guy's skills were definitely top-notch, and nobody was capable of contending against him.
He has reached such a height?
Countless gene producers were in a daze. Even now, the memory of when Chen Feng had first arrived at Star City back then was still vivid in their minds.
How long had it been since then? The act of gene production seemed as easy as drinking water for Chen Feng.
With the early completion of this Beyond X project, the Genetic Union acted decisively and appointed Chen Feng as the general manager of this project. He was in charge of the follow-up projects, improving the gene reagent, and the launch of subsequent projects.
Everyone would now have to listen to Chen Feng's commands.
Naturally, after the Genetic Union's research, the exact effect of this new gene reagent was completely dug out. Although Chen Feng had created this new gene reagent, when it comes to pure research on a specific gene reagent, he was still somewhat lacking compared to the experienced researchers. Gene reagent name: temporarily unnamed.
Function: triggers the power of Beyond. Active duration: 1 second.
Main effect 1: triggers the power of Beyond, pushing the user into a Beyond X state and increasing the user's power greatly. Main effect 2: enables a regular genetic warrior to start contemplating the power of Beyond in advance. Every single usage of this gene reagent can potentially increase the user's understanding of the power of Beyond. The gain of comprehension on the power of Beyond was an unexpected harvest for Chen Feng. As the very first edition, Chen Feng had had rather low expectation for this gene reagent. Unexpectedly, a formula created with the assistance of Luck Aura was actually so powerful. This was truly a perfect gene reagent. From here on, they would mostly aim at increasing the active duration, increasing how much comprehension the user gained, and so on. It was clear that 1 second was not the limit. So far, Chen Feng had merely combined the power of energy and the physical body. If other aspects, such as blood and other different powers, were added to the equation as well, something entirely different might be created as well. Naturally, Chen Feng did not intend to get involved in such research personally.
What joke was that?
Merely combining the research results of physical body and energy had exhausted all the luck value he had saved over a month.
If he had to combine the result with even more research results, he would probably not have any leftover luck value for an entire year.
For him, the most important thing was this effect of allowing the user to gain comprehension on the power of Beyond.
Next to this, nothing else seemed as important.
Soon, Chen Feng came up with a decision.
I can just let the BC team deal with it.
He had decided to use the BC team as the core team members. The other teams would assist in their research. With this, the follow-up plans for this new gene reagent would be implemented, aiming for the creation of an even better gene reagent. Beyond Chen Feng's expectations, after figuring out all the functions of this new gene reagent, an argument broke out, as those fellows were trying to name this new gene reagent.
I think calling it Chen Feng reagent is very good. No, that's too blunt.
How about calling it the Feng tip reagent?
How about Mount Feng reagent?
No, this name is already taken by a breast enlargement reagent.
How about we change it around, Feng Chen reagent?
Why not call it wind dust, then? You must have gone to those places way too much.
1. You are the one who has been to those places way too much. Even if that's true, so what?
They nearly started fighting then and there. As Chen Feng heard their arguments, he did not know whether to laugh or cry.
To show their respect for him, the name had to be related to Chen Feng in some form?
The mere thought of this caused Chen Feng's head to ache. Chen Feng started imagining the scene where two people battled each other before suddenly shouting, "Look at my Chen Feng gene reagent." Based on Chen Feng's estimations, this gene reagent would most probably end up as a gene reagent that was mass distributed.
Would his portrait and name be printed everywhere then? No, he was not the godmother, no. Chen Feng vetoed their proposals decisively.
As he looked at the project name, in a firm manner, he decided on Beyond X as the name for this gene reagent. Despite the fact that this X had merely signified the unknown at the start of this project, Chen Feng quite liked it. In any case, this was better than allowing these people to keep messing around and coming up with weird names. Ultimately, it was decided that this gene reagent would be named Beyond X Gene Reagent, with Chen Feng credited as the inventor. Next, they would have to decide on the copyright of the formula. Despite the fact that this was something researched by Chen Feng had to take into consideration the participation of the BC team, the huge amount of resources invested by the Genetic Union, and the fact that this formula was simply too valuable, so valuable that one couldn't begin to price it. After all, possessing this copyright would be equivalent to possessing the greatest wealth of humanity. This single fact alone was sufficient to cause people to go crazy over it. All the higher-ups of the Genetic Union, Gene Production Association, and Research Agency, in addition to countless other people, were focusing on the piece of incredibly delicious cake in Chen Feng's hands. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 513, You Must Be Kidding Me. Chapter 513, You Must Be Kidding Me. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. You guys are fighting with us over this?
This is originally something belonging to us, the Gene Production Association.
What nonsense. This is something produced here at our Genetic Union.
Don't forget the fact that you guys are only temporarily staying here. Even your migration from Star City was with our help.
Since you dared to say those words, would you believe me if I said that even if you guys obtained the formula, you guys would not be able to produce a single one of the new gene reagents?
At this, the person from the Genetic Union sank into silence, realizing that he had been too excessive in his words. As both their organizations were reliant on each other, if the Genetic Union truly wanted to bully others with force, the Gene Production Association would most certainly be capable of teaching them a hard lesson.
Wanting to produce gene reagents without the Gene Production Association's support? That was naive. The Genetic Union people decided to change the topic. Let's not talk about this for now.
The copyright should belong to us, as all the materials used during the research were supplied by us.
The
people from the Gene Production Association merely sneered at this.
Due to this, the two parties were in conflict. The people from the research agency wanted to get involved but noted that they couldn't find any justifiable arguments to declare that the copyright should belong to them. Realizing that, they declared, a formula like this should belong to the entirety of humanity.
The people from the research agency spoke earnestly. Regardless of which party it is that obtains the copyright for this, it will be unfair to humanity. Therefore, I propose that the copyright for this formula should belong to everyone. Scram, the Gene Production Association berated without politeness. The research agency was merely trying to get a piece of the cake for themselves as well. Now, the conflict between two parties expanded into a conflict between three parties.
None of them were willing to give up on the formula.
The Genetic Union was rationalizing that this formula had been created using their materials. After all, it was common sense that the produced item should belong to those who had provided the materials. It was undisputed that all the materials here had been provided by the Genetic Union. That was the reason the Genetic Union felt it reasonable and fair to fight over this formula despite the fact that they had never dabbled in gene production. The Gene Production Association rationalized that this was a formula created by Chen Feng. The Gene Production Association was willing to pay for whatever materials Chen Feng had used in the course of his research. After all, Chen Feng was part of the Gene Production Association's management. Despite the fact that his authority was still limited, he was still considered part of the association.
As such, why should the Genetic Union be the one to obtain this formula? This seemed to be a rather justifiable argument as well. As for the research agency, MHM,
they had also participated in the project this time, but they were aware of how low their skill level was. As such, without any hesitation, they dragged all other powers together and proposed that this formula should belong to humanity. By banding together with various other powers, they were capable of temporarily resisting the Genetic Union and Gene Production Association. Due to this, the three parties had been arguing for hours yet had failed to reach a conclusion.
This is meaningless.
Why not ask Chen Feng, the Gene Production Association suggested.
Let's listen to what he has to say then. The Genetic Union did not comment much on it.
If Chen Feng was allowed to decide, the copyright would most certainly land in the hands of the Gene Production Association.
Since they were the supplier for all the materials used, they would most certainly not give up on the copyright. Based on the laws, even if Chen Feng insisted on taking the copyright away, the most he could own was 50% of the copyright. This was fixed in the laws. If that person disagreed, he would lose even the publishing rights. This formula will most certainly be ours, the Genetic Union vowed solemnly. The research agency was also preparing for another round of fighting.
Alas, surprising all of them, just as they were still arguing over the copyright, Chen Feng submitted an application for the copyright of the formula.
After automatic vetting by the system, the submission was actually approved.
Beyond X Gene Reagent copyright owner, Chen Feng.
What? The Genetic Union was bursting with rage. How dare Chen Feng ignore the copyright laws like this?
They had invested materials worth several $100 million to establish several dozen teams, which had ultimately led to the creation of this formula.
Why was it that they didn't obtain even a tiny bit of ownership over this new formula? This was too excessive.
They were aware of Chen Feng's huge contribution and they found that respectable as well.
However, even if they couldn't obtain full ownership over the copyright, they should have obtained at least 50% ownership over the copyright, no? With that, they would be able to profit from it. As they thought of the profit they stood to gain from this, the Genetic Union became furious. As for the Gene Production Association and the research agency, they were stupefied for quite a while as well. It was beyond their expectations that this Chen Feng was actually so ferocious as to directly grab the copyright for himself. We are calling for an arbitration. Let's get the copyright department involved in this. Chen Feng is being too excessive this time. Some of the higher-ups in the Genetic Union were incredibly dissatisfied with this.
Yes, Chen Feng had indeed contributed greatly by creating this formula, but could the contributions of the Genetic Union, who had supplied all the materials, be ignored? Moreover, the participation of those beyond the classes had to be taken into consideration as well. Each of them was equivalent to an extremely terrifying resource. For this matter, they had maintained their respect for Chen Feng, yet Chen Feng did not seem to have any sort of sincerity when dealing with them and had taken the entire formula for himself. Is he thinking that he is the greatest of all? The Genetic Union was established through numerous battles. All the A classes and beyond A classes here were those who contributed greatly to humanity. A lot of them sacrificed even their lives for humanity. This is not a matter of politics. Rather, we must fight for what is rightfully ours. This formula must be ours. The copyright department of the Genetic Union started making their moves speedily. Alas, when the people from the copyright department went over, they failed to even meet Chen Feng and were directly given a receipt that listed numerous items and concluded with a sum of money at the bottom.
What is this?
They studied it and noted that these were precisely the expenses of Chen Feng's group when they had been researching this project.
Why has he issued this thing to us? Is he thinking that by paying us the cost of the materials, all will be fine? How ridiculous. The people from the copyright department were just about to berate Chen Feng's thinking before an assistant pointed out the time of repayment listed on the receipt. It turned out that Chen Feng had paid them this sum of money before the tests had even started. This is...
Their eyes widened abruptly.
Could it be? They immediately checked the latest records of Chen Feng's item retrieval application form.
Their faces paled at what they saw.
The reason for this?
From the start, Chen Feng had never used a single material provided by the Genetic Union. Everything listed on the receipt had been purchased by Chen Feng at market price. With Chen Feng's identity, even if he wasn't participating in the project, he would still have the rights to purchase these materials. The people from the copyright department were dumbfounded.
He has been using his own money all along? This.
If he had been funding his research with his own money.
That doesn't matter. The equipment he used was supplied by us, right? Don't forget that our equipment is the most advanced on the market.
At this, they continued reading and noticed a long rental contract. On the contract, it was written that Chen Feng had rented the listed equipments for a period of 2 months, and the amount paid was listed clearly as well.
Schwa! Instantly, they all sank into silence. Rental? Why was there even such thing? Oh. This seems to be because Chen Feng's was the last team and was organized at the last minute.
At that time, all our supplied equipment had already been distributed to the other teams. As such, Chen Feng had no choice but to rent more equipments for his own usage. As they thought about it, they seemed to recall that when that happened, they had even held a celebration to celebrate this huge amount of money they had earned from Chen Feng by merely renting some equipment to him. Well, at the very least, he used our Beyond-a-Class warriors, right? Someone said suddenly.
He hadn't used their materials or equipment, but their manpower had been used by him, right? Next, they started checking the records for Chen Feng's manpower application form.
Indeed, he had applied for a Beyond-a-Class warrior to help in his research. Alas, the application had all been rejected. Therefore, officially, Chen Feng hasn't used anything provided by the Genetic Union at all, but
they did not dare to believe this. Was this a joke?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 514, The Generous Chen Feng. Chapter 514, The Generous Chen Feng. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. That's right, one of them answered with a sigh.
Renting and paying by himself, Chen Feng seemed like he had already known of his success in advance and had prepared everything, to the point the others couldn't find any valid justification to grab ownership of the copyright.
How could they compete against him, then? They no longer had any excuses to do so. They all sighed. What should we do now, then?
It is no longer possible to fight for ownership now. The only thing we can do is to try to prevent this copyright from being a private possession. Although everyone respects him, such a formula should not be allowed to be privately owned.
Ultimately, Chen Feng is still the creator of this formula.
We shall allow him to keep 49% of the ownership, with the profits divided accordingly to him as well.
However, the copyright should belong to the entirety of humanity instead.
This was the result of their discussion. Since Chen Feng's status was too great, nobody wanted to snatch the entire ownership from him. They were hoping that through this method, the ownership could be nationalized. The right to 49% of the profits was the highest honor they could grant Chen Feng for his contribution. Alas, before they could even do anything about him, a public announcement was released by Chen Feng. He insisted that in the spirit of contributing toward humanity as a whole, he rejected the notion of him owning this formula privately. Rather, he decided to donate this formula to the Gene Production Association so it could become one of their core formulas.
Countless people exclaimed in admiration.
Worthy of being an excellent producer indeed. His generosity is unmatched. I hereby apologize to Chen Feng for the misunderstandings I had about him in the past. This formula he has donated is something akin to a priceless treasure.
Once again, Chen Feng's reputation skyrocketed. The Genetic Union was dumbfounded. What in the world? He directly donated it to the Gene Production Association?
The higher-ups of the Gene Production Association were nearly overjoyed to death when they saw this news. If the ownership were kept in Chen Feng's hands, it might be somewhat problematic to keep, but the moment the ownership landed in their hands, the Genetic Union would no longer be able to take it away from them.
Ha ha. Seems like we won.
The members of the Gene Production Association were incomparably pleased. As for the people from the Genetic Union and the research agency, they all had expressions of disgust on their faces.
They truly couldn't understand how Chen Feng's brain worked.
They would still have allowed Chen Feng to keep 49% of the ownership. Why in the world had he decided to give it all to the Gene Production Association?
Did he truly not want to profit even a tiny bit from it? Was he truly so selfless? They truly couldn't understand it.
Unknown to them, at this time, Old Man Ho Liang was staring at the higher-ups of the Gene Production Association with an expression of disgust as well. That was because, once again, Chen Feng had made a huge contribution to the association. This, combined with his contribution during the Star City battle, meant the association no longer had anything they could reward him with. The only thing they could do was increase his contribution points without stop. Toward the end, with astonishment, they noted that Chen Feng's contribution points were now off the charts. Among the management, thanks to his contribution points, Chen Feng's authority directly increased to the point that his authority surpassed everyone, including the president. Based on the structure of the Gene Production Association, those with higher authority were the ones who controlled those with lower authority.
Now, this signified that even the president no longer had any authority over Chen Feng.
Even if Chen Feng was still a low-profile excellent producer, even if Chen Feng was still keeping to himself, the contributions he had made had already surpassed everyone in the association, transforming him into an extremely unique existence among the management of the association.
This was an existence unsurpassed and unmanageable. Even the president could no longer command Chen Feng. Donating it to the association? Contributing to humanity selflessly? What bullshit! Who was he trying to lie to? It was no wonder that this fellow had acted so decisively when donating the formula to the association.
Thanks to him contributing this formula, he had been catapulted into a position of supreme power second to none in the association.
As for the authority over this formula in the association,
Ho Liang turned on the screen. This formula that officially belonged to the Gene Production Association in their system could only be controlled by those with authority reaching 98 points, yet presently, even their president only had an authority of 95 points.
The only person possessing the required authority to actually control this formula was Chen Feng. Ho Liang sighed. How shameless.
He looked at the masses that were raining praise upon Chen Feng and felt extremely helpless.
He couldn't actually go out and tell them that Chen Feng was, in fact, the supreme leader of the Gene Production Association now, right?
Unless Chen Feng told the public himself, nobody in the association would dare make this announcement.
Ding!
Suddenly, his wristband buzzed.
Ho Liang glanced at it.
His authority had increased by 6 points. From 80 points to 86 points. As for his official position, he had been elevated from acting deputy president to deputy president.
Ho Liang smiled bitterly. This kid.
This was truly something nobody had expected. That was because, under normal circumstances, nobody could ever achieve such a high level of contribution in the association.
The Star City battle could not be considered too excellent a contribution as far as the genetic union was considered.
However, for the Gene Production Association, the contributions in regards to the Star City battle were extremely important. After all, that was the base of the Gene Production Association. From the initial migration to the final ambush, Chen Feng's plan had played an extremely important role. If it was only this much, it wouldn't have been too excessive. However, during that battle, the appearance of Chen Feng, Su Fei, Kong Bai, and Wang Yao were the main factors that affected the result of the entire battle. And all these people had only appeared thanks to Chen Feng. As such, Chen Feng had indeed made an astonishing level of contribution toward the association, and now, with this Beyond X project, Chen Feng's contribution was even clearer. The act of completing the research was a totally different notion compared to the act of shortening the duration of completion to a short 1 month. This was the reason that had caused Chen Feng to have such unbelievably high contribution. In the long history of the Gene Production Association, this was the first time something like this had happened.
Ho Liang was somewhat anxious. I wonder if the president will go mental because of this.
Alas, when he turned his screen on and tried to contact the president, he discovered that the president's name was grayed out.
This signified that the president couldn't be contacted. Ho Liang frowned. This again.
It had been 10 whole years. The contribution points of their presidents had not increased since then. This was also the reason Chen Feng had been able to surpass the president's contributions.
Nobody had any idea what their president was doing. Severing connection.
Perhaps this had been normal during ancient times, but now, they were in the genetic era.
This wasn't supposed to be possible.
Only by entering some unique locations where the signal was severed would this happen. Otherwise, the energy chip in the wristband was sufficient to ensure the wristband would keep operating until the end of time. Ho Liang recalled that the last time the president had contacted him, it had been about his promotion. After that, the president had gone missing.
Ho Liang sighed. President. Where exactly are you?
His wristband buzzed. As Ho Liang saw the list sent by Chen Feng, Ho Liang could only shake his head with a bitter smile.
It seemed like he was going to be busy again.
In the past, he had been the one issuing missions to Chen Feng. Now, though, it had become Chen Feng issuing him missions. The reversal of roles gave Ho Liang a rather inexplicable feeling. Presently, the research on this Beyond X project had reached the final stage as well. Chen Feng had indeed created the perfect gene reagent.
However, this was far from enough.
To ensure that this gene could truly be made common for the entire humanity, more advanced technological advancements were required. For example, technology capable of differentiating different lifeforms. You must realize how powerful this thing is. If even the devil race and ancient race can use it, this thing will be rendered pointless to us humans. Only if this is something only humans can use will it display its true worth. Therefore, lifeform differentiation technology is required in order to differentiate between species and ensure that only humans can use it. And thus, the formula was modified and numerous items were added into it. With the participation of the best researchers worldwide, this formula became even more complicated. This was only one of the special functions added to this formula. Apart from this, the produced gene reagent had to have some sort of encryption built in as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 515, What in the world? This plan works? Chapter 515, What in the World? This plan works. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish.
Something like encryption was a must, they had no other options. These days, there was no lack of experts among the ancient and devil races. In this world, there were way too many freaks. A lot of people could determine the used materials after taking only a single sip of the gene reagent. Therefore, to prevent the ancient and devil races from obtaining this formula, encryption had to be added. And thus, the encryption function was added to the formula. The initially simple formula had now turned extremely complicated. It was so complicated now that even Feng, the inventor, could no longer fully understand the formula. Not only that, they were also trying to add in other functions, such as a devil taming function, devil castrating function, and so on. By adding a minute amount of certain unique elements, it might be possible to cause devil race members that consumed this gene reagent to submit to humanity or lost their ability to breed. One particular researcher even added a female transformation function into the gene reagent. He recommended that this gene reagent be marketed to all species worldwide and that the gene reagents for the ancient race and devil race be the modified version that induced a female transformation. With this, slowly, all of the ancient race and devil race members would become a single gender, thus robbing them of their ability to reproduce. At that time, perhaps Chen Hai would be one of the female bosses of the ancient race.
Feng noted his thoughts swaying everywhere and cleared his mind.
Even if the feasibility of this plan was ignored, way too much time would be required for it to take effect. By the time the entire ancient race and devil race became a single gender, humanity would have long since been destroyed. One had to know that the moment the devil race and ancient race, which were already so strong, erupted with the power of beyond, humanity would have no way of dealing with them. Naturally, this was merely one of the many suggested modifications to the formula. Apart from this, all sorts of other unique and bizarre functions were recommended to be added to the gene reagent. As Feng listened to the suggestions, he started sweating and hastily stopped them.
What joke was this? What did they take this gene reagent for? They wanted to add everything to it?
He could ignore the idea of female transformation, but who in the world was the one who suggested adding a comfort increase function to the gene reagent?
Did that fellow think they were cooking food, thus requiring spices? And the fellow who suggested the weight loss function, what, did he think that this was some weight loss gene reagent? By using the Beyond X reagent, one could lose weight at the same time? What the hell?
Everyone proposed without stop.
Boss, I think these ideas are feasible. Yeah, there's nothing bad about adding them anyway. The more the better. Shut up! Feng bellowed.
Theoretically, what they had suggested was indeed not wrong, but with their suggestions, the effects of this Beyond X formula would be too huge, surpassing the initial purpose of this formula.
What would they do about the cost and difficulty of production, then? If the final formula was too complicated, how were producers supposed to produce them?
One ought to remember that even the basic version of this formula was something only an advanced producer could produce. If all sorts of functions were added, thus increasing the production difficulty, it might ultimately result in master producers being the only ones capable of producing it. If so, how were they supposed to mass produce it, then? How were they supposed to spread this thing across the world? If they focused too much on these added functions, they might lose sight of the bigger picture. Feng studied it attentively and noted that even now, the formula was almost unacceptably complicated already. After pondering the matter, he decided to clear up a bunch of the formula's added functions.
This won't do.
Without hesitation, Feng commanded, apart from the basic lifeform differentiator, remove all other functions.
In the formula, apart from the core effect, this is the only added function that will stay. All right.
Only at this did they start progressing with the project.
3 days later, the true Beyond X gene reagent was produced.
This was the result of the research of Feng and the best researchers worldwide, an almost flawless support gene reagent.
Name, Beyond X.
Function, triggers the power of beyond.
Active duration, 1 second.
Main effect 1, triggers the power of beyond, pushing the user into a Beyond X state and increasing the user's power greatly. Main effect 2, enables a regular genetic warrior to start contemplating the power of beyond in advance. Every single usage of this gene reagent can potentially increase the user's understanding of the power of beyond.
Limitation 1, only usable by humans. Very good. Next, we shall enter the mass marketing stage.
Now that Feng was the overseer of this project, his words were akin to commands that nobody could go against.
The second command released by him also alarmed everyone. Now, they were going to enter the advanced purchase stage for this formula.
That's right, advanced purchase. In the Gene Production Association's exchange window, Chen directly set up a Beyond X formula exchange section. He was truly planning to make this formula available to the public. The Genetic Union was the first to object to this. This won't do. What about the Devil Race and Ancient Race? Despite the fact that in the exchange system, only advanced producers and above who were registered with the Gene Production Association could trade for this formula, with the strength of both the Ancient Race and the Devil Race, it wouldn't be too difficult for them to sneak in and obtain the formula for themselves. At that time, the humanity's biggest secret, their core technology, would fall into their enemies' hands. Feng's act of removing the encryption function from the formula was already something that caused others to become furious. Now, he was even making the formula public? Had he gone crazy? Feng shook his head. Don't worry. He was a person who once went to an era long gone. As such, he had a much deeper understanding of the Devil Race than others did. During that barbaric era, it was simply impossible for a gene producer to actually appear among the Devil Race, let alone a gene producer capable of analyzing their formula, improving it, and producing a version specifically for the Devil Race. As such, the function restricting the usage of this gene reagent to only humans was already sufficient. In a straightforward manner, Feng stated, "Do remember that the reagent produced by me, Feng, is something impossible to be thoroughly deciphered. You guys have all studied this formula as well, so please do tell me, have any of you been successful in thoroughly deciphering it?" As the others heard this, they blushed with shame. Only now did they realize that if even they couldn't do it, how could the Devil Race and Ancient Race, neither of whom had any sort of production association, accomplish it? It was nearly impossible. Very good. Feng was very satisfied with their response. If the headquarters of the Gene Production Association alone were in charge of producing this gene reagent, it would not be sufficient for humanity. Only by making the formula public and allowing all advanced producers and above to participate would this new gene reagent be truly widespread, truly transforming into a gene reagent of the people. The next day, the exchange was formally open to the public. The numerous major powers worldwide had begun preparing for this long ago. Almost all these powers had advanced producers in their ranks. As such, the moment they obtained the formula, they could start production immediately. The increase in the strength of humanity was imminent. Despite the heartache one felt when looking at the high price of the formula, for the sake of a better future, all the producers clenched their teeth and purchased it. Obtained. Everyone checked their purchased formula in excitement. Raw materials. Production sequence. Production course. Potential problems. This was an incredibly detailed document. Feng had documented all potential problems in the course of production in it, giving the readers quite a pleasant feeling as they read it, so pleasant that nearly all advanced producers were done familiarizing themselves with the formula within a few minutes. Alas, when they were about to start production, they encountered trouble. Crescent moon grass, available. Blackberry juice, available. This is available as well. Meshem, this, sighing grass? It's a rather rare herb, but the rarity is still at an acceptable level. Alas, as they was about to purchase the material, they were all alarmed. That was because the sighing grass that had previously been priced at 99 yuan had increased rapidly in price to 999 yuan. Moreover, the scariest aspect of this was the fact that this herb had been swept clean from the market, and now, one couldn't even buy it even if one had the money for it. The price of 999 yuan seemed like a joke now. Perhaps even 10 times 9,999 yuan would only grant one a mere possibility of obtaining this herb. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 516, The Despairing Department Head. Chapter 516, The Despairing Department Head. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. This. Why was this happening? The various major powers were dumbfounded. The scarcity of this sighing grass caught them off guard. After all, previously, this herb had not been commonly used. Even if there was a lack of stock, nobody would truly be bothered. Now, though, the various major powers were going crazy. Even if they were willing to pay more to purchase this herb, the available stock was still too little in amount. Even after buying all available herbs on the market, they still couldn't produce much of the new gene reagent. Right at this instant, suddenly, a small gene store suddenly started selling sighing grass. How much? It's priced at 99,999 yuan. The hell? Has this guy gone crazy from being too poor? Should we give up, then? Give up my ass. Buy it. Buy it all. The various major powers all pounced on the market like beasts, afraid that the stock would be cleared if they were any slower. Next, with astonishment, they noted that even after several 100 million yuan was wasted purchasing these herbs, there was still available stock.
There's more?
The big shots, with their keen senses, noted that something seemed off.
After contacting their friends, they noted that almost everyone had purchased a huge amount of sighing grass. How much have you bought?
Around 1,000.
Wang Lin was not bothered by that amount. How about you? Ma Teng sighed. 2 times your amount. How about Su Yin?
Su Yin's face darkened.
Triple. Zhou Hong's heart ached. 5 times. Ding Shi had an unsightly expression as well. 6 times.
Jack Ma tried to make a light joke to reduce the tense atmosphere before reporting the amount he'd purchased. I bid, landlord, 1 mm, I bought 10 times that amount. Apart from them, all the other powers of differing sizes had also exhausted a huge amount of wealth to purchase the sighing grass just so they could be the first to produce the new gene reagent. Each of them might not have had too much money individually, but when the amount was combined. As everyone exchanged glances and looked at the green light signifying a still healthy stockpile of sighing grass in this store, their expressions became terrifyingly dark. If their guesses were correct, they had probably landed in a huge scam, an abyss of a scam so deep that the depths couldn't be seen. At this time, while the various powers were conflicted, the genetic union was instead rather relaxed.
Please give us some sighing grass, the research agency begged. The genetic union showed no trace of politeness. Scram!
They still remembered how these fellows hadn't been on their side previously when they'd been fighting over the copyright of the new formula.
You guys have so much in your storage anyway, so much that you guys can't even finish it. The research agency wasn't the least bothered with the genetic union's attitude.
After all, the market price of sighing grass was now so expensive that one couldn't even begin to imagine it. As such, the only way of purchasing it at a cheaper price was by purchasing it from the genetic union. After all, the difference between 50 yuan and 99,999 yuan was incredibly large, a difference of nearly 2,000 times.
The genetic union directly rejected them.
Not now, but one day, they will still be finished.
The person from the research agency smiled. Please don't be like this. We should help each other. You should let us have at least some of your stock, right? How about half your stock? Hey, don't go. How about 40% of your stock? Even 30% will do. Hey, bro. 20%. Please, just 20% will do.
I will purchase it at 10 times your price.
How about it, am I sincere enough?
The people of the genetic union merely sneered at this. After all, even 10 times the price was still 500 yuan. Presently, the market price was 99,999 yuan.
What a shameless fellow. Sigh, 20 times? For only 10% of your stock?
I seem to remember that the current market price is 99,999 yuan, right? Stated the genetic union unhurriedly. And thus, the manager of the procurement department of both parties started bargaining crazily.
Unfortunately, the genetic union was unwilling to take a single step back. A price of 50,000 each for 10% of the amount we have in our storage. This was the most the genetic union could do. The research agency found this unacceptable. That is not possible. Although the market price is 99,999 yuan, nobody is buying it at all right?
Even now, it's still for sale in the virtual community and the stock level is still green. This signifies that nobody is buying it at all, as the stock isn't reducing. I think that after a day or two, the price will readjust to the normal level. That's none of our business. The genetic union was unwilling to compromise. Ultimately, the research agency could only leave in disappointment. Right at this moment, the employee in charge of checking the stock level of the genetic union's warehouse returned with a dark expression. His report stupefied everyone present. The head of the procurement department was stupefied. What are you saying? The sighing grass is gone. The employee continued with an unsightly expression, there's only 100 left. Schwa. Everyone lapsed into silence. Have you checked wrongly? The head checked the data on his screen. Here, it clearly shows that the storage is still full. Moreover, the first instant after obtaining the formula, we forbade the sale of sighing grass. I know. The employee had also been shocked when he'd first seen it. As such, he'd immediately launched an investigation and discovered something that caused him to not know whether to laugh or cry. Based on our investigation, the warehouse manager personally bought the sighing grasses in our storage and then resold it at the market. Since this herb was rarely used previously and had a cheap price, it went unnoticed. The head almost fainted then and there. Sold them? Even the eyes of the person from the research agency beside them were wide open as well.
Wow, how dramatic.
The head cleared his mind from the shock shortly after.
Where's the money, then?
Despite the herb being sold, the money should still be around. Based on the current price of sighing grass, it had to have been sold for an extremely huge price. If they could repurchase the sold herbs with the money obtained previously, they shouldn't suffer too huge a loss.
Oh.
The employee paused before cautiously saying, when he sold the sighing grass, the Beyond X formula had yet to appear.
At that time.
He flipped the data around and continued, the price was 999 yuan.
Bang!
Blood rushed to the brain of the head, who almost fainted then and there.
Sold at 999 yuan?
But the current market price was 99,999 yuan.
The hell?
A disparity of almost 100 times.
As for the research agency person to the side, he was rejoicing in the calamity of others. TSK, the genetic union had a habit of hiring and providing for employees without much value. Now look what that had led to.
How much did he sell? The head asked while shuddering. Based on what he said, at first, he merely planned to sell half of what we had in the warehouse. Subsequently, as he saw that this herb was truly pricey, he sold more and more, and without realizing it, only 100 was left in the warehouse. Based on our investigation into his bank account, 100,000 sighing grass was sold, the employee concluded.
The department head's legs weakened. 100,000? Based on present market price.
Suddenly, he felt like this was the end of his career as the head of the department. The head raged.
I want to kill him.
Now, he felt like swallowing that person whole.
We have already captured him.
You can do it anytime you want, the employee stated coldly.
The head gnashed his teeth. Good. Unfortunately, being angry wouldn't help much at this time.
Despite the huge potential loss, if they tried to recover the money that person had gained from his sales, this amount that neared hundreds of millions was still quite huge. Have you recovered the money from him? The head asked instinctively. The employee paused before answering awkwardly. When we arrived, he had already spent all the money. The head was dumbfounded.
Spent?
Yes, the employee replied with a bitter smile. The head found this inconceivable.
How did he spend that much money?
The hell, cash nearing 100 million, even he wouldn't know how to spend that all within a few short days, let alone a normally poor warehouse manager.
The employee checked the record.
Oh. Based on our investigation, he has recently been in frequent contact with a female streamer called Yuer. The amount he tipped this female streamer reached the tens of millions.
Tens of millions.
The head roared inwardly, wondering if that person's brain was made of shit. What about the remaining 90 million, then? He asked while shuddering. The employee answered, he bought a villa in the capital, paying for it partially. The head was somewhat doubtful. How about the rest of the payment?
The rest? The employee checked the data.
The rest of the money for the villa has not yet been fully paid. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 517, this scheme is too excessive. Chapter 517, this scheme is too excessive. Translator, Limest editor, Tenish. The department head couldn't react to this new revelation. MHM.
The employee explained, the villas in the capital are priced at around 90 million per villa. That Zhang DePeo was obviously not aware of the market price. As such, after signing the contract, the miscellaneous fees such as taxes and so on pushed the price beyond 100 million. As such, he still owes them around 20 million for the villa. At this, the head finally despaired for real.
Can we ask for a refund of the money? He asked expectantly.
Not possible, the employee replied. That guy went totally crazy after earning some cash. He paid for a bunch of male and female celebrities and started a crazy party at the villa. Next, his actions were reported by a multitude of people. Now, his villa has already been put forth as the guarantee on his unpaid loan and has presently entered the liquidation stage. This time, the head despaired for real. It was over. It was all over. They no longer had any sighing grass, nor could they even recover the profits from the sale of the sighing grass. The other relevant parties had already gotten started with production. He could already see the future that awaited him if they were unable to supply the materials in time.
Bang!
His brain jolted furiously, and he almost fainted then and there. He turned around and saw the person from the research agency, who was enjoying the show. At that, he recovered somewhat from his shock. Perhaps, he still had a chance at salvaging this. The head braced himself and walked over.
Hey, bro. The person from the research agency rejected him without a trace of politeness. Scram. The head's face seemed to thicken considerably as he shamelessly asked, I seem to remember that you still have some in your storage, right? We only have several thousand. How is that comparable to your stock of 100,000? The person from the research agency sneered. Where was the arrogance displayed earlier? Come on, share some with us. Scram. Bro, please. Scram. Master, please. Scram. Father, please give me some sighing grass. Grandpa, I hereby kneel down to pay my respects to you. Ultimately, the genetic union unexpectedly succeeded in obtaining around 1,000 sighing grass from the research agency. This was still quite a small amount, though. Nobody knew what had happened to result in this. However, based on the brief description of the person from the research agency, the head of the genetic union's procurement department was truly excessively shameless. If he truly had to describe what had happened during the negotiation process, he could only describe it with the phrase, shocking the eye and astonishing the heart. Naturally, apart from the Zhang de Peo's punishment, the fellow that had previously caused the price of the sighing grass to increase by using that breaking through to master producer as an excuse wouldn't be let off either. Investigate this. This is an unfair monopoly of the market. This is a financial scam. I am going to kill that person. The fury of the genetic union was now aimed in a different direction. They did not even need any solid evidence. So long as they found out who that fellow was, they would let that fellow know what the strongest organization in the world, the genetic union, was made of. With the enormous power of the genetic union, they indeed managed to find out the truth soon enough. Alas, the truth was truly too alarming, to the point where, ultimately, they could only keep their mouths shut despite knowing the truth. Why is it this fellow? They asked as they looked at the details on their screen. They could make a move to bully any person but this guy here. This grandpa here was a person they could not afford to offend no matter what. Presently, they only lacked sighing grass. If they dared to offend this grandpa, they would probably lose even the rights to produce this gene reagent. That's right, the result indicated that the person who caused this to happen was precisely Chen Feng. If it was Chen Feng, the sudden increase of the price of sighing grass and the mass clearance of sighing grass from the market were now explainable. At this time, Chen Feng was all smiles as he looked at the huge amount of money in his bank account. MHM, the word skyrocket could be used to aptly describe the increase in the amount of money in his account. In a single day, the amount of money he'd made was already off the charts, reaching a number Chen Feng did not even know how to pronounce. So terrifying was the amount that it was nearly unspeakable. Sighing grass. Chen Feng smiled. But then, Chen Feng was also clear that this would not last long. This had only happened due to this being the first day, since the various major powers were competing against each other to increase their strength the quickest. With the price of sighing grass increasing without stop, they'd been scared into purchasing the overpriced sighing grass in bulk. By now, they should have regained their calm already. Furthermore, the only reason they'd had a hard time procuring sighing grass was due to the low demand for this herb previously, which resulted in a low supply. Now that the demand had increased greatly, Chen Feng was sure that those sighing grass farms would start researching ways to increase the output of the herb. It wouldn't be long before the supply of this herb increased greatly. In the future, this would be one of the best sellers on the market. As such, the demand for this herb would only increase, not decrease. As for its price, it would naturally drop gradually before slowly readjusting to its new normal level. Based on Chen Feng's initial estimate, the proper value of this sighing grass should be around 1,000 yuan. He checked his records and noted that indeed, presently, the sale of his sighing grass had indeed dropped greatly compared to when he'd first started selling. Since the various powers were already done purchasing what they required, anyone still purchasing now was likely an ordinary gene producer. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Well then, time to change the price. Virtual community. An advanced producer was hesitating while staring at the price of sighing grass. This price of 99,999 was the type of price that surpassed the imagination. Granted, an advanced producer wouldn't truly be lacking in money. Unfortunately, the price of sighing grass coupled with other materials had caused the production cost of this Beyond X gene reagent to be incredibly expensive. Should he buy this sighing grass, then? His heart ached. After hesitating for a long time, he sighed and decided to still make the purchase. For the sake of his research, what other option did he have? Just as he was about to make the purchase, the exchange board was refreshed and something new appeared on it. Someone else is selling it as well? He was rather shocked. One ought to know that he had waited for an entire day, yet this small store had been the only place selling sighing grass thus far. Nobody else had been selling it, but now. Schwa.
He turned the interface on and was immediately stunned.
Name, Sighing Grass. Price, 3,000 yuan.
Introduction: to repay the contribution of the great producers toward humanity, this shop is selling at a special price. Hopefully, all producers will continue working hard to produce even better gene reagents.
Restriction: only one purchase per person.
Restriction: advanced producers only.
Bang!
The moment this announcement was made, the entire virtual community erupted in an uproar.
3,000 yuan? This was an incredibly low price.
When they took a better look, they noted that the seller this time was precisely the strongest gene shop, Chen Feng's shop.
Chen Feng? The main researcher of that Beyond X project? Haha, it's him indeed. Why does he have so much sighing grass? Ha. He must have known in advance that those damnable capitalists would take the opportunity to increase the price shamelessly.
As such, he must have prepared his stock in advance to sell it to us normal producers at a fair price.
So that's the case.
He is indeed worthy of being a member of the Gene Production Association.
Everyone praised Chen Feng.
That already righteous reputation of Chen Feng's improved greatly once again. Naturally, there were some who claimed that Chen Feng was the very person that caused the price to increase in the first place.
I seem to recall that the power you belong to is rather huge. I heard that you guys purchased a lot of them at the price of 99,999 yuan. TSK, no wonder you guys are trying to discredit Chen Feng. Seems like your benefits have been threatened now, huh?
True. The masses despised the complainers.
After all, with Chen Feng's contribution and reputation, who would believe these complaints?
If Chen Feng was truly doing this for profit, he could very well sell sighing grass for 88,888 yuan.
A lot of people would still purchase it at that price. Was there a need to reduce the price to only 3,000 yuan?
Clearly, he was doing this to ensure the spread of this new formula. Toward this, the various major powers could only swallow their grief.
What could they do? They felt extremely helpless as well. How long had it been since they'd exhausted their wealth to purchase the initially overpriced sighing grass? It hadn't even been one full day yet. Wasn't it excessive of Chen Feng to reduce the price in such a manner? Yet he still dared claim he did not wish for the price to be excessively high? What nonsense! Now, they could see things very clearly. Chen Feng was clearly scamming them, the major powers who had purchased a huge amount of sighing grass earlier, treating them like major idiots. Moreover, the targets of Chen Feng's scam were only these major powers, while the ordinary producers were all spared. As such, even if they complained, the masses would only ignore them. As this incident progressed, the very first batch of Beyond X gene reagents was finally produced by numerous producers. Finally, this new gene reagent entered the hands of the public. 3 days later, the first Beyond B-Class genetic warrior appeared, rocking the entire world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 518, Outsourcing and Such. Chapter 518, Outsourcing and Such. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish.
The impact of Beyond X was beyond their expectations. After the Genetic Union started officially publishing and mass-releasing Beyond X gene reagents, everyone was dumbfounded. This was because everyone, those genetic warriors included, had never managed to make sense of even the description of this reagent.
Activate the power of Beyond? What's that? What's the purpose of that? Nobody had any idea.
Despite the Genetic Union's detailed description, the description was, after all, still something only written, only described in words.
The masses did not have a clear picture of what exactly this was. As such, everyone was somewhat expectant yet doubtful.
After the mass release of this gene reagent, the Genetic Union intended to create some Beyond B classes, Beyond C classes, and so on as soon as possible. Alas, despite the deepening of these users' understanding of the power of Beyond, they had yet to gain full comprehension on the power of Beyond. As such, the spread of Beyond X could only proceed slowly. This continued until the third day, when finally, the first natural Beyond B-Class genetic warrior appeared.
This was not a member of the Genetic Union or the research agency.
Rather, this was an unknown child from a rather large family.
An ordinary genetic warrior that was rather talented yet not liked by his own family members.
This person had only taken a single bottle of Beyond X gene reagent before immediately gaining full comprehension on the power of Beyond. Most terrifying was the fact that after his breakthrough, he changed greatly. Despite still being in B class, his combat power was already comparable to an A class, so powerful that it was inconceivable. Only now did the masses finally have a clearer understanding of what this power of beyond entailed.
So, this was the function of the Beyond X gene reagent? A reagent capable of increasing the combat power of a person by an entire level?
Moreover, regardless of whether one was B, C, D, or even E class, so long as that person gained full comprehension of the power of beyond, that person would obtain a permanent increase in combat power. As long as one comprehended the power of beyond, one would forever be stronger by one level. Even when one reached a class, one would still be a beyond a class. This was the most terrifying aspect of this new gene reagent.
As for the snowball effect after the increase in one's strength, this did not need much explanation.
From this day onward, the impact of Beyond X increased rapidly. Now, everyone knew that such a terrifying gene reagent had appeared. Everyone went crazy for this gene reagent. Finally, the Beyond X gene reagent had progressed from something that only influenced the elites into something that truly influenced the masses. Countless people started exhausting everything they had just so they could get a single bottle of Beyond X gene reagent.
Genetic Union. Research Agency. Gene Production Association.
Every single place where this Beyond X gene reagent was sold was filled with people. Everyone wished to be part of the first batch of participants in this coming new age of humanity.
This won't do.
The entrances to all our branches are already blocked. The people of the Genetic Union and Gene Production Association started sweating. The crowd was truly too huge, so huge that one couldn't even begin to imagine it.
How can there be so many people? What nonsense are you asking? Do you think that currently, we're still in a peaceful era?
The ancient race and devil race are around the corner.
Have you forgotten the descent of darkness not long ago?
At this, they were startled awake.
Indeed.
Chaos was about to befall this world. Because of this, they were all extremely impatient to increase their strength.
This can't continue. The demand is too high. We simply can't meet the demand. What to do, then? Numerous messages requesting help were transmitted to Chen Feng's inbox.
Since Chen Feng was the overseer of this project, since he was the one who was earning the largest portion of the profit, naturally, he would have to take on some responsibilities as well. Ho Liang's head ached as he saw this as well.
This is somewhat troublesome. How about those major families?
Chen Feng found it odd. It had been several days since the sighing grass was sold on the market. As such, those major families should have gotten started with their production. Ho Liang curled his lips.
I suppose they are waiting for you to make a joke out of yourself. You scammed them so harshly, yet now you are hoping that they will help solve this predicament of yours? Chen Feng laughed dryly. He
started studying the data he had in his hands. Mecham, this had indeed somewhat exceeded his expectations, yet it wasn't something he couldn't solve. One ought to know that in Chen Feng's previous life, apart from being an incredibly unlucky guy, he had also been someone who had inherited the spirit of socialism, an act of employing people to provide goods and services for the common good, the social benefit. As the inheritor of this great spirit, he had naturally studied the concept of socialism before. Certain aspects of this concept were things that would work well no matter the place. An example was the concept of outsourcing. He recalled that in his previous life, it was said that a certain project was initiated by the act of the government providing a grant of 10 billion yuan to a certain state enterprise to have the job done. Next, this state enterprise provided 100 million yuan to a certain group of PhD professors to get the job done. Subsequently, those professors provided 10 million yuan to a certain group of tutors to get the job done. Ultimately, those tutors provided 1 million yuan to a bunch of students to get the job done. In the end, this grand project was actually completed by a bunch of university students. And now, this problem they faced could also be solved by the act of outsourcing. However, with his present status and position, there was no need to even conceal the fact that he was outsourcing this. Chen Feng decided to do this openly, and he started inviting all gene producers to join this project by using a method familiar to all the people in this world, issuing missions. Beyond X Gene Reagent Production.
Mission rank, 5 stars.
Mission requirement, successfully produce a single bottle of Beyond X Gene Reagent. Mission materials, the Gene Production Association shall provide all materials. Mission reward, every time one accepts this mission, the Gene Production Association will grant 2 Beyond X points. Every 1 point can be traded for a single set of materials.
If one successfully produces in a single attempt, one can accumulate the given points into one's personal account.
If one only successfully produces the gene reagent during the 4th attempt, one will owe the Gene Production Association 2 points. The earned points can be used at any time with no limitations. Before the points owed are fully paid, one must attempt this mission at least once per day.
Limitation, certified as a Beyond X producer. Bang!
The moment this mission was released, it caused a huge uproar.
Mission? Point system? All gene producers were shocked.
Despite the formula being made public, despite the reduction in the price of cyan grass, the huge production cost of this gene reagent was still something a lot of gene producers couldn't afford. This was due to the success rate of production. For an ordinary advanced producer, the success rate for first-time production of the Beyond X gene reagent was simply too low. They might be able to accept the cost of producing a single time.
With difficulty, they could still support 2 attempts. What if it was 3 attempts, 10 attempts, or even 100 attempts?
They simply had no way of bearing such a cost. The initial investment for anyone wishing to produce this gene reagent was akin to a bottomless abyss. As such, despite the huge number of advanced producers worldwide, the number of people actually capable of producing this gene reagent was incredibly low, and to increase the success rate from 0% to 100% would require a long time. But now this mission had been released. All the producers gazed resolutely at this 5-star mission. No price, no conditions. So long as one accepted the mission, one could start production unconditionally. Although they were aware that in the beginning, they would most certainly be in debt and owe the Gene Production Association some points, with the provision of unlimited free materials, they were all confident that they could master the production of this formula in a short period of time. At that time, they would have a 100% success rate. At that time, every single attempt would be successful and earn them points. Soon enough, they would be able to repay what they owed. Apart from that, they could also profit from this by becoming a powerful Beyond X gene reagent producer. Without any costs, they would be able to master a brand new skill that was comparatively powerful. Before all that, they only needed to produce for the Gene Production Association for a period of time. Such a job was in fact a dream experience for a huge amount of people. I'll do it. All the producers became endlessly moved. At the same time, the Gene Production Association started the certification for the production of this gene reagent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 519, Mass Distribution. Chapter 519, Mass Distribution. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Beyond X Gene Reagent Production Qualification Certification. Requirement: a genius among intermediate producers, an ordinary advanced producer, or a higher-leveled producer. Content: extreme familiarity with the contents of the Beyond X formula. The potential of the applicant is taken into consideration as well. Cost of certification, 100,000 yuan. This was a steep price for a lot of people. However, this amount of money was absolutely not a problem for advanced producers. If they couldn't even afford such sum with their identity as an advanced producer, their skill level was truly questionable. After all, an advanced producer should be able to earn that much money by randomly producing a single gene reagent. Such a steep price was also a mechanism put in place to prevent the disturbance caused by excessive attempts from intermediate producers. As for the content of this certification, it was rather slack. Basically, as long as the applicant had potential for growth and was not one of those producers who wouldn't make any sort of progress even after several dozen productions, the applicant would be accepted. After seeing the requirement for this certification, nearly all advanced producers made their move. Ho Liang was extremely anxious. Will this really be fine? The nurture of producers was akin to a huge pit. During the past few days, they had exhausted a huge amount of materials just to nurture several producers of their own organization to a sufficient level to start producing the Beyond X gene reagent. If they were now required to nurture all advanced producers in existence, even with Chen Feng's thick pockets, it still wouldn't be sufficient to fulfill what all these producers required to grow. Chen Feng, we can't keep this up for more than 2 days, Ho Liang stated seriously. Not all producers have your success rate in production. I have seen a huge amount of producers who still remain rookies even after more than 100 productions. You don't have to worry about that. Chen Feng smiled. There are naturally sponsors for these materials. Ha! Ho Liang blanked. Right at this moment, Chen Feng finished arranging the mission he had on his wristband. The mission was sent out. Beyond X Gene Reagent Conversion. Conversion target, all genetic warriors. Conversion Method 1, Material Conversion, 1 Beyond X Gene Reagent for 10 complete sets of materials required for 10 attempts at Beyond X Gene Reagent production. Conversion Method 2, Cash Conversion, 100 million yuan, this is a brand new formula. Hence, the success rate of all our producers is still below 1%. Please carry out your own calculations before deciding to purchase. Finally, As the genetic warriors that had been waiting for the gene reagents saw this, they all became agitated. Alas, they had never expected that the Gene Production Association would provide two methods of purchase for this gene reagent, with the cash purchase option being so incredibly high.
Had they gone crazy? Even if the success rate was less than 1%, they shouldn't be selling it at such an excessive price, right? Let me do some calculation. One of them started calculating. Moonlight grass, 1,000 yuan. Comb wind liquid, 2,000 yuan. He kept jabbing at his screen to calculate the cost of production. As he was calculating, he paused. Sighing grass. 38,000 yuan? Hold on. He was somewhat dumbstruck. This price. The price he had used for his calculation was based on the average at the exchange for the past 3 days. These prices were all openly shown. He had truly never expected that the price of this sighing grass. Why is it so expensive? Because there's no stock in the entire market. Since what Feng is selling is only limited to advanced producers, his stock is considered internal resources and was not considered when the market adjusted the price. The hell? If this price is multiplied by 100. Suddenly, he was alarmed. Shortly after, he finished his calculation. The sighing grass alone would already cost over 3 million yuan. Ultimately, a single Beyond X gene reagent would cost 100,000 to produce. After taking into consideration the success rate of less than 1%, multiplying this cost 100 times, it would truly cost 100 million yuan to produce. So it truly costs this much. Seems like we can only try to trade with materials. What a pity that it is so expensive. It's still better to trade with materials, after all. Now, their attention was switched to material conversion. It seemed like, compared to cash conversion, material conversion was more worth it. Based on the present market price of the materials, only around 1 million yuan was required and they would be able to obtain a single gene reagent. This was so cheap that it was beyond one's imagination. It costs 10% of the production cost? Why is such method of conversion even available? A lot of people couldn't understand the reasoning for this. They truly couldn't understand. With 100 million yuan in cash, they could only purchase a single gene reagent, yet with materials worth 1 million yuan, they could also purchase a single gene reagent. With sufficient money, only a single minute was required for them to purchase all the required materials for exchange from the virtual market. Is the Gene Production Association stupid? They felt powerless to even berate this stupidity. However, as far as they were concerned, this was absolutely good news for them. Buy. I want to gather the materials. Same here. Everyone entered the virtual community in excitement. Only at this did they find with shock that now, the sighing grass priced at 50,000 yuan that had been ignored by the masses for several days already was now being cleared from the market. As time passed, the price of this material increased without stop. The price increased to 60,000, yet it was still cleared from the market. The price increased to 80,000, yet it was still cleared from the market. The price reached 100,000, yet it was still cleared from the market. The price of sighing grass was still increasing. Toward the end, the market was truly short of stock. Even if one had the money for it, one couldn't buy it. How did this happen? The production is still too low, but the demand is too huge. It's too expensive for us to buy it from the market, yet those sold at Feng's shop can only be purchased by producers. What can we do, then? I shall go dig for these herbs by myself. Isn't this a mere material? If I can't even obtain something like this, how am I supposed to face others? True. Hey, I heard that a certain place has researched a brand new method of growing sighing grass. However, this is a method only doable by genetic warriors. Please introduce me to that place. The market was cleared of sighing grass. In helplessness, the masses finally started to develop the growth of sighing grass. In a short 2 days, several hundred research projects pertaining to the growth of sighing grass appeared. Energy growth. Feeding growth. All sorts of bizarre methods appeared. Among these, the most loved method was the method of creating sighing grass's unique habitat by using genetic abilities. This unique habitat would allow the sighing grass to absorb the energy within the habitat to grow rapidly. Some decided to use such a method to obtain sighing grass, whereas some decided to go to the dangerous wilderness to start harvesting sighing grass. With this, the pressure on the Gene Production Association when it came to the supply of materials was greatly reduced. Finally, after 1 week, before the reserve of sighing grass at the Genetic Union's warehouse was exhausted, a balance was reached between the materials provided by the genetic warriors and the demand from the gene producers.
The genetic warriors were responsible for gathering and farming, and then they'd trade these materials at the Gene Production Association for Beyond X gene reagents. On the other hand, the advanced producers were responsible for production. Yet another batch of producers has reached a success rate of 80%. A huge group of them have reached a success rate of 50%. Hol Yang compiled all the latest data in a report. During the past 3 days, with an unlimited supply of materials, those producers involved had produced with all their energy. Finally, they'd been able to become true Beyond X producers. Granted, Hol Yang was of the opinion that with so many materials supplied, even the most idiotic of all could be trained. The appearance of every additional Beyond X producer would greatly reduce the pressure on the Gene Production Association. This was because this signified that these people would be slaving away for the Gene Production Association for a long time. Hol Yang looked at the list of names of Beyond X producers. He looked at the long list of points these producers owed the association, and then he laughed happily. In a single week, the production and marketing of Beyond X gene reagent entered the proper track. With the spur thanks to the development of the growth of cyan grass, despite the somewhat pressured supply of materials, it was still able to somewhat satisfy a huge amount of genetic warriors. Presently, the crowd of genetic warriors at the entrance of the genetic union was long gone, all busy harvesting materials. At the same time, more and more Beyond warriors appeared. Beyond B, Beyond C. Earlier today, a Beyond D-class warrior even appeared, causing quite an uproar. This uproar was due to the fact that even now, a lot of A-class and B-class warriors had yet to grasp the power of Beyond. Only now did the masses realize one thing: one's comprehension of the power of Beyond seemed unrelated to one's strength. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 520, What's the point? Chapter 520, What's the point? Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Some were incredibly gifted, yet their comprehension of the power of Beyond was stuck at a bottleneck. Even after consuming more than 10 bottles of Beyond X gene reagent, they had yet to see any effect on their comprehension. The only effect the gene reagent had on them was the single second of gold radiance around their body. Some had mediocre strength, potential, and ability, yet with a single gene reagent, they directly comprehended the power of Beyond. It seemed like there was indeed some sort of aptitude when it came to comprehension of the power of Beyond as well. At this moment, the research agency released their latest research at a cheap price, the Beyond Potential Evaluator. This was a chip capable of detecting one's aptitude in comprehending the power of Beyond. The moment this chip was released, it caused a great uproar. It was said that those who reached 100 points in the evaluation would definitely be able to comprehend the power of Beyond in a single attempt. These people were geniuses in the truest sense. Ding! Your potential is rated 20 points. Evaluation, shabby, probability of comprehension very low. Ding! Your potential is rated 90 points. Evaluation, perfect, probability of comprehension very high. Ding! Your potential is rated 50 points. Evaluation, ordinary, probability of comprehension normal. Each time one evaluated oneself, a rough evaluation would be provided. As the currently available data on the power of Beyond was still too low, only these simple descriptions were provided. However, the small description was already sufficient to be used as something for some people to show themselves off. Thus, the competition of one's points started being some sort of entertainment. In a certain rented room. Ha, I have a potential reaching 88 points. So what? I have a potential of 89 points. Hee hee, sorry, but my potential is 96 points. Wow, for real, dot. They gasped in admiration at each other as they discussed. It seems like we are all geniuses at comprehending the power of Beyond. True that. They lamented endlessly. At this time, Zhao Tian, who had been working overtime for 3 days, finally returned. Zhao Tian had always been the strongest among them. As such, they were extremely concerned with his score. Zhao Tian, come, check your score. 36 points, Zhao Tian stated indifferently. They were overjoyed. So low? This won't do. The rest of us all have high scores. Zhao Tian shook his head, not bothered. There's no meaning in that. What do you mean by no meaning? This signifies that we have better futures than you. They were all feeling proud. Zhao Tian gazed at them like he was gazing at some idiots. What's the point of that? That gene reagent costs 100 million yuan. Which of you can afford it? I seem to remember that you all only earn 6,000 yuan per month, right? How long do you need to save for this amount of money? Will your entire life even be enough? Since you can't even get enough money, what's the point of these scores? What difference is this from you guys comparing your penis length every single day? You, 28 centimeters. Him, 22 centimeters. He, 30 centimeters. How proud. So what? You guys are almost 40 years old now, yet which of you has a girlfriend? Apart from making your hands tired, what is the point of the length of your penises? Schwa. They all lapsed into silence. They exchanged glances, feeling extremely awkward. A similar scene played out everywhere. The competition of one's score was completely unrelated to one's present strength. Rather, one's potential in the power of beyond could be said to be something based on an entirely different system. It was rumored that even a certain Beyond-a-class warrior only scored a pitiful 10 points when evaluated. It had truly been hard for him when he'd first broken through into Beyond-a-class all those years ago. Presently, our dearest Chen Feng was looking at the screen with a worried expression as well. Your potential is rated at 1 point. Evaluation, idiot, almost incapable of comprehending. 1 point? Chen Feng's expression darkened. Even if the comprehension was unrelated to one's strength, wasn't 1.2 excessive? Schwa. He turned his communication tool on. The company that had manufactured this wristband was truly annoying. After the release of the evaluator chip, they had speedily added a column beside the names of the people in one's contact list to indicate their score. MHM. That's right. This score was now available for everyone to see. Moreover, there would be such a prompt, congratulations. Your potential has now surpassed X% of genetic warriors worldwide, but this was too excessive. He had never expected that such a thing that was so common in his previous world would be implemented in such a well-practiced manner here in this world as well. Rather unfortunately, he had never surpassed more than 50% of other users in that certain game during his previous life, not even once. As he thought of it, he suddenly recalled that there was indeed a certain aspect where he had surpassed a lot of people. He had a record for time spent online in one sitting that surpassed 99% of other users. Time online, 98 minutes 24 seconds. A beautiful number. Schwa. A window popped up on his screen. Congratulations. Your potential has now surpassed 0% of genetic warriors worldwide. Chen Feng's face was expressionless. Su Fei left a comment. Ha 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 ha. Kong Bai left a comment. He 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 he. Wang Chun left a comment. 6666, 666, 6666. Xin Hai commented. Chen Feng sighed. I truly have bad taste in friends. He checked their scores. Su Fei had 88 points, Kong Bai had 99 points, and Wang Chun had 86 points, while Xin Hai only had 60 points, but that did not matter, since he had already reached Beyond-a-class long ago. Perhaps he could research this. Perhaps by analyzing our similarity in attributes, I will obtain some results. Chen Feng sunk into contemplation. After a long time, by using an analogy, Chen Feng obtained his verdict. Could it be that the uglier one is, the higher the score? Spirit. Forget it. The sample size is too small to reach a proper conclusion. Chen Feng sighed. Even if he was able to obtain a result, it no longer mattered much to him. He might as well let the research agency be the ones busying with this. What he should focus on presently was entering Beyond B class. Despite the fact that everything seemed peaceful presently, something might happen at any time. The threat of the devil in ancient races was akin to a hanging sword that could fall on one's head at any time. As such, before that actually happened, he had become even more powerful. This was also why the humans across the globe were presently trying to increase their strength. It was still better to grasp one's own future in one's own hand. Now that the distribution of the Beyond X gene reagent had stabilized, Chen Feng could finally start charging toward Beyond B class. It's time. He inhaled. As the general manager of this Beyond X project, every single action of Chen Feng's was focused by a countless amount of people. The moment he prepared to start, all the preparations were already completed for him. The genetic union displayed the utmost sincerity when serving him. We have been waiting for you. The research agency joined in as well. If you require anything, please do let us know. The employees of the Gene Production Association prepared everything for him. The Beyond X gene reagent is already prepared. Many thanks. Chen Feng did not comment much on all this. On that day, under numerous gazes, Chen Feng prepared to take the Beyond X gene reagent. Naturally, before using the gene reagent, the evaluation of his potential was a must. After all, only by knowing his score could the Gene Production Association have an idea how many bottles of gene reagent they would need to prepare for him.
With surety, when they saw Chen Feng's score, they were all alarmed.
1%? Idiot? What evaluation is this? Everyone was dumbstruck.
This was a never-before-seen evaluation. Even the research agency that had created the chip was rather dumbstruck as well.
Wasn't such an evaluation reserved for those commoners who had never trained in the slightest? Why had Chen Feng been evaluated this way? The employee of the Gene Production Association probed carefully as he asked the person from the research agency, "How many bottles of gene reagent do we need prepare for this, then?" "Oh." The person from the research agency wiped his cold sweat before stating hesitantly, "How about taking everything you have in the warehouse?" Everyone else. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 521, Worry. Chapter 521, Worry. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Amid the boundless darkness, a huge pair of eyes was gazing at the human world, watching the aura of the power of beyond that was blooming incessantly.
Such majesty truly caused him to feel fear. The ice-cold voice descended like the descent of winter.
Humans have actually walked an entirely different path? They were aware that no S-classes existed among humans. With the short lifespan of humanity, by the time one of them reached peak A-class, that person's lifespan would already be ending soon. The remaining time would not be sufficient for that person to actually break through the barrier and reach S-class. But then, they had never expected that humans would actually walk a different path, the path of the power of beyond. The appearance of this power caused the power of humans to rise greatly. The previous limit of humanity was a class, yet now, it had changed into beyond a class. With the present classification humans had for their warriors, the strongest existence should be classified as beyond A9? Naturally, regardless of how powerful the power of beyond was, it was nothing compared to S-class. The effect brought forward by the power gene of S-class far surpassed the ordinary genetic realm of genetic warriors. This single advancement was supposed to be something none of the genetic warriors' previous advancements could compare with. Of course, they were not worried about this, as humans couldn't really enter S-class. The only thing that worried them was the appearance of this power of beyond. This might very well increase humanity's cultivation speed by 2 times, 3 times, or perhaps even more. The time required for them to reach their present limit of beyond a class would also decrease, and the act of reaching humanity's limit would also be easier. At that time, S-class would no longer seem that far away. Go investigate. I want to know what exactly this so-called Beyond X gene reagent is. All right. Schwa. 2 gusts of mist drifted through the air. Presently, at the genetic union. Are you done? Chen Feng glanced at them with a doubtful expression. What were these fellows muttering about at the corner? Yes, we're done. The person from the genetic union adjusted his expression. Everything is already prepared. You can start consuming the gene reagent. Good. Chen Feng started consuming the gene reagent immediately. Bang! Gold radiance erupted from him. The unique radiance shone brightly as the power within Chen Feng's body transformed in a flash. All his energy changed qualitatively. In that single instant, he had a feeling that he was incomparably powerful. Beyond, this was an entirely different power. Spirit, have you felt it? Your power is transforming under the effect of this power. However, if this power disappears, this transformation will disappear as well. Correct. Chen Feng shut his eyes. The formidable power had already ended. However, he was still immersed in the comprehension of that power. With both his eyes shut, he recalled the feel of this power without stop. If that power could be blended into his body and he no longer needed to rely on external power to maintain that state, making it a true fusion. Spirit, analyze my earlier status. All right. Schwa. Countless data flicked past the screen, indicating all the minute changes in Chen Feng's body earlier. Where are you, Dot? Chen Feng's gazed ahead sharply. One ought to know that this Beyond X gene reagent was something he had personally created. Even the formula had been created by him. As such, he was aware that the main function of this gene reagent had always been its function as a catalyst. Everything that brought about the power of beyond was already within Chen Feng's body, waiting to be activated by some catalyst. When these things bloomed with the power of beyond, the entire process had been recorded by Spirit. Let's see how to complete this transformation without using any catalysts. Chen Feng stepped into this bizarre world. For others, their comprehension of this power of beyond relied on talent, seeking that faintly discernible yet mysterious feeling. The moment one found the correct feeling, one would be able to break through easily. As for Chen Feng,
he preferred doing things from the basics, understanding exactly how the process went, looking for the exact trigger.
Found you. Chen Feng's eyes shone.
Presently, the people present looked at the motionless Chen Feng and started exchanging glances. I suppose boss has yet to discover that he has a low potential.
Sigh, boss has always been busy with research.
I suppose he never expected that his potential would actually be this low. With this, I truly have no idea how long he will require to grasp the power of beyond. They all felt rather regretful. Prepare more gene reagents for him. The person from the Genetic Union glanced at the people from the Gene Production Association. No matter what, he is still humanity's strongest producer. The Gene Production Association spoke tyrannically.
Don't worry.
Even if he can't reach beyond B class naturally, we will still produce a sufficient number of gene reagents, enabling him to trigger the power of beyond any time he wants. However, the power of beyond one had comprehended was still different from the power of beyond triggered by a gene reagent. Chen Feng had contributed greatly to this project, yet unexpectedly, this contribution of his couldn't really help himself.
What a pity.
They exchanged glances and saw the regret in their eyes.
Right this moment. Bang!
Suddenly, a flash of gold erupted from Chen Feng's body. That dazzling radiance was akin to a surging river, almost blinding the people there.
The
gold radiance surged. That comparatively ordinary power around Chen Feng became extremely terrifying. This remained for a short instant before his power returned to its previous state.
He opened his eyes.
A terrifying gold radiance shone from his eyes. This was the remaining power from his eruption earlier. Everyone widened their eyes and watched the scene with unbelieving expressions. Chen Feng had not said anything, yet they had still felt that powerful and familiar power.
That was the power of beyond B class. He had actually broken through just like that. They gulped and asked cautiously, "Have you broken through?"
Yes.
Chen Feng looked at them with an odd expression. "What were you guys muttering about earlier?" Schwa. Instantly, everyone sunk into silence.
They all exchanged glances and remained in a long stupor.
One single attempt, and just like that, he'd broken through? Was this the one who had scored 1 point for his potential? Was this the so-called nearly impossible to comprehend as stated by the chip? They all looked at the person from the research agency. The person from the research agency panicked as well. Has there been an error?
The data they had used as a basis had been collected from a sample size of several tens of thousands of people.
It was supposed to be correct.
Hastily, he told the researchers to once again verify their data.
Alas, after the verification, no problems whatsoever were found.
Nowadays, their sample size was no longer that small. No less than 10 million people had used their chip and uploaded their results. Even with such a large sample size, no problems were found with their calculation. This was especially true for those who had scored similarly to Chen Feng. Nearly all of them were commoners, and none of them had any chance of breaking through.
That Chen Feng. The person from the research agency was dumbstruck.
If news of someone with such a low score comprehending the power of beyond in a single attempt spread, the accuracy of their chip would most probably start being doubted.
The boss of the research agency sighed. Change the data for Chen Feng. Change to what? Change his rating to legendary. Only now did the people there recover from their stupor and start congratulating Chen Feng.
Chen Feng curled his lip, as he was aware of what these people had been thinking earlier.
However,
he clenched both his fists tightly. He could clearly feel that power coursing within him. If the power coursing within him could have been described as a clear spring previously, presently, this power could be described as a violent tsunami.
Even if he was still AB class, his power now. Bang!
With a single punch, the earth seemed to quake. This was the power of beyond B class. When wielded by someone like Chen Feng, who had initially already been capable of transcending classes when battling, this power appeared even more powerful.
It seems like I have reached the bottleneck to a class. Chen Feng smiled. From A1 to A9, from beyond A1 to beyond A9, he truly wanted to see how far could he reach.
Right at this moment, an employee rushed into the room. Boss Chen, headquarters sent us a message. Traces of the ancient race have been found at the marketplace. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 522, Ancient Race Project. Chapter 522, Ancient Race Project. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Ancient Race. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. Finally, they had appeared.
With the appearance of something as major as the Beyond X gene reagent, the ancient race would most definitely not sit around doing nothing. Although humans were still weaker than the ancient race, the intelligence of humans was most definitely above these ancient beings.
The genetic union had already deployed someone to pay attention to any actions of the ancient race.
And now, as expected, traces of the ancient race had been found.
But then, the marketplace, huh? Feng contemplated.
Based on the information received, someone is buying Beyond X gene reagents at the black market. That person is a human, but based on the file provided by you, this is a person who was once a member of the mysterious organization, the employee reported.
Feng nodded. This was yet another one of Feng's contribution.
Back then, after the destruction of the mysterious organization headquarters, Feng had returned and submitted a brand new file highlighting all members of the mysterious organization.
As such, nearly all ex-members of the mysterious organization from back then were known.
Naturally, the ancient race had yet to realize that this information had already been leaked. As for the file submitted by Feng, this was naturally not something stolen by Feng when he went undercover back then. Rather, this was a file that Qin Hai had subsequently given him. Those members of the mysterious organization had probably never guessed that their very boss was the spy in their organization.
What are they looking for? Formula.
Feng smiled calmly.
Isn't the formula available at the market as well?
After all, the information about the formula and required materials for this Beyond X gene reagent was entirely public.
This is not what they want.
Rather, they are looking for the initial formula, the employee stated.
Is that so? Feng smiled. Indeed.
The people of the ancient race had indeed attempted to decipher the Beyond X formula, yet they'd failed to either take it apart or even improve it. As such, they were presently looking for the initial formula, the earliest form of this formula during its conception.
Why do they want the initial formula? Someone asked doubtfully. Cough, cough. The employee glanced at Feng.
Noting that Feng did not seem to object to it, he explained, after the release of this Beyond X gene reagent, we also released a single rumor at the market. The initial version of this formula is something usable for all races. Since we were afraid that something would go wrong, we optimized a certain gene of this reagent before encrypting it, making it something only usable by humans.
Ah.
They were all dumbstruck.
But then, we didn't apply any encryption to it. The employee laughed. The ancient race is not aware of this.
They failed to decipher it. Naturally, they will assume that an encryption has been applied. They can't use the gene reagent like humans, so naturally, they will assume that we optimized the reagent for human use only.
So that's the case. Everyone gained understanding. But then, what was the point of this?
Since the ancient race is trying to get their hands on this formula, naturally, the same applies to the devil race. If so, we shall give them a non-optimized version, then, Feng stated calmly.
Everyone was alarmed. Are we giving it to them for real?
Yes.
Feng sneered.
But we still need to somewhat amend the formula. Weaken the effect of the Beyond X gene reagent by 50% and tell them that this is the addition that has not been optimized for human usage.
Although all races can use it, the effect is somewhat weaker. The employee nodded. Understood.
The unspoken meaning behind this was now rather clear. If the ancient race and devil race wanted to have a version of Beyond X gene reagent as powerful as what humans had, they would have to optimize the formula themselves, creating an version only for their race. Feng was certain that this would be sufficient to waste a huge amount of resources of both the ancient race and devil race. Remove sighing grass from the formula, Feng said. Replace it with a different herb with a similar function. I remember that back then, when I tried doing this, the effect of the reagent was reduced by around 40%, pitifully weak.
Understood. The employee noted everything that was asked.
Even if the difference between 50% and 100% did not appear that huge, in truth, for something that required comprehension like this, such a difference was extremely huge. Even if, theoretically, the difference was a mere 50%, how would one be able to comprehend the power of Beyond from an incomplete product? As such, this gene reagent Feng prepared for them was in fact a huge trap. Some of them were worried.
What if they actually managed to optimize it? Feng shook his head. It won't happen.
Formula optimization is merely the beginning of this trap for them. Apart from this, activate the feminization project we halted on the formula previously. I want to add more functions into this version of the formula that will be leaked to the ancient race. With the materials required to add the feminization function to the gene reagent mixed together with the original materials of the Beyond X formula, the difficulty in deciphering the formula will increase greatly.
I refuse to believe that they will be able to handle that.
Apart from that, release some gene reagents that were produced with this modified formula to the market as well. Sell them at the black market at 30 million yuan, emphasizing that this is the first edition that has yet to go through optimization that makes it something only usable for humans. A first edition that is usable for all races, but with a weaker effect. As Chen Feng finished his words, the hearts of everyone around him thumped nervously.
Feminization? This cancelled project was ultimately resumed and released as a special ancient race edition. What about the devil race, then? Asked the employee.
Although they do not have any spies among humans, since the ancient race is already making their move, the devil race will not sit around waiting.
He. Unknown region. Ancient race.
Amid the golden radiance, an ancient race male was seated on the ground. All around him, a faint aura shimmered, giving him a rather unordinary feeling akin to an immortal. Before him was a crude-looking gene reagent. This gene reagent appeared extremely ordinary, yet he could clearly feel the power contained within it. This is the Beyond X gene reagent that has been so popular recently, he asked curiously.
Yes, the kneeling underling replied. This is the first edition, which we managed to purchase. This is an edition usable by all races.
We have already tested this on 30 devil slaves, and their strength indeed greatly increased momentarily after using this reagent. Unfortunately, the slaves are too stupid and failed to comprehend the power of Beyond.
Oh? His interest was piqued. A great increase in strength? Has anyone succeeded in comprehending the power of Beyond so far?
He could not avoid being curious about this human item that was capable of granting the power of Beyond.
Yes, the underling replied.
A few days ago, the CF family purchased a huge amount of this reagent.
Everyone in their family is allowed to use it.
It is said that the heir of the CF family managed to break through after consuming only a single gene reagent. He was somewhat astonished.
How's his present strength? A single bottle? What genius! Xia family.
Due to this feat, the Xia family became well known and is admired by countless people. Someone indeed stepped forth and extended a challenge toward that heir. It is said that prior to that, both of them were at a similar level of strength, but now, that person is no longer a match to that heir, and that person suffered a crushing defeat.
The underling continued with a low voice. The heir's strength had increased dramatically. Thanks to this item?
Finally, he picked up the gene reagent. Beyond X gene reagent.
Suddenly, the underling called out, Lord. He glanced over. MHM? Please wait a moment, the underling stated while trembling.
Based on the current data we have gathered from the humans, although one's power will increase greatly after comprehending the power of Beyond, the comprehension of this power is totally unrelated to one's talent. Countless human geniuses failed to comprehend this power even after consuming several dozens or even several hundreds of this reagent. Therefore, the underling did not dare to continue his words. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 523, hold on, hey, this is a different plan. Chapter 523, hold on, hey, this is a different plan. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Ah. He chuckled. Are you worried that I will take out my anger on you after failing to break through? Don't worry. I am well aware of the result.
He shook his head slightly.
Gulp.
The gene reagent was consumed.
At that instant, an incredibly formidable power could be felt. That instant, a feeling like he was unrivaled under the heavens even arose in him. Such power. He remained in a stupor for a long time. So, this is the power of Beyond? So, such is the prowess one stands to gain after comprehending the concept of Beyond? If he had such power in his grasp, how many people in this world would be his match? As the future of the ancient race, he had to make himself the strongest of the ancient race. This was a power he had to make his. Similar to everyone else who'd once had a taste of this power of Beyond, he became addicted to this feeling of power and incapable of forgetting the strength he'd had at that instant. This applied to even this prince of the ancient race. This thing, I want more of them, he stated with a sharp gaze. Suddenly, he recalled something. Oh, right. Did anyone notice you coming? The underling was puzzled. Yes. Some people saw me. Why? The prince. As he saw the confusion in his underling, he could only shake his head. What an idiotic fellow. How many of this thing can you get? He asked solemnly. He was aware that this gene reagent he had just consumed was different than the version those humans were selling. As such, he was rather worried about the supply. No worries. Thanks to the mysterious organization, we have a huge amount of humans under our control.
After obtaining the formula, they have already started mass manufacturing these gene reagents for us. Despite the destruction of the mysterious organization's headquarters, their core members still remain, the underling replied respectfully. The advice of that senior has already been sought. He indeed gave us a lot of assistance. Presently, the entire mysterious organization is serving us, the ancient race, secretly.
That senior, huh?
At the mention of that senior, the prince recalled that darkness akin to a black ink.
Got it, he replied in a deep voice. If so, he no longer needed to worry about the output of the gene reagent. Then I need more of this gene reagent. 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000, I want them all, he stated with a sharp gaze. All right. The underling remained in a kneeling position. Despite the high cost of production, the ancient race still had rather valuable things in their possession that could be sold for money. Every single item they took out was akin to rare treasure for the humans. He believed that they had sufficient wealth to afford it. Despite his doubts about the sudden increase in the price of the materials for production, when he recalled the problems the humans seemed to have with sighing grass, he no longer found this increase in price odd. Indeed, when a material was purchased in such bulk, the market price of the material would most certainly increase. Additionally, the prince paused before continuing, announced to the outsiders that I have also comprehended the power of beyond with a single attempt. Ah? The underling appeared dumbstruck. A single attempt? He gazed at his lord and noted that this lord did not seem like he had actually comprehended the power of beyond. The prince did not feel like explaining further. Just do as I said. Understood.
The underling gained a slight understanding of the prince's intention.
You may leave now.
Arrange all this as soon as possible, the prince commanded in a low voice.
Understood. The underling left. As for the prince, he remained in his stupor. Looking at the empty gene reagent bottle in his hand, he blanked. This was something he had to obtain. If he could control the supply of this thing in the dark, that would be even better. As for his so-called success in a single attempt, that was also a lie he'd had no choice but to make. If the heir of the Xie family could break through with a single attempt, yet he, the illustrious prince of the ancient race, required 10 bottles or even 20 bottles for the same feat, wouldn't that be a joke? For the dignity of the imperial clan, he had to ensure that nominally, he was someone who had succeeded in a single attempt, as he was a genius. Seems like I will have to hide myself indoor for a while, then. He shut his eyes. Before fully comprehending the power of beyond, he would have to remain in a temporary seclusion. However, he suddenly thought of a possibility. Was it possible that the kid from the Xie family had also created such a lie just for the sake of pride? Shortly after, the prince shook his head and discarded such a line of thought. This did not seem likely. After all, that Xie kid was also the first of them to have succeeded. Perhaps he was truly a genius when it came to comprehension of the power of beyond. The prince shook his head, no longer thinking about this. He calmed himself down and waited for the next batch of gene reagents to be delivered to him. Presently, at the Xie family that was so far away from the ancient race, several elders of the Xie family were staring anxiously at a report. All their countermeasures were already in place, yet they still couldn't avoid being constantly anxious. That was because, presently, the reputation of the Xie family had grown too large. They were well aware of the fact that regardless of what it was, the first was always the one who reaped the greatest rewards as well. As such, the moment their family had gotten their hands on the gene reagents, a huge amount of the Beyond X gene reagent had been used to push their heir toward that metaphorical throne, the throne of beyond. In a single day, 1,000 Beyond X gene reagents had been consumed to enable their heir to break through. Naturally, they had announced to the public that their heir had instead broken through after only a single attempt. Due to that, the reputation of the Xie family had increased greatly, gaining both fame and fortune. Moreover, countless people visited them requesting advice. The Xie family had seemingly gone up a level. Alas, it was unexpected that before even a single day had passed, the prince of the ancient race had announced that he had also comprehended the power of beyond. Similarly, his comprehension had come after only a single attempt. Shortly after, numerous members of the imperial clan and the heirs of various major families all announced one after another that they had comprehended the power of beyond. In a single day, these geniuses had actually all comprehended the power of beyond. With this, all of their power had increased. It could be said that the entirety of the elites of the young of the ancient race had entered the realm of super experts. Naturally, those elders who had been in seclusion were not willing to fall behind. As such, they started researching the power of beyond as well. 1 month later, even these elders had comprehended the power of beyond, increasing their strength greatly. How strong had these people been initially? It was unknown.
But now, their strength had become deep and immeasurable. The ancient race was different from the humans. Each of them was almost fanatical in their pursuit of power. As such, they had exhausted all methods available to them for the increase in strength. As such, this scene that even Chen Feng had not foreseen appeared. In 1 month, the genius experts of the ancient race had entered the realm of beyond. In 2 months, the majority of the experts of the ancient race had entered the realm of beyond. In 3 months, the elder experts of the ancient race had entered the realm of beyond. In 4 months, almost all the experts of the ancient race had entered the realm of beyond. As of now, apart from the poverty-stricken commoners of the lowest levels of the ancient race, most of them had already entered the realm of beyond, becoming super experts in the truest sense. They had actually reached this level even faster than humanity. The entirety of the ancient race had transformed. Presently, Chen Feng, who had obtained this news, was dumbstruck. This did not seem to have gone according to what he had planned. Wasn't this a plan devised to weaken the ancient race? Wasn't this a way to suppress the growth of the ancient race? Why had this instead increased the strength of the ancient race this much? Chen Feng was stunned. The genetic union was stunned. All of humanity was stunned. How had this happened? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 524, Holy shit, so scary. Chapter 524, Holy shit, so scary. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Hold on. Let me gather my thoughts. Chen Feng remained in a daze for a long time. When he awoke from his daze, he forced himself to calm down before starting to ponder this matter. Firstly, Chen Feng started with a solemn expression. The formula they got is confirmed to be the one we modified, right? The employee nodded his head with a heavy mood. Yes. In this formula, sighing grass is not used. Rather, it was de-optimized, replacing the sighing grass with a whole bunch of other trash materials. Chen Feng had a solemn expression. Secondly, the price of all those trash materials has increased, right? The employee checked the data. Yes. Although the replacement materials are all the most useless for humans, materials that even when thrown on the ground, nobody would want to pick even after increasing the growth of these materials, the monthly sales volume of these materials is still astonishing, terrifying. Chen Feng, is the ancient race this rich? He was amazed. No idea. But presently, in human markets, a lot of rare treasures originating from the ancient race have appeared. Our scientists have used these things to ascertain the level of technology the ancient race is at, their quality of life, and the environment in which they stay. Due to the huge amount of ancient race treasures that have appeared, we have obtained quite a large amount of information. It can be said that even though we have never seen an ancient race member before, they are already a transparent species in our eyes. Presently, we are in the midst of figuring out their weaknesses, the person from the research agency stated proudly. So that's the case. Chen Feng exhaled in relief. It was good that there was still something to be gained from releasing that modified formula to the ancient race. However, the entire ancient race's increase in strength caused him to feel rather anxious. This wouldn't do. Even if humanity had been enriched thanks to the modified formula, even if humanity had progressed deeply in their research on the ancient race, this was, after all, still the power of beyond. Based on the information we obtained, a lot of people in the ancient race managed to comprehend the power of beyond in less than 10 attempts. The employee's head ached as well. Several of their well-known geniuses even comprehended the power of beyond in a single attempt. As for those not as well-known, they still managed to comprehend it in around 5 or 6 attempts. A single attempt. Everyone was stunned. That was, after all, a weakened version of what they were using. Even among humans, those scoring 99 points in potential would still require at least several dozen bottles before they managed to comprehend the power of beyond, yet a huge number of the ancient race had comprehended the power of beyond in less than 10 attempts? How ridiculous was that? How could it be so easy? The formula the ancient race had obtained was the modified version, and the cost of production had also been manipulated so it would be much higher. How exactly did these ancient race fellows work? Chen Feng had no idea. However, there was indeed a person who should clearly know exactly how this happened. Chen Feng contacted Qin Hai directly. After a long time, Qin Hai answered the call. With an odd expression, he gazed at Chen Feng before sighing. I truly admire you. Chen Feng was dumbfounded. Admire? What was there to admire? This Beyond X scheme of yours is too smooth, Qin Hai lamented. I once tried imagining how bitter the battle between humans and the ancient race would be. However, I truly never imagined that you would use such a method to eliminate the entire ancient race.
Chen Feng remained stupefied. What? What did this mean?
Qin Hai continued with a complicated expression.
I'm talking about your scheme. The ancient race is finished. Ah? Chen Feng was still stupefied.
He had just received news that the entire ancient race had comprehended the power of beyond. Why was it that when it came to Qin Hai, he was instead saying that the ancient race was finished?
Chen Feng had an expression of amazement. My scheme? You don't know about it? Qin Hai had an odd expression. Wasn't the formula obtained by the ancient race something you secretly arranged for them to obtain? Chen Feng nodded. Yes, that's indeed so. If so, that's your scheme, then. Qin Hai forced a smile. For the present ancient race, their economic strength has completely collapsed. The entire civilization has collapsed, returned to the primitive era. Chen Feng was shocked. Why?
Because of your Beyond X gene reagent.
Qin Hai forced another smile. It's truly too expensive.
In the start, they did not think much about it.
However, when bottle after bottle of gene reagent is consumed, the combined cost is truly high.
Crucially, the various factions of the ancient race had initially preserved a balance of power. When someone with the power of beyond appeared in one of them, the other factions had to ensure that the same happened to them as well. As such, almost all factions went crazy in their purchasing of gene reagents just to obtain the power of beyond, even if it would bankrupt them. Naturally, all of them are still putting on a facade that they are as well off as before, claiming how they succeeded in less than 10 attempts, while in truth, they only succeeded in their comprehension after several thousand attempts.
Qin Hai sighed.
As such, the entire ancient race is so poor they have to eat tree bark as meals nowadays.
Chen Feng. What in the world? For real?
He was aware of how terrifying an economic collapse was, even when it was happening to the ancient race rather than to humans. At the beginning, the various factions had merely reduced the number of servants they employed and the wages paid. Everyone had yet to feel like something was wrong with this, but then, gradually, more and more refugees appeared.
These people wanted to stay alive as much as anyone, right?
As such, arson, murder, robbery, all these crimes appeared, throwing the entire ancient race into chaos. Even now, the experts of the ancient race are still occupied with suppressing the chaos in their respective territories. Despite the strength and the huge amount of experts those major factions have, their territories were still thrown into quite the chaos, since the ancient race was having trouble even getting a full meal now, as they are striving to merely stay alive now. Qin Hai finished. As for Chen Feng, his mouth was stuck agape.
This had actually happened to the ancient race?
One ought to know that when he'd first thought of this scheme, he had merely intended to suppress the growth of the ancient race so he could make a long-term plan, yet who could have guessed that the ancient race was actually this crazy?
But then, this was not necessarily good for humanity.
The ancient race's economy had collapsed and sunk into chaos. It might seem fine for humanity, yet the moment the ancient race experts were done suppressing the chaos, the ancient race, whose economy had collapsed, would lay their eyes on humanity.
With the present strength of the ancient race, how long will they need to suppress the chaos? Chen Feng asked suddenly. Qin Hai shook his head. No idea.
The chaos is progressing with a snowball effect, but since the ancient race experts have been strengthened with the power of beyond, I suppose they will not need long for that.
Oh.
Chen Feng sank into contemplation.
Ancient race. You only need to be somewhat vigilant about this and that will do.
Qin Hai frowned and continued, by the way, I don't know if it's because of the chaos or something else, but those ancient race experts that I know have seemed somewhat different recently.
Different? Chen Feng's eyes shone. Yes, why had he forgotten that? They feel somewhat weird nowadays. Somewhat.
Qin Hai could not think of the word to be used to describe them.
Chen Feng smiled. Feminized? Yes. Qin Hai continued, eh? How come you know about that? Chen Feng laughed. He had initially believed that this scheme would take a long time to work.
After all, if they were to consume the gene reagent in an ordinary fashion, at least 100 years would be required for it to produce any substantial effect within the ancient race. Unexpectedly, the ancient race was so crazy in their pursuit of strength. Thanks to their hunger for strength, they had instead pushed themselves to the brink of elimination much earlier than expected. If it was truly as Qin Hai had described, then the ancient race indeed no longer had a future. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 525, have you heard of those? Chapter 525, have you heard of those? Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. this is what I did. Chen Feng explained his feminization scheme to Qin Hai. As Qin Hai listened on, he was dumbstruck. It was obvious that it was simply impossible that those so-called geniuses had been able to comprehend the power of beyond with a single attempt. Without much thought, Qin Hai already knew that those fellows had actually secretly consumed quite a huge number of Beyond X gene reagents to obtain comprehension. Now, if what Chen Feng told him was true, Qin Hai started sweating as he thought of it. You hadn't consumed any of the new gene reagents, right? Chen Feng asked with a sinister expression. Qin Hai scolded without hesitation, scram. I was one of the participants in your Beyond X tests back then. Since I am aware that you have a better edition of this gene reagent, why would I have taken any of trash they are taking? Chen Feng smiled. He had indeed assisted Qin Hai's breakthrough into the realm of beyond. This was a rather easy feat for Qin Hai, who had already been a genius. Moreover, the version of gene reagent he'd used was Chen Feng's best version. As such, the effect was even better. This was also thanks to the ancient race. Using the wealth earned from the ancient race, humanity's research and gene production level had progressed greatly. Qin Hai was anxious. What are you planning to do next? Although the ancient race no longer had a future, they were still here in the present. The present ancient race was exceptionally powerful. If humanity were to end up accidentally eliminated by the ancient race, the final result would be the mutual destruction of both races, and the devil race would be the one who profited from all this. Chen Feng smiled toyingly. Don't worry. I naturally have a way of dealing with that. That's good, then. Qin Hai did not put much thought into these words of Chen Feng's. On the next day, an extremely astonishing piece of news was released. For humanity, this was extremely ordinary news, but for the ancient race, this was akin to disaster. Blue moon grass and a whole bunch of other medicinal herbs have increased greatly in price due to the huge increase in demand. After 3 months of research by the research agency, a brand new farming method has been discovered, finally greatly reducing the price of these herbs by around 100 times, returning these herbs to their initial prices before all this. This was the latest report from the research agency. The materials affected here were astonishingly all the materials included in the formula that the ancient race obtained. As such, the cost of production for the ancient race's Beyond X gene reagent became incredibly cheap, resulting in the supply of this gene reagent on the ancient race's market increasing greatly. This caused the ancient race to go crazy. The various major ancient race families were stupefied. Why did this happen? They had never expected that this gene reagent that had still been an extremely valuable commodity a short while ago would now become a common commodity. This item that they had previously obtained after almost bankrupting their families became something everyone could afford. The scariest aspect of this was the effect this had on their rebels. Initially, the only advantage the major families had had over these rebels was the power of beyond. Now, the rebels were able to obtain the power of beyond as well, greatly increasing their strength. They were all bewildered. How did this happen? The prince was furious. Where did those damnable gene reagents come from? No idea. The underling was alarmed. Those gene reagents flooding our market are not from any of our official suppliers. It seems like there are some unknown suppliers hauling these gene reagents into our market without stop and selling them at an extremely cheap price. The prince raged. Bastard! Pooh! In his anger, his underling was killed on the spot, alarming countless people around him. How many times had this happened? The temper of this prince, who had previously had a refined temperament, was becoming weirder and weirder. This seemed to be happening to all their other experts as well. At the slightest provocation, they would start killing. Was it due to the recent chaos? These underlings exchanged glances and inwardly decided that perhaps it was time for them to leave this place and return to the chaotic world outside. Now that these gene reagents were so cheap, they would be able to easily enter the realm of beyond as well. As such, on that night, a bunch of ancient race foot soldiers disappeared. Before leaving, they even remembered to take the riches of the prince with them. The prince was so angry that he started cursing. Bastards! This was uncontrollable and unstoppable. As their rebels started entering the realm of beyond, the ancient race entered a stage of total chaos. Numerous major factions appeared and started fighting each other like they were savages. As for the Beyond X gene reagent, due to how cheap and effective it was, it became a gene reagent each of these ancient race members had to have. Even a normal poverty-stricken ancient race commoner was prepared to obtain several Beyond X gene reagents as their trump card. And now, finally, the initial effects of this feminization plan showed itself. Based on the estimation of Chen Feng's group, after consuming a single bottle, the effect wouldn't be too obvious, yet the testosterone production would be somewhat inhibited.
After consuming 10 bottles, the user would be somewhat feminized. Their body would start producing estrogen, and testosterone would continue being inhibited.
Those who consumed 20 bottles would be greatly feminized and would no longer be able to breed.
Those who had consumed 50 bottles would start losing the physical characteristics of a male. Those who had consumed 100 bottles. This was what Feng's group had intended to only happen toward the end.
That was because it was simply not easy for the scheme to succeed.
For it to happen, a huge amount of this gene reagent was required. A long time was required for it to slowly happen as well. As such, this had initially been set up as a long-term strategy, but unexpectedly, the ancient race was actually this crazy. This plan had totally ignored the initial stage where, first, a sufficient amount of gene reagent had to be made available. Rather, it had directly entered the stage where only time was required for the ancient race members to consume a sufficient amount of them. Nearly all ancient race members had consumed more than 100 bottles.
According to our early tests, how long will it require for this plan to display its effect? Half a year. Half a year. Feng calculated the time. It seemed like it was almost time.
But then, the moment it reached the final stage, the ancient race would most certainly realize that something was wrong with their gene reagents.
That wouldn't do.
The ancient race had yet to be completely destroyed, and the devil race had only suffered small damage so far.
Seems like I have to think of something.
Feng sunk into contemplation.
At present, in the ancient race's territory, the prince appeared. All rebels shall be killed without mercy.
His handsome appearance and cold temperament caused numerous people to submit to him. This was the future of their ancient race. This was their ancient race's prince. After receiving the order to suppress the rebellion, the prince eliminated the enemies in a short amount of time.
Once again, the power of Beyond showcased an unimaginable level of strength. Return, the prince commanded coldly. Yes. Countless underlings gazed at him with reverence.
This was their prince, so powerful that he caused one to feel intoxicated. Without realizing it, in their reverence-filled gaze, an additional odd feeling was included as well. After returning to the camp, the prince dispersed his underlings. Next, the firm and persistent expression vanished, replaced by a gentle expression. After rinsing a pot of clear water over his face, the makeup on his face was cleared, revealing a gentle yet beautiful appearance. Gazing at himself from the mirror, the prince caressed his face gently with his fingers.
Schwa!
His clothes slid down his body. Numerous strips of white cloth were wrapped around his chest, seemingly suppressing a certain existence. The prince shut his eyes painfully.
Why have I become this way?
That face of his he had seen in the mirror was actually a face so lovely one couldn't resist feeling compassion for.
Was this still him?
He was supposed to be the future of the ancient race. All this while, he had been busy dealing with the rebellion and had not had the time to consider anything else. Suddenly, one day, he had been this way. It had reached a point that he did not dare to even leave his room without first putting on makeup.
Was he suffering from the ambush of some other prince?
He nibbled on his lip and stomped his feet on the ground before saying, "I will most definitely find out the truth about this." Right as he was about to investigate this matter, some astonishing information was transmitted to him.
Due to the appearance of the devil race, humanity had suffered a disastrous loss. In their anger, the experts of humanity had unleashed a legendary forbidden skill toward all non-human territories, 9 demonic termination, but
if you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 526, I want to make babies with you. Chapter 526, I want to make babies with you. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. 9 demonic termination? What in the world was that?
Only after the people of the ancient race gathered some information on what that was did they turn pale from fright. It was rumored that humanity possessed 2 great forbidden skills. One of those great forbidden skills was 9 demonic termination, which was capable of shrouding the area it covered with the aura of Een, causing all the lifeforms within that area to lose all masculine characteristics, turning them all into females. The second forbidden skill was called Golden Titanium Skill, which was capable of causing all female lifeforms in the area it shrouded to be pregnant with sons of unknown fathers. Both these skills were extremely dreadful and originated from a forbidden skill named Supreme Ultimate. During the past countless years, despite the fact that the inheritance of this Supreme Ultimate had been severed, the 2 forbidden skills originating from it remained.
Tee-hee. How is it possible for something like that to exist?
Yep. I suppose the humans were too shocked by our strength and purposely made up some stories to sway our mind.
Tee-hee.
True,
And they are trying to scam this person here? How funny. The both of you. Question mark. No, there's nothing.
How annoying is it to face someone who never finishes his words?
Right.
It was also at this time that these ancient race experts that had been busy with war all these days finally had the time to observe their bodies properly. With shock, they discovered something scary.
God. How did this happen? Annoying, this person here lost my ding-dong. Woo, same here, dot.
This person here is a masculine male.
1.
As for the ancient race members that were originally females, they watched all this, stupefied. Looking at how their brothers transformed into sisters, how their fathers transformed into mothers, what exactly was going on with this world? 9 in demonic termination. The forbidden skill of humans was this terrifying? Those must be separate incidents. Everyone hoped that this was indeed the case.
Alas, as they continued their observation, they noted that more and more of the ancient race males had been feminized. Even those respected elders couldn't avoid this fact, even those top-notch experts. Their hearts chilled. It's over.
Only now did those people, including the prince, realize what exactly was it that had happened.
So it turned out that recently, they had fallen victim to humanity's 9 in demonic termination? Only now did the ancient race start taking the humans' announcements seriously. Regardless of what forbidden skill it is, to activate it, we humans most certainly had to pay a huge price. As such, we truly hope not to use such forbidden skills. We humans have always wished to live together in harmony with the ancient race. Hopefully, the ancient race will no longer involve themselves in the affairs of the humans and devil race. Otherwise, we don't mind activating the second forbidden skill as well.
This announcement was short and simple, yet it caused one's heart to thump in horror.
Second forbidden skill?
The mere thought of that caused the ancient race members to feel fear.
That titanium something skill? The very forbidden skill capable of causing all females to become pregnant with children of unknown fathers?
They pictured the scene where those unrivaled heroes of the ancient race that had been forcefully transformed into females were forced to get pregnant and even partake in the act of giving birth.
Schwa! The entire ancient race lapsed into silence.
Only now did they realize what a terrifying race the humans were. Indeed, they weren't particularly powerful when it came to combat strength, but these methods available to the humans were sufficient to plant fear in the ancient race.
Let's focus on our own rebellions for now, the emperor decreed. The empress was furious. Bastard! Where's your pride? Since the humans dared to do that to us, shouldn't we destroy them first? The emperor was anxious.
But this person here is afraid of the second forbidden skill.
The empress gnashed her teeth.
Since this forbidden skill exists, a method of countering it might exist as well. No, there's no need to rush, the emperor stated gently.
Why not talk after dealing with our own rebellions? The empress felt like fainting. She was truly despairing. That was because that 9 in demonic termination not only transformed one's gender, it also transformed one's temperament. Almost all the experts underwent a huge change in their temperament. This was especially true for the experts that had been bold. The bolder they had been previously, the greater the present contrast was. Presently, in the entire ancient race, there no longer existed anyone capable of shouldering the burden of an entire race. The ancient race no longer had a future. Suddenly, the empress thought of something. Oh right, those seniors. The only reason the imperial clan of the ancient race had been able to last until today was due to the assistance they had received from the people of that particular ancient bloodline. Those were the true backbone of the entire ancient race. Based on the human strength classifications, those experts were what one would call beyond a class. These were true experts. Yeah, look for them. Filled with expectations, the empress entered their land of legacy. Dear all seniors, I wish. Isn't this the empress? Why have you come? Tee-hee. Two experts that had previously been majestic, tall, and sturdy were presently talking with the empress while forming an orchid shape with their fingers. Two. When the empress saw this, her heart chilled. She could clearly feel that these two that had initially only been a classes were now beyond a classes, becoming top-notch experts like all those seniors. But then, they had also similarly been affected by that forbidden skill. The empress collapsed. Even those here have not survived? If even this place was shrouded by the forbidden skill, the ancient race no longer had any land free of human influence. Right as she was despairing, a flat voice could be heard. Who is it? Despite how cold the voice sounded, that completely masculine voice caused the empress to be overwhelmed by emotions, and a gush of warmth seemed to flow through her veins. Male.
She had finally encountered a proper male. A proper ancient race male that was still alive. She raised her head and looked ahead. The person who had spoken was a male shrouded by a mysterious black radiance. He was young and handsome. The two guards saluted him deferentially.
Lord. MHM. Chen Hai nodded slightly, looked at the Empress at the door, and stated flatly, "Is there anything the Empress requires?" "It's you." The Empress was so excited that both her legs started limping.
She had heard from the legends that among those seniors, one of them had eternal youth yet extremely powerful strength. That person was precisely this senior before her, this senior with a mysterious energy around him. She prostrated herself before that person directly.
"I beseech you, please save the ancient race." Chen Hai raised his brow. Oh? What in the world was this? The ancient race no longer has a future.
The Empress was able to see the truth of things clearly. The Emperor and the other ancient race members have had their gender changed and no longer have a sober mind.
However, I am well aware that the ancient race is over.
Chen Hai's heart thumped. He had never expected that this Empress here was actually a person with such vision.
Presently, the entire ancient race is comprised solely of females.
Even those children that were still in D class failed to avoid this fate. As of now, the ancient race no longer has any males. The majestic ancient race has actually transformed into a kingdom of only females, the Empress lamented. Being the Empress, her appearance was naturally far above others. The present her, with her pitiful appearance, was indeed rather moving.
Alas, there was nobody here to appreciate this.
Regardless of the stone-hearted Chen Hai or those two experts that were still busy forming orchid fingers in the distance, none could appreciate this.
Chen Hai was extremely calm. "What do you require, ? "I require."
The Empress hesitated slightly before gently and decisively stating, "I want to make a male baby with you, for myself and for the future of the ancient race." Finishing her words, the Empress continued prostrating before Chen Hai. Chen Hai was dumbstruck.
Ah!
The sternness he had been maintaining with difficulty collapsed instantly.
What in the world?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 527, My King. Chapter 527, My King. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. What? Chen Hai was utterly dumbfounded. It would be reasonable for the Empress to request his help, but to request having a child with him? Hold on.
Chen Hai remained in a long stupor. The Empress groveled before Chen Hai.
"Lord, please allow me this request." Chen Hai's eyes widened. "Where's the Emperor?" "He?"
"No, he is now a she." The Empress smiled bitterly.
"The entire ancient race has been feminized. At most, the Emperor is nothing but my sister now." "Chen Hai, how about the others?" The Empress sighed. "It's the same.
The entire ancient race, regardless of age, has become female." Chen Hai recalled that there were still a huge number of ancient race infants around.
"How about those children?"
The Empress smiled bitterly.
"They are slowly transforming as well." "What?" This totally shocked Chen Hai awake.
This thing was actually much graver than they had imagined. The progress of Chen Feng's plan was actually much smoother than imagined. The so-called 9 demonic termination had in fact been a lie all along. Chen Hai was aware of that. However, for children to not even able to escape this fate. Only now did Chen Hai recall that this was the ancient race. The children of the ancient race would directly be D-class from birth, starting at a point much higher than humans did. The children here had great innate strength and contained a lot of energy within their body. As such, to ensure that their children would not fall behind others, these ancient race adults had most definitely fed their children beyond X gene reagents as well, hoping that even if it couldn't help their children break through, a solid foundation could still be built. As Chen Hai thought of this, the only thing he could do was gasp in admiration.
This was the actual truth behind the so-called 9 demonic termination.
The crux of Chen Feng's lie was to ensure that the ancient race would not discover the problem with their version of the Beyond X gene reagent and to instead let them worry about the fabricated 9 demonic termination. At the same time, this subtly led their line of thought so they would believe only beyond the class experts would not be influenced by this forbidden skill. A great example was Chen Hai, someone who seemed to be immune to it. A different example would be the fellow apprentices within this land of legacy. As those ancient race members were worried that in the future, their children would be affected by the forbidden skill, or perhaps worried that this forbidden skill would once again shroud their race, these ancient race members would most definitely try to increase their children's strength starting at a young age. From the moment of birth, numerous Beyond X gene reagents would be fed to their children in the hope that they would break through faster, freeing themselves from the curse of the Nine demonic termination. None of them had imagined that this entire thing had been a huge scam from the start.
Chen Hai sighed. Scammed by that fellow again.
He was sure that this had to be the work of Chen Feng. Apart from him, who else could think of such a ruthless method of dealing with the ancient race? This was akin to an incorporeal soft knife, a soft knife that would cause the extinction of the entire ancient race. As he thought of this, Chen Hai looked toward the center of the land of legacy.
His master, the person who was still so very terrifying even now, was still not planning to make any moves? Master, what exactly are you thinking about? Chen Hai shook his head.
Among them fellow apprentices, none of them was able to grasp the thoughts of this master.
Senior?
The Empress gazed at the seemingly spellbound Chen Hai and took the initiative to approach him. A fair and tender hand landed on Chen Hai's body, jolting him awake. Promptly, he grabbed her and stopped her.
Chen Hai shook his head. No. The Empress whined. Senior.
Oh, I am not the only person in the entire ancient race. There are others. Without hesitation, Chen Hai sold off his apprentice brothers.
All of us fellow apprentices here are unaffected by that forbidden skill. I can introduce you to them. For example, Lu Hun. Lu Hun's faint voice drifted out of the land of legacy. I am a married person. For example, Master Mu. I will not have any sexual intercourse with someone from a different clan.
This master of the white sect, who had a white cap on his head, started explaining that although they were similarly part of the ancient race, he was also part of a noble bloodline among the ancient race, the Mu clan. Even someone like the Empress was not qualified to bear his child. At this, the Empress's face flushed with anger.
When had she ever been humiliated this way? Chen Hai promptly put forth another name. For example, Brother Lan.
This person he mentioned was the person who had built the mysterious organization's underground transportation system, that super expert with a blue diamond who was capable of moving through all terrains.
Brother Lan's unhurried voice drifted out. I like males. Schwa. The entire world seemed to lapse into silence.
Brother Lan calmly continued, if you are willing to accompany me for one day, I wouldn't mind granting this Empress my seed.
Chen Hai. The Empress gazed expectantly at Chen Hai. What in the world are you expecting? Chen Hai did not know what to say. What in the world is this? Damn it, Chen Feng. When I return, I will definitely teach you a lesson. Chen Hai mumbled.
But then, he'd still failed to solve this present issue.
Chen Hai smiled bitterly. Sorry. I can't do it. Will you truly watch on as the ancient race goes extinct? The Empress whined. Suddenly, Lu Hun said, leave. Forget about the issue of giving birth.
But then, this calamity still requires us to personally get involved.
Chen Hai thought of an excuse. After the battle back then, Master said that we should never again bother with the mortal affairs. When had you ever abided by that? Lu Hun stated without politeness. All those years ago, when you created an identity called Chen Hai among the humans to investigate the humans in secret and even participated in that gene production competition, wasn't that also an act of bothering with mortal affairs? Chen Hai laughed dryly. Cough, cough. Lu Hun patted his shoulder. I know that you are dedicated to your work. It was truly hard on you when you were required to investigate the human race back then. But now, since the ancient race is already in such a situation, we truly can't ignore them anymore. Since Master is in seclusion, the ancient race can only rely on us. We can't allow Master to come out of his seclusion only to be presented with an extinct ancient race. Why don't you go, then? Chen Hai grumbled. I wish. Lu Hun sighed. But that family member of mine. You are already aware of my difficulties, right? Moreover, she's also Master's daughter. If I truly were to deal with this, there would be no hope of salvaging our relationship. As such, this will have to rely on you. With a solemn expression, Lu Hun concluded, raise your head and look clearly. The present ancient race, all of them are yours. Regardless of the prowess of those formidable warriors or their status, they are all yours. Next, with a kick, Chen Hai was flung out of the land of legacy. Clang! The entrance to the land of legacy was shut tight. Chen Hai was dumbfounded. The hell, he was actually kicked out? The Empress gazed at him tenderly. Your Majesty, from now onward, you are our king. Chen Hai. He raised his head and looked at the huge land of the ancient race. As he recalled what Lu Hun said earlier, he shook his head. All this was now his?
They had no idea that all this was merely a part of Chen Feng's plan. He truly felt helpless now.
He laughed bitterly.
Naturally, if Chen Feng saw this,
Qin Hai could guess what Chen Feng would say. He would point at the map, indicating the territory of the ancient race, and say, "Look, this is the kingdom gifted to you by me. A harem I created personally for you." Qin Hai sighed. "What sins have I done to deserve this?"
Ever since he had met Chen Feng, his life had been very eventful. From the destruction of the Qin family, to being crippled, to the impasse at that snowy mountain, to the barbarian legacy, to the legendary holy war back then.
Step by step, until now.
Qin Hai inhaled deeply.
Forget it. Despite the so-called calamity or imminent peril of the ancient race, he was clear that even if the entire ancient race was no longer capable of breeding, no longer had any future, they would not disappear for real. That was because that master of his had yet to make his move. As the strongest person of the ancient race, as the creator of their land of legacy, since he had yet to make a move, this signified that the ancient race was still not in their greatest possible danger. Rather, humanity was the one truly in imminent peril. Regardless of whether it was for himself or humanity or to report to Chen Feng, he did not seem like he had much choice. As he thought of this, he started stepping out. He knew that the moment he stepped out, he would be the sole king of the ancient race. Or perhaps, one could say that he was the one and only male of the ancient race. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 528, This is Karma. Chapter 528, This is Karma. Translator, Limest and Editor, Tenish. Ancient Race.
Qin Hai had been proclaimed king.
This was not met with much resistance.
Those geniuses initially filled with an air of arrogance had, under the effect of feminization, seemingly become a different kind of proud, one that could be described with the word tsundere. Now, Qin Hai had indeed brought some hope to the ancient race. Within the land of legacy, all those that had already been beyond a classes were not affected by the human's forbidden skill. As for those that had only entered the realm of beyond after the appearance of the gene reagent, they had all been feminized. This clearly showed that when the humans had unleashed that forbidden skill, these people had still all been a classes. In other words, the reason Qin Hai and the rest were fine was because they had already been beyond a classes when the forbidden skill was unleashed. Only those in beyond a class could resist this forbidden skill. This was also a source of a hope for the ancient race.
The newborns of the ancient race were innately powerful.
Most of the time, they were in D class from birth, but some geniuses were in C class from birth.
There were even rare talents that were even more powerful from birth.
For the ancient race, their only hope of surviving against this was to ensure that their children could enter a class as soon as possible.
Remember. Make sure to separate all the children that have yet to start being feminized. Try to reduce contact between them and others to avoid them being polluted by the curse.
Try to push those children into beyond a class as soon as possible. Qin Hai assumed an anxious appearance, seemingly hoping that the ancient race could preserve this final batch of seed. Thereupon, everyone started using the Beyond X gene reagent crazily. Alas, it did not seem to work.
These children had apparently failed to escape the curse as well.
Before they could even fully develop their speech, their gender was already changing from male to female.
The various family heads were pained and alarmed by the prowess of the human's curse.
With this, the extinction of the ancient race was assured, but the contributions of our friend Qin Hai couldn't be ignored. Naturally, due to Qin Hai doing what seemed to be the best course of action and using the methods that seemed correct all along, none of the ancient race members blamed him for this. Rather, they shed tears of gratitude to him for his willingness to help. At this time, perhaps due to everyone suffering from the same fate or perhaps due to the anxiety about the future of the ancient race rebels was actually showing signs that they were going to give up on the rebellion. As a response, Qin Hai took on the policy of settling inner conflicts before dealing with outer conflicts. He led the main army of the ancient race and declared war on the ancient race rebels. This caused the rebels to forget about giving up on the rebellion and instead strengthened their resolve to rebel, their rationale being that without rebelling, only death would await them. With this, a great civil war erupted, and once again, the ancient race was mired by chaos. Remember, the present war is for our future peace.
In truth, I hate war.
As such, I hope to end this as soon as possible. My dream is to return to that little mountain, to continue cultivating happily with my fellow apprentice brothers. This saying of Qin Hai's became a renowned saying among the ancient race. Evidently, after hanging around Chen Feng, he had learned quite a lot from Chen Feng. But then, whether this scheme Qin Hai was playing had been instructed by Chen Feng or not remained unknown. In short, thanks to Qin Hai's act of assuming the role of the king of the ancient race, he managed to gain even more time for humanity.
How long can you get for us? Chen Feng asked. Xin Hai sighed. I have no idea.
He had no idea if this was because he was the king, but when he'd been warring against those rebels, some of them had actually surrendered immediately after seeing him, volunteering to serve him instead. Even Xin Hai himself was dumbfounded by this.
There is one thing I can be sure of, though. Since there are no more males in the entire ancient race, the moment the rebellion is dealt with, when they have the time to finally pay attention to the humans, the fate of human males will probably be. Xin Hai did not finish his words, yet it was sufficient to cause Chen Feng to widen his eyes. What in the world? That wouldn't be right? Only now did he think of this terrifying fact. The moment the ancient race, which was completely comprised of females, mixed with the current human society, where there were many more males than females, Chen Feng was sure that the ancient race would not even need to try any seduction techniques. Those ancient race females with beautiful looks only needed to beckon at the human males with their fingers. That would be sufficient to cause a lot of human men to lose their mind. At that time, Chen Feng felt helpless. Can different races even reproduce with each other? Xin Hai sighed. How am I supposed to know? These days, even humans and beasts can bear offspring, so isn't it logical that it would work for humans and ancient race members as well? Chen Feng's lips twitched as he was left speechless. Indeed, look at the Horseman clan, the Oxman clan, and so on. It was rumored that the origin of these clans was actually. If what Xin Hai guessed truly happened, at that time, rather than the ancient race being eliminated, the human culture might be the one being annexed by the ancient race. The reason was that regardless of what gender the offspring of humans and ancient race members ended up being, their strength would most definitely be formidable. At that time, all of humanity might instead end up as the slaves of the ancient race. As such, even after all this, humanity was still hard-pressed for time. This was especially true because even now, the ancient race was still increasing in strength. Time. Chen Feng needed his head. Humanity would require time to grow. At present, the Beyond X gene reagent had already entered the rapid growth stage, and almost everyone already had a chance to comprehend the power of Beyond. But this was still not enough to contend with the ancient race. Humanity needed to become even stronger. The humans that had comprehended the power of Beyond needed to enter the realm of a class as soon as possible as well. Only with this would the power of humanity be sufficient. Oh yeah, recently, some ancient race members have been thinking of ways to enter the human territories. I heard that it's because they are no longer able to bear with life in the ancient race territories and want to start a new life in the human territories. Their outer appearances do not seem too different from humans. You guys need to be alert on that, Xin Hai told Chen Feng. It was rather troublesome if the ancient race population were to mix among humans. Oh? Chen Feng started pondering. Ancient race. Seems like I need to think of something, Chen Feng muttered. Based on what Xin Hai had said, this might be an opportunity to clash with some of the ancient race in advance. This would allow them to try to discover the weakness of the ancient race and gain understanding on actual ancient race members. Schwa. After ending the call, Chen Feng immediately started his investigation. Soon, they found the particular ancient race member that had mixed into human society. Surprisingly, this ancient race female had even gotten married to a human. By feigning to be a human, she had married a human male. Name, Yulan. Strength, beyond a class. Introduction, appeared at Sea City 3 months ago. Due to her exceptional temperament, appearance that stands out from others, and calm nature, she was pursued by countless people. Finally, she married one of them. After marriage, this female even found a job and started living a normal working life. She has never done anything else. Disguise, due to her extreme strength, nobody has been able to see through her. Chen Feng frowned. Yulan. His underling had delivered the detailed information on this beyond a ancient race member. She was indeed exceptionally beautiful. That delicate face with a faint smile on it and that figure that was almost perfection, this was truly a goddess in the hearts of a lot of males. Who would have guessed that this female was also an ancient race member? Chen Feng had not told anyone else about this. Some of the investigators that had been compiling this information for Chen Feng exclaimed in admiration. Wow, how beautiful. Yeah, to obtain wife as such, it would be worth it even if one's lifespan was reduced by 30 years. Chen Feng glanced at them but did not comment on it. Presently, nobody had any idea what exactly these ancient race members that had entered human society were thinking. If it was in the past, directly killing them would have been the proper path to take. But now, since they were refugees and had even gotten married, how should they be dealt with, then? Perhaps one should ask, what exactly were they aiming for? Chen Feng sighed. Seems like I have to personally deal with this.
Naturally, before doing anything, he first looked for Chen Hai to gain detailed information on this Lady Yulan.
Do you have any impressions of this person? Please wait a bit.
Shortly after, Chen Hai managed to find her information.
Mei Chem, I found it. This fellow's initial name was Li Gooden.
He was a savage from one of the farming villages of the ancient race. Back then, he was the tyrant of an area and was also called Bro Scarface.
With his valiant strength, he reached a class.
Subsequently, after plundering a huge amount of Beyond X gene reagents, he broke through into Beyond a class.
After that, he went missing. Bro Scarface?
Chen Feng was speechless as he gazed at the picture of Lady Yulan he had in his hand.
Truly, karma. He let off a long sigh.
As for who was the one who had actually suffered the retribution of karma, it did not need to be said. Naturally, in a certain way, this Bro Scarface hadn't been lying to that newly gained human husband, as the scar had merely changed locations now.
Mei Chem, there was nothing wrong with that.
After arranging the information about Lady Yulan, Chen Feng decided to go meet her and that poor husband of hers. However, surprisingly, just as he reached Sea City, he encountered this lady. A familiar voice could be heard.
Ha 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 ha. Chen Feng. I knew it was you. Wow, I initially believed that you would never come to Sea City. Unexpectedly, I can still see you. Chen Feng raised his head and was immediately stunned. Mu Yuan? 1. That's right, this person was Chen Feng's friend from back then, Mu Yuan.
However, due to his rather ordinary potential, after giving up on breaking through, he had directly decided to start a normal and simple life in Sea City. His life was truthfully rather easy and comfortable.
However, what alarmed Chen Feng wasn't his appearance.
Rather, it was the person beside him.
Come, let me introduce you. Mu Yuan proudly stated, this is my wife, Yulan. Chen Feng's eyes widened. What? This isn't true, right? For that legendarily unlucky person to actually be Mu Yuan?
Chen Feng recalled the bunny girl incident and the little Min incident back then.
In short, this pitiful Mu Yuan still couldn't escape this cursed destiny?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 529, Alarming Change. Chapter 529, Alarming Change. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Chen Feng had an awkward expression. Long time no see.
Life was truly filled with surprises. He had imagined countless possibilities, yet he had never imagined that this unlucky person was actually Mu Yuan.
Why was it him? What sins had Mu Yuan committed to deserve this?
Chen Feng was speechless as he recalled the sad Mu Yuan in the hotel when he had lost his first love back then and the subsequent Little Min incident, which nearly crippled him.
Now,
Chen Feng was feeling somewhat embarrassed about having to tell Mu Yuan this truth.
How was he supposed to tell Mu Yuan? Should he tell Mu Yuan that his wife had actually been a male, previously known as Li Gooden, and was older and much stronger than him and was also previously known as Bro Scarface and a tyrant in his village of origin? How was Chen Feng supposed to say that? Could he even bring himself to open his mouth? Chen Feng sighed. What are you doing? Mu Yuan appeared rather resentful. Are we really this unfamiliar with each other?
Although they hadn't met for quite a while, they had still kept in touch relatively frequently by way of messaging tools. This rather awkward appearance of Chen Feng's was truly giving him an odd feeling, making him rather unhappy.
No, of course not. Chen Feng patted his shoulder and looked at Lady Yulan. But this person here. Mu Yuan grinned happily. Because of Yulan? True, my Yulan is truly a goddess. Poof.
You have no idea how long I spent pursuing her back then. Yulan smiled in a somewhat pampered manner.
The only thing you know how to do is brag about the past.
Mu Yuan wrapped his hand around her slender waist.
Of course I need to do that. That is the biggest victory of my entire life.
Yulan smacked him lightly in a somewhat bashful manner.
Naughty. Chen Feng. Bro Scarface was actually acting in this manner? He. So why have you come to Sea City? Mu Yuan asked. A conflicted expression appeared on Chen Feng's face. What should he do?
Gazing at that expression of happiness on Mu Yuan's face, Chen Feng truly didn't know how should he say this.
Chen Feng shook his head. Nothing. I'm only here to release some production missions. Mu Yuan's eyes shone. Oh? What mission? Is there anything I can handle? If there is, why don't we settle it internally? That's fine for me.
Chen Feng thought about it and issued a bunch of purchase orders to Mu Yuan. We are in quite a rush for these orders. These are all low-level purchase orders. I initially planned to let the Sea City branch have a look at them. Mu Yuan patted his chest. Let me deal with it. I am quite familiar with the people in the branch here. Don't worry, I will deal with this today. He was aware of Chen Feng's present identity. Since Chen Feng had mentioned that he was in a rush, these things were assuredly extremely important. Oh, right, do you have any vacancies for harvesting-related jobs? Mu Yuan had a conflicted expression. Can you get a better job for my Yulan? Harvesting. Chen Feng muttered to himself. Well, I'm going to the procurement department anyway. I can ask their manager about this. Yulan, right? Well, you can lead me there, then. All right, Yulan replied gently. Mu Yuan was overjoyed at this. Many thanks. Chen Feng smiled. No worries. Next, Mu Yuan rushed to the branch, and Yulan brought Chen Feng to the procurement department. As for Chen Feng, his gaze remained on this lady Yulan. Indeed, something seemed off. Despite the deep concealment, with Chen Feng's present strength, he was most definitely capable of sensing something different about her. An ancient race member was, after all, an ancient race member. However, what exactly did these ancient race members have in mind at this time? With the current circumstances of the ancient race, were these refugees still thinking of returning? Or were they willing to live like humans instead? All these were things Chen Feng needed to ascertain. If they could truly make these ancient race refugees part of humanity, the strength of humanity could very well increase. Chen Feng sank into contemplation as he considered all this. At this time, Lady Yulan, who was leading the way, sensed Chen Feng's unrestrained gaze. After enduring it for a long time, she was finally furious. Yulan clenched her teeth as she said, Your distinguished self, please do not look at me wantonly. You are Mu Yuan's friend, after all. Please have some respect for him. Chen Feng. Holy shit, bro, Scarface is angry. You truly love Mu Yuan? Chen Feng asked curiously. Yes. Yulan did not know what Chen Feng was trying to say. Do you know who I am, then? What my status is? Chen Feng asked. A big shot of the Gene Production Association? Yulan replied after pondering the matter. Ever since she'd entered human society, she had always been hiding herself. Even subsequently, she had only dared move around a small area, and she did not even have a single communication device on her. As such, she'd been rather cut off from the latest news. A lot of things she knew were things she had found out gradually after getting to know Mu Yuan. I am Chen Feng. Perhaps you have never heard of this name, Chen Feng said faintly. However, you will most definitely be aware of some of my feats. For example, the Beyond X gene reagent is something I created. Finally, the expression of Yulan changed. Beyond X, after experiencing what happened in the ancient race, she was most certainly aware of how terrifying that Beyond X gene reagent was. Moreover, she was also someone who had become a Beyond a class after using that gene reagent. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Secondly, I am also the mastermind behind the activation of the 9-in demonic termination. Bang! An explosion seemingly appeared in Yulan's brain as she paled immediately. The moment 9-in demonic termination came out of Chen Feng's mouth, she knew why Chen Feng had been staring at her without restraint, and she was also aware of why Chen Feng's gaze had been so odd. Yulan panicked. Sorry. Chen Feng sneered. You fellows from the ancient race are truly getting excessive. You guys are already in such situation yet you still dare to come here? Yulan panicked. It was my own idea to come here. I am here to take refuge. Really, Chen Feng's gaze became cold and detached. There's also Mu Yuan. Daring to collude with the ancient race. It has no relation to him. Yulan prostrated before Chen Feng, knocked her head loudly on the ground, and started begging without stop. She told Chen Feng everything she had done and everything that had happened since she'd escaped toward the human society. Chen Feng became speechless. Hold on, this plot seemed wrong. Wasn't the plot supposed to develop toward a direction where Bro Scarface rose vigorously and started resisting arrest and Chen Feng had no choice but to kill him? Why had Chen Feng instead transformed into a villain separating this lovely couple instead? Chen Feng sighed. You truly love Mu Yuan? Yes, Yulan stated in a low voice. Return, then. After this, I will get someone to contact you and perform some simple authentication for you. If possible, I will help you truly become part of humanity, Chen Feng stated calmly. Yulan was overjoyed. For real? Yes. Suddenly, Chen Feng said, however, since you are going to become part of humanity, if, in the future, a war were to erupt between humanity and the ancient race. Yulan unhesitatingly replied, I will most certainly battle for humanity. I am one who has experienced the most bitter of circumstances in the ancient race. I am one who was forced away by those of the ancient race. My hatred toward them might be even higher than yours. Chen Feng contemplated. Very good. Go back to your job first, then. All right. Yulan bowed. Chen Feng regarded her as she left. From the darkness, several genetic warriors walked out. All of them were beyond the classes. This wasn't surprising. Since Chen Feng had dared to confront this beyond a class ancient race member, he most certainly hadn't been acting alone. How's the test result? Chen Feng asked. No problems found, one of them replied. This person specialized in mind reading. If he fully activated his power, even a beyond a class could not escape his reading, let alone this female here who hadn't been prepared for this at all. This lady's thoughts are consistent with what she said. Moreover, even when she was prostrating and knocking her head on the ground until she bled, she never thought of making a move against you. She never thought of killing you. When she spoke of her origin earlier, she had even prepared to sacrifice herself to protect Mu Yuan. This lady is truly in love with Mu Yuan. Chen Feng listened silently. He looked at a different person. How about you? The data has been verified, that person stated faintly. Using our tools, we received the same conclusion as those who judged using their ability. Is that so? Chen Feng shut his eyes. When conflicts arose between two races, one could not allow their personal feelings to affect their decisions. However, if both aspects could be controlled properly, that would be for the best. An example was what he had just witnessed. It was certainly for the best if this ancient race expert could become a part of humanity. However, this was based on the premise that these ancient race members that were willing to join them truly lacked any problems. Qin Hai. Chen Feng contacted Qin Hai directly to obtain the details. Not just Yulan, Chen Feng wanted to obtain the details of all other ancient race members that had taken refuge in the human world. He wanted to see how many of these could he recruited to humanity's side. All this would be accomplished using the detection tools of the research agency, the assistance of mind-reading genetic abilities, and the help of the information obtained from Qin Hai, the super spy. One could say that everything about every single one of these escaped ancient race members was cleanly unearthed. Everything about them was investigated cleanly. Among all these ancient race members, apart from some who were comparatively violent and were killed off by the genetic union, the vast majority of them truly liked their life in human society. Compared to the desolate and barbarous territories of the ancient race, the peacefulness of human society was evidently something valued by these ancient race members that had experienced numerous sufferings. These ancient race members were determined to be accepted into human society. However, when the employees found them, some were like Yulan, who had been able to reach an agreement with humanity, and were formally accepted, but a huge group of them had unexpectedly misunderstood the intentions of these employees and instead escaped. Chen Feng was speechless as he found out about this. Fortunately, these people had merely hidden themselves in some unique locations, as they had no idea how to survive and were in fear of being found out. Chen Feng was able to locate them and proceed with granting them formal identifications to live in human society. Genetic Union, Procurement Department. This was a department that appeared ordinary, but in fact, it was a rather unique department responsible for gathering rare materials in those hard-to-reach locations. This was also a department incomparably suitable for these escaped ancient race members. These jobs that seemed rather dangerous for ordinary humans were instead extremely easy for them. Here, they obtained an official identification, a higher reward for their job, and a venue in which they could blend into human society. Indeed, these ancient race members blended into human society for real. Naturally, the only con to this new life of theirs was the continuous monitoring on them. This would continue until their physical bodies and bloodline completed their transformation into those of a true human. For this undertaking, the research agency would have to put forth more effort. We are conducting blood improvement research. This might be able to clear all remains of the ancient race from their body. They might truly be able to become true humans. Thanks to this, the strength of humanity actually obtained a surprise increase in strength. Mu Yuan called Chen Feng to express his gratitude. Chen Feng, thanks. His wife, Yulan, was obviously much happier and more relaxed than before. Every day, her working hours were the regular 8 hours, and finally, she dared to follow him out of the house as well. Don't worry about it. Chen Feng heaved a sigh of relief as well. Finally, this had been dealt with. As for the ancient race, they were still consuming the Beyond X gene reagents, not suspecting the gene reagent in the slightest.
All the blame for the gender change had been pushed toward the 9 demonic termination. A perfect conclusion. And next, they could finally focus on dealing with the devil race. As long as they could control the restoration of the devil race. Bang! Suddenly, a thunderous clap resounded. Instantly, all human territories were shrouded by a dazzling radiance. This. Feng stood up immediately and gazed at the terrifying radiance in shock. At that instant, a boundless devil aura appeared, engulfing the entire world. Something had happened. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 530, The Returning Expert. Chapter 530, The Returning Expert. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Bang! As that dazzling radiance erupted, everyone was startled. A dense devil aura enveloped the entire world instantly, as an aura even more terrifying than the aura from the first appearance of the devil race surged, alarming everyone. What happened? Everyone was alarmed. This aura was too scary, thus planting fear in all their hearts. Xiao! Countless experts started making their move. During the past half year, several hundreds of Beyond classes had appeared among the human race. At this time, all of them made their appearance. However, before they could even locate the source of that devil aura, the sky recovered to how it had been before, sunny and cloudless. The devil aura had vanished. Gone? Everyone gazed at the sky. Nobody had any idea why this devil aura had appeared. At the genetic union, the Beyond classes that had just revealed themselves were exchanging glances in dismay. Has the position been located? Nope. No specific position can be found. Ground, sky, everywhere possible has been searched. The devil aura earlier seemed like it had been in the air all along, and the source is unable to be found. Damn it! Everyone's expression became unsightly. This devil aura that had suddenly appeared had smashed all the confidence humanity had built throughout this half year. Since the devil aura could appear here, how about the devil race? Those reawakened devil race members were indeed extremely terrifying. This was a race that had been in hibernation for countless years. Nobody was aware of how strong they truly were. Continue monitoring. All right. The people from the scouting department had unsightly expressions. Only last month, they had been jeering at the earthquake department, telling them how they were only capable of giving warnings after the earthquake had occurred. Unexpectedly, the same thing was now happening to them. They had been completely helpless during the appearance of this devil aura. Just as they were about to return. Bang! A radiance erupted. They were instantly on guard. Again? No, that's not devil aura. Some of them with sharp eyes were able to see a faint shadow in the distance. It's someone from our side. Shwa! Light swirled around. Everyone rushed toward this person. Different from what they had expected, this was a bloodstained person, a genetic warrior so injured that his appearance was nearly unrecognizable. What was even more terrifying was the fact that this warrior was actually a Beyond class as well. Someone recognized him. It's Lord Li Lei. Li Lei, one of the top experts of the genetic union. He was not even an ordinary Beyond class warrior, rather, he was truly a peak warrior in the truest sense, a Beyond class categorized as a 9. Someone like this was an expert who had been at the top even before the appearance of the Beyond X gene reagent. These were the truly formidable humans, those who had been at the apex of humanity all this while. But now, it was truly unexpected that devil. Before Li Lei could even finish his sentence, he fainted. Everyone was alarmed. Fast, rescue him. Several employees rushed over to start treating his injuries. Nobody wished to see a top expert like this die. They had no idea what exactly it was that had happened. Everyone started working hastily. Presently, Chen Feng, who was not far away, was looking in this direction as well. That was because the instant Li Lei had appeared, his luck aura's alarm function had blazed and his luck value had started dropping. In his virtual world, the red light of his alarm system was blinking without stop. This signified that a grave danger had been detected. Without hesitation, Chen Feng warned them, shouting, "Enemy attack! A concealed person is observing us." Shwa! Instantly, everyone around him was on alert. Right at this moment, from the empty air not far away, a clump of devil aura appeared out of nowhere. Space was ripped apart as 3 shadows streaked out of the torn hole. Their target was Li Lei. Protect him, 2 Beyond classes stated as their eyes gleamed coldly. Trying to kill one of them in front of so many of them here? How audacious!
Even if these people were newly advanced beyond the classes, they were still true beyond the classes.
Scram!
The furious genetic warriors moved.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The shadows were disintegrated, but a devil aura started pervading the air. From the three shadows, three malevolent-looking bodies appeared. These three were precisely devil race members. When their attack had failed, they'd been blasted out of their shadows. Hiss! A sinister voice echoed in the air. The three devil race members rotated their bodies and took a detour around the several beyond the classes before once again streaking toward Lilei.
Everyone's expression became solemn. Careful. Understood.
Two beyond the classes that specialized in defense guarded Lilei. They were aware that since the devil race was so desperately trying to kill Lilei, it had to be because Lilei had discovered something important.
This was extremely important for humanity. Bang! Bang! Several bright explosions erupted midair as everyone defended Lilei.
The three devil race members exchanged glances, evidently realizing that they were incapable of killing Lilei. At this realization, their eyes gleamed coldly.
These fellows.
Suddenly, a feeling of intense fear rose in Chen Feng's heart.
Danger! Careful! Before Chen Feng could even finish his sentence. Bang! Dot! A huge explosion erupted. Among the darkness, one of the devil race members started shining with a dazzling radiance. The radiance surged out from its body without stop, forcing its body to explode. Hum!
The terrifying radiance flew into the body of the other two devil race members beside it. Instantly, the strength of those two devil race members, which had been equivalent to a Beyond A5, increased, reaching the terrifying level of Beyond A8 as their strength surged rapidly.
Everyone's eyes widened. Have they gone crazy?
Everything had happened too fast. Initially, they had believed that this devil race member was merely blowing itself up as a suicide attack, and the genetic warriors had all erected their defenses to defend against the explosion. Unexpectedly, that devil race member had actually been committing suicide, or to be accurate, that devil race member had been sacrificing itself. The devil race was most well versed in the art of sacrificing to increase their strength. Now, this devil race member had sacrificed itself to increase the strength of its comrades.
Howl!
The strength of the remaining devil race members increased greatly.
Bang!
One of them started raging.
Everyone's expression became unsightly. Careful!
They were somewhat at a loss as to how to deal with the devil race experts. They were clear that these two would not be able to maintain this state of increased strength for long. They had expected that they would only need to defend against these two until the duration was over.
Alas! Xiao!
Suddenly, one of the devil race members soared up into the sky.
Everyone was doubtful at this sudden act.
Right at this instant, an ancient yet mysterious imprint flashed into view on that devil race member's forehead.
A faint radiance started flickering out of it.
High above the air, this devil race member pointed at all the beyond the classes there.
Ding! Ding!
Suddenly, an imprint appeared on all the beyond the classes there. Their expressions changed slightly.
What is this?
That devil race member spat a word out.
Sacrifice. Shortly after. Bang! Its body exploded before transforming into a clump formed of seals.
At this sight, everyone's eyes widened.
What was this? Another suicide? Was this devil race member sick? Committing suicide so easily? Just as they were all confused, the seals that the devil race member had transformed into started shining with a dazzling radiance.
At the same time, the imprints on all their bodies started shining brightly as well.
Ka!
All their bodies stopped moving. All the experts, the beyond the classes, were at this moment paused in space.
This. Everyone's eyes widened. Body pausing technique.
The deaths of two devil race members had actually been for the sake of pausing the bodies of all the beyond the classes here. It wasn't that the devil race members had gone crazy. Rather, the humans had all along underestimated the devil race's persistence when it came to killing Lilei.
Right at this moment. Xiao!
Finally, the final surviving devil race member moved. Several A classes and beyond B classes tried to stop it.
Scram! Bang! The group of them was instantly flung away.
With their strength, they had actually failed to even stop this devil race member for a split second.
As for those beyond the classes,
they were all currently incapable of moving. Even after pushing their strength to the limit, even though they could feel that the restriction on their bodies was presently wavering.
Bang!
The devil race member punched at Lilei. At this moment, all the beyond the classes were trapped, The A classes and beyond B classes were powerless to stop this devil race member, and Li Lei himself was unconscious. It seemed like nobody was capable of stopping this attack.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 531, Nope, not increasing in power at all. Chapter 531, Nope, not increasing in power at all. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish.
All their hearts chilled.
It's over.
Right at this moment, a figure appeared suddenly to block in front of Li Lei. Everyone glanced over and was greatly alarmed, as that person was precisely Chen Feng.
A bellow could be heard. Chen Feng, go away. Li Lei was going to be killed. If even Chen Feng was killed as well, they could already imagine how much of a loss that would be for humanity.
They still had no idea why the devil race was so persistently trying to kill Li Lei.
However, Chen Feng absolutely could not die.
In front of him presently was a devil race member with the combat power of a beyond A8, whereas Chen Feng, despite Chen Feng being truly strong, he was still only a beyond B9. Between Chen Feng and this devil race member, there was a gap of 9 ranks.
Chen Feng. Everyone was anxious, hoping that Chen Feng wouldn't deliver himself to death. Who? Chen Feng inhaled. He was aware of his own strength. However, he was even more curious about the real reason the devil race was insistently trying to kill Li Lei.
Why was that?
Was it due to Han Nini?
Chen Feng laughed with self-mockery as he thought of a joke that nobody of this world could understand. 1.
Schwa.
A piercing chill could be felt from the air. The devil race member's attack had finally arrived. Chen Feng's eyes became sharp and a full set of energy equipment appeared all around his body. Gazing at the powerful devil race member in front of him, his hand slowly stretched out.
God! Punisher! Bang! A dazzling radiance erupted.
The eyes of the devil race member gleamed coldly as the power in its hand became even sharper. This was an ability that the devil race was aware of. Back then, during the Star City battle, the final defeat of the devil race had been due to this ability. Even though nobody had been aware of this back then, along with the spread of Chen Feng's name after that battle, this ability had become similarly well known as well. Moreover, this ability of Chen Feng's had been analyzed clearly, especially by the experts of the devil race.
God Punisher.
Pro, incomparably powerful.
The longer the cast time, the more powerful it will be. Con, the strength of the attack during the first half minute is pitifully weak.
The devil race member sneered as it recalled the description of this ability.
He. Was Chen Feng truly treating the devil race as some wild beasts? Did the humans truly believe that the devil race members did not know how to go online?
For this devil race member to come here, it had already been ready to not return alive.
As such, it didn't fear anything. If so, why would it be afraid of this ability of Chen Feng's that had a long activation time? Die.
The figure of the devil race member vanished into nothingness.
Its powerful attack merged with its body.
The devil race member planned to kill both Chen Feng and Li Lei.
Damn it!
The expressions of the Beyond classes there changed greatly as they saw this.
If something happened to both Chen Feng and Li Lei. They struggled frantically. The imprints sealing the movement of their bodies were already tottering. Some cracks had even appeared. Alas, the imprints still remained.
This was a forbidden sacrificial technique.
The more enemies there were, the weaker the might would be.
As such, the devil race member had only proceeded with sealing them after properly calculating the amount of Beyond classes here, just so they could have this single opportunity to kill.
Bang! Bang!
The Beyond classes erupted with their final struggle, yet the imprints remained. They could only watch on with despair as that devil race member pierced through Chen Feng and Li Lei with a terrifying radiance.
That pitch-black streak in the air. Xiao! The pitch-black streak flashed forth. The expected piercing did not appear.
Instead, that terrifying black radiance paused midair as a familiar figure appeared from amid the darkness.
That was Chen Feng. Everyone's eyes widened as they noticed that Chen Feng was actually still alive.
Even that devil race member was staring at Chen Feng with an expression of disbelief. None of them had expected that the mere peak B-class Chen Feng was actually capable of forcefully blocking a single attack from this devil race member. Moreover, this was an incredibly powerful attack, equivalent to a full-powered strike from a Beyond A8.
He was skipping ranks while battling? But how was this possible?
This devil race member here did not have the strength of those Beyond A1 warriors who had just broken through. Rather, it had the strength of a Beyond A8, an expert nearly at the top of existence.
How had this Hum.
A terrifying radiance flashed in Chen Feng's eyes, causing one's heart to flutter. This sight was extremely unfamiliar yet familiar at the same time.
He.
Chen Feng merely smiled but did not say anything.
Pooh. A mouthful of blood was spat out. Chen Feng cursed. Damn it.
Currently, his entire body was aching, nearly collapsing, yet he forced himself to stood firm and upright.
He could most definitely resist this.
He was Chen Feng, after all, a person who, when he'd first entered B class back then, had already been capable of killing A classes. Now that he was a peak beyond B class and his strength had greatly increased, why couldn't he kill a beyond A class?
What was there to be afraid of? Beyond A8? So what? Did the devil race member believe that only the devil race knew about sacrificial battling methods? Pooh. The veins all over Chen Feng's body ruptured.
Even the energy equipment failed to protect these veins. At the instance of the rupture, a powerful energy condensed within Chen Feng's body, helping him block this formidable first strike. An ear-piercing shout from that devil race member resounded.
How did you defend against that attack? The God Punisher here was truly excessively powerful. This was not supposed to be possible. If this was the same God Punisher from back then and it had truly been this powerful, wasn't Chen Feng someone capable of defying even the heavens? This ability. Xiao. Xiao. Two sounds erupted in succession.
Once again, the devil race member charged at Chen Feng. The devil race member had to kill Chen Feng as soon as possible. That was because, based on the activation method of God Punisher, the longer one waited, the stronger it would be. As such, this devil race member would truly be dead in the hands of this ability if he waited.
Kill.
The alarmed devil race member pushed all its strength out and concentrated it on Chen Feng.
Ah. Chen Feng sneered. You truly believe that the present God Punisher is still the same as the past God Punisher? The progress of half a year.
Chen Feng stated with melancholy.
Bang. Once again, a terrifying radiance converged together. The speed of release and eruption of the present God Punisher was much greater than when Chen Feng had just broken through into B class back then. This was a God Punisher that was in a totally different league. Xiao. God Punisher erupted crazily.
A terrifying radiance collided with the devil race member's attack.
Bang. Bang. A bright explosion erupted. Both of them were actually evenly matched. This.
The devil race member was dumbstruck.
How had this happened?
It could clearly sense that this God Punisher was still increasing in strength. According to this, the devil race member was no longer Chen Feng's match. The memory of how the ancient race member had suffered from God Punisher back then was still vivid.
What to do, then? This devil race member was obviously collapsing emotionally.
They had made a huge amount of preparations and even prepared a suicide attack as their final trump card. Unexpectedly, their perfect plan was being stopped by Chen Feng alone.
What to do?
The devil race member panicked. The strength of Chen Feng's God Punisher was obviously increasing, and those beyond the classes were on the verge of breaking out of their imprints. One more second and this devil race member would die here. It would either be killed by those beyond the classes or by Chen Feng's God Punisher. It was not afraid of death.
However, the mission had to be completed before that. The devil race member could not die pointlessly here.
As long as Li Lei was still unconscious, the devil race member would still have a chance to kill him in the future. The devil race member made the correct decision.
Depart. Xiao.
Instantly, this final devil race member retreated rapidly.
Hum. Its body vanished into nothingness and was concealed after taking one more attack of Chen Feng's by force. Shwa.
The air trembled, yet the devil race was already nowhere to be seen. And now, finally, those beyond the classes were free of the imprints sealing them. They wanted to pursue the devil race member yet had no idea where to start and could only look at the Chen Feng that was shining so dazzlingly there. However, for reasons unknown, the God Punisher that was supposed to be increasing in strength was actually becoming weaker, to the point the attacks were nearly non-existent right now.
Finally, with Chen Feng maintaining the same pose when God Punisher was first activated. Pop. A green wisp of smoke shot out. It was obvious that a particular ability was trying to be released yet had been stuck for a long time, failing to be released. Only some leftover energy was shot out before God Punisher stopped. Over? Everyone was somewhat dumbstruck as they saw this. Was this a fraud God Punisher? Right at this instant, Chen Feng's body collapsed. Chen Feng? Everyone around him was greatly alarmed. Chen Feng was still sober and could only watch helplessly as his body collapsed.
In order to block the first attack of that devil race member, his strongest trump cards had already been used: Virus Mode, God Punisher, and Energy Equipment.
These three combined was already the strongest eruption he was capable of. How was it possible for this God Punisher to perform as usual, to grow stronger the longer it was activated? Chen Feng had merely used his luck aura to change the sequence of release and had released the final abilities first before letting the weaker abilities out. This time, the circumstances had truly been dangerous. As such, Chen Feng had forced the strongest ability out immediately after activation. For this version of God Punisher, only the first 2 seconds would consist of powerful attacking abilities. As such, Chen Feng had only been able to last for 2 seconds. The only reason it had still been so powerful was because of Chen Feng's Virus Mode.
Indeed, Virus Mode. This was a unique ability Chen Feng had created early on. By using the Aurora reagent, he entered Virus Mode, forcing the affinity of his spiritual energy to the peak.
Next, God Punisher erupted, releasing this explosive attack.
As for the aftereffects, Chen Feng could clearly feel that his entire body had been emptied of energy.
This was also the reason he didn't dare to use the Aurora reagent as he wished.
At his present level, using this Aurora reagent was nearly equivalent to suicide. The strength was too powerful and terrifying. If his normal energy usage was equivalent to unleashing a water pipe, using God Punisher was equivalent to releasing a flood dam, a super eruption.
What of Aurora reagent, then?
The description "the torrent rolls thunderously on for 1,000 li" would be the apt description for this.
Bang!
Chen Feng collapsed on the ground even as his body remained straight. Numerous cries of alarm resounded around him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 532, Bastard. Chapter 532, Bastard. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Chen Feng.
They all cried out in alarm.
Chen Feng's collapse had truly alarmed everyone present.
The employees of Genetic Union took him into the building hastily and started feeding him energy regeneration gene reagent. Only with this did a wisp of energy reappear in Chen Feng's body. Ho Liang, who had rushed over, anxiously asked, "How are you feeling?"
The employee shook his head. He's fine. He overexerted his energy.
He will be fine after taking a rest, thought. Only at this did Ho Liang heave a sigh of relief. That's good. After hearing about the devil race's surprise attack and Chen Feng's unconsciousness, he had truly been given quite a fright.
How about that devil race member? Asked Ho Liang.
Already escaped. However, based on our guess, it could come back to attack at any time, the employee stated honestly. Ho Liang told them, "The security here will be handed to you guys."
Understood. Everyone was wearing a solemn expression.
Several Beyond classes were outside looking for traces of that devil race member. They were aware of how terrifying this devil race member was, a devil race member who was ready to die accomplishing his mission.
This time, they would most certainly not give him any chances. Has Lord Li Lei awakened? No. Heal him as quickly as possible. We need to know what secret it is that he has discovered. Only by leaking that secret will the devil race member stop trying to assassinate him. But they were sure that after the secret was leaked, it would be pointless for the devil race member to kill him. All right, the employees replied.
Shortly afterward, the treatment of Li Lei using numerous gene reagents began. Both Chen Feng and Li Lei were on the verge of regaining consciousness. Several Beyond classes increased their vigilance as they patrolled. They were aware that if the devil race still intended to assassinate Li Lei, now would be the time to do it.
Xiao.
A cold gleam flashed past.
Here it comes. Everyone's eyes shone. Xiao. 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 Numerous terrifying cold gleams streaked toward Li Lei. They sneered. We have been waiting a long time for you.
If it was an undetected ambush, such as what had happened when the devil race members first appeared, there might still have been a chance of success. Now that so many Beyond classes were standing guard here, regardless of how strong that devil race member was, he would still have to submit. So what if his strength had reached beyond A8? Rise. Surrounding Li Lei, 3 Beyond classes erected a defense. They were all confident in their strength. However, to be safe, they had decided to still erect numerous layers of defense so as to not give the devil race member any openings. Presently, the rest of the Beyond classes were attempting to surround the devil race member on all sides. Their powerful attacks were seemingly going to pierce through the devil race member. All of them had cold gazes.
Die. Xiao. Xiao. The devil race member's attack finally landed on Li Lei.
Surprisingly, the attack that appeared so powerful failed to even cause a ripple on their defensive barrier before the attack was directly destroyed. Everyone felt doubtful. They had already expected that they would be able to defend against this attack, but for it to be this easy. They looked at the energy and noted that not a single bit of the energy supply of their defensive barrier had been exhausted. That seemingly terrifying attack had actually been a feint. All of their expressions sank. Careful. Midair, the attacks of the Beyond classes finally reached the Devil Race member as well. Pooh. Pooh. A series of oppressive sounds echoed. All their attacks had blasted into the Devil Race member's body. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere. Instantly, the Devil Race member was heavily injured and flung away. Not a feint? They were somewhat dumbstruck. They had believed that this Devil Race member had feigned an attack at Li Lei while condensing a truly powerful attack to deal with the other Beyond classes. Unexpectedly, it hadn't even resisted their attacks and had been inflicted with heavy injuries just like that. What was going on? Had the injury it suffered the other day been too serious? However, just as everyone was still feeling doubtful, the heavily injured Devil Race that had been flung to the ground suddenly erupted at the split second when everyone had relaxed their vigilance. A familiar radiance appeared. That was the power of sacrifice. That's right, just as the two other Devil Race members sacrificed themselves, this final Devil Race member once again used the method of sacrifice on himself. Once again, the several Beyond classes consolidated their defenses. Surprisingly, this time, the Devil Race member switched his target. Bang! The radiance surged. The Devil Race member's new target was Chen Feng. Xiao! The terrifying attack shot straight at Chen Feng. Everyone was stupefied. Chen Feng? What? Was the Devil Race's target not Li Lei? Previously, when Chen Feng had been blocking in front of Li Lei, this Devil Race member had only intended to get around him to deal with Li Lei and had not planned to kill Chen Feng at all, but now. What was going on, exactly? This Devil Race member was ignoring Li Lei and sacrificing himself just to kill Chen Feng? Everyone was dumbstruck. As a result of their stupefaction, they were unable to react in time. Even those Beyond classes failed to catch up to the attack, since this Devil Race member was truly too powerful. Kill! 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 The killing intent of the Devil Race pervaded the air. A terrifying power locked onto Chen Feng. At present, the Chen Feng who had only recovered a bit after the initial treatment was jolted awake by that bone-piercing aura. Just as he opened his eyes, a huge shadow could be seen streaking toward him. His eyes widened. His thoughts started operating at hyperspeed. Instantly, everything around him seemed to slow down. Spirit immediately transmitted the information on everything that had happened to his brain. Finally, Chen Feng understood what was happening. This Devil Race member had actually switched his target at the last moment. Chen Feng's expression darkened. Shit! He had never expected that he would be targeted by this Devil Race member. Wasn't this Devil Race member supposed to kill Li Lei to protect their secret? What was the point of killing Chen Feng? Even now, Chen Feng could not understand why this Devil Race member was trying to kill him instead. Apart from the Devil Race, nobody knew the reason. That terrifying radiance was going to reach Chen Feng at the next instant. Regardless of how fast Chen Feng's present thoughts were, regardless of how powerful Luck Aura was, in such a circumstance, regardless of whether it was Chen Feng himself or Spirit, they would not be able to think of a good solution. No matter what, this seemed like a hopeless situation. Unless. Chen Feng sighed. You truly want to do that? Asked Spirit. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. What else can I do? Looking at the incoming attack that was tearing apart even space itself, Chen Feng focused his gaze. He assumed a proper pose before lightly waving his right hand. Next, a red flash shot out of his hand. Run, Xiaoying. Xiao. The red flash shone dazzlingly before colliding with the incoming shadow. Bang! A bright explosion erupted. Trying to kill me with just this? The Devil Race member laughed nastily. He had indeed failed to assassinate Li Lei. However, if he was able to kill Chen Feng instead. Although this red streak was powerful, it was still not a match for this Devil Race member. This red streak that was like a tiny worm would not be able to stop this Devil Race member for even a single millisecond. The gap between them was simply too huge. Alas, the excitement of this Devil Race member was not long-lived. Just as it was about to destroy this tiny red snake, a terrifying aura appeared suddenly as a tender and fair hand pierced space to appear here. Bang! The fair hand clasped, forming a fist, and punched down resoundingly.
Ka! Ka!
The devil race member's eyes widened. He could clearly feel that at this instant, the space before him, including his attack, including everything else, shattered as cracks started appearing.
How is this possible? This devil race member watched on in shock as his body transformed into countless fragments before vanishing in the air.
Where the red radiance had been previously, a petite figure appeared.
Why had this happened?
The devil race vanished with dissatisfaction. At this moment, the radiance dispersed. A young lady with a bathrobe wrapped around her appeared. Her feet were bare and she was staring at Chen Feng furiously.
Bastard!
I told you, don't ever use such a method to summon me.
Mingyu was bursting with rage. Was this bastard doing it on purpose?
Every time he summoned her, it was when she was taking a shower. If she wasn't sure that Chen Feng had no way of crossing over to her world, she would even start to believe that Chen Feng had installed a hidden camera in her bathroom.
This was too excessive. Hadn't Chen Feng claimed that Xiaoying was his brother? Who would toss their brother out in the middle of a fight? Wasn't this too excessive? Even if this was not a true biological brother, this still wasn't proper, right?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 533, Only You. Chapter 533, Only You. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Indeed.
A smile formed on Chen Feng's face. He had known that when Xiaoying faced danger, Mingyu would most certainly appear. This was quite a bizarre summoning method, though.
Mingyu snorted.
I will destroy you sooner or later. She raised her bathrobe and glared at Chen Feng before throwing a glance at the happily smiling Xiaoying.
At that sight, her anger lowered somewhat. What are you laughing about? No matter what, you are still an intelligent life form. Why have you not grown up yet even after so long? Has the growth of your brain been allocated to your length instead? Mingyu was furious. Chen Feng.
This was the first time he'd heard someone use such a unique method of scolding someone, although the length in his mind was different than the length in Mingyu's mind. One was thinking of the growth of age, and the other was referring to a growth in length.
Mingyu
was quite well studied in human literature, after all. When I'm done with my affairs over there, I will personally come and give you lessons. Mingyu glared at Xiaoying before looking at Chen Feng.
Don't keep using this method to summon me. The danger level will not always be transmitted correctly to me. If I fail to sense it in time.
Mingyu warned Chen Feng solemnly before leaving.
Chen Feng smiled. All right.
He had also been forced to summon Mingyu. If not for the unique circumstances he had been in previously, he wouldn't have used such a method to summon her.
That was because the exhaustion of using this summoning method was rather.
At this thought, Chen Feng checked his luck value, and his heart ached. The distance between Xiaoying and Mingyu was too far, a distance of 2 worlds. As such, even if Xiaoying encountered danger, Mingyu could only sense it from a different world. Under such circumstances, numerous factors, such as spatial flow and so on, might affect her ability to sense Xiaoying's danger. As such, the instant when Mingyu sensed the danger might not necessarily be the exact same instant that Xiaoying encountered danger. This was also the reason Mingyu had left such a solemn warning to Chen Feng.
However, Chen Feng sighed.
In order to ensure that Mingyu would sense the danger immediately, his luck value had been consumed. The amount of luck value exhausted to clear the spatial flows between both worlds had reached a staggering 1,000 points. This was an extremely terrifying amount. Even though Chen Feng had been saving up his luck value during the past half year, he still couldn't afford to waste them this way.
Only 2,000 points remain. Chen Feng's heart ached. Half a year.
Apart from the several times he had used it to increase the skill usage history for his God Punisher, he had been saving them and had managed to save only 3,000 points in total. For his God Punisher's advancement, he had been using several luck value per day to release never-before-used abilities from his myriad illusions in order to accumulate his history of used abilities. At times, 1 luck value would be sufficient to release several new abilities, but at other times, several luck value would be required to release only a single ability. Slowly, the many abilities in his myriad illusions were released and the accumulation of his God Punisher changed. This was rather stable progress. This was also the reason Chen Feng had been able to contend against the Devil Race member earlier by using God Punisher and Virus Mode.
Alas, he was ultimately still too weak.
Despite his ample preparations, he had still been unable to properly contend against the Devil Race member.
It was the same this time.
The opponent had been too strong, to the point Chen Feng hadn't even been able to unleash his God Punisher in time. Ultimately, he'd had no choice but to forcefully summon Mingyu. Despite the fact that the devil race member had indeed been eliminated, the exhaustion of his luck value was truly.
Chen Feng sighed.
He had lost 1,000 of his pitiful 3,000 luck value with only a single summon.
How could his heart not ache? Yes, Big Sister Mingyu was indeed powerful.
However, the exhaustion from summoning her was truly too excessive.
Seems like I have to take note of this in the future.
Chen Feng sighed yet again. He was not only anxious about his safety, he was also hurting from the exhaustion of his luck value. He raised his head and was welcomed with gazes of reverence from the people around him.
They couldn't help but respect him.
This Chen Feng guy hadn't only reached the apex in gene production, even when looking for wives, his wives were apex experts as well.
He was simply a winner at life. A friend.
Chen Feng wanted to give an explanation yet found it impossible to explain.
How was he supposed to explain this? Telling them that lady was a summon of a friend of his? Or perhaps the leader of the harem his friend had summoned? Who would actually believe that?
Right at this moment, a groan was heard. Everyone's attention was attracted as they noted that the Li Lei that had been being hunted by the devil race had finally regained consciousness.
Li Lei. The deputy president walked over emotionally. Are you fine?
Li Lei shook his head.
I'm fine.
Devil race. The deputy president comforted him. The devil race members chasing after you have been killed.
Don't worry. No, that's not what I mean. Li Lei seemed agitated.
In the devil race's territory, I discovered traces of S-Class.
What?
Everyone widened their eyes.
Devil race? S-Class? This single sentence of Li Lei's was akin to a storm that engulfed the entire genetic union.
All their experts, all the Beyond classes, even those who were still in seclusion forcibly left their seclusion in advance before rushing over to this place to try to listen to the secret Li Lei had discovered.
This was, after all, something pertaining to S-Class.
All their hearts trembled.
At present, humanity was at a bottleneck.
Regardless of the old A classes of the past or the Beyond A classes of the present, to break through their bottleneck, there was only one possibility: entering S-Class and fusing with a brand new genetic ability, thus creating more powerful abilities.
Where? Which clan of the devil race? What ability is it? Everyone was going crazy. Have you guys not sensed it? Li Lei paused. When scouting in the devil race territories, I accidentally encountered the devil race's sacrificial ceremony. I tried spoiling that ceremony, yet unexpectedly, they still successfully awakened that terrifying devil race member. That was also the devil race member that injured me.
Otherwise, those 3 devil race members wouldn't have been my match at all, Li Lei stated hatefully.
So that's the case. Everyone finally understood.
Previously, they had still been wondering why Li Lei was being chased by those 3 despite his strength. So it turned out that there was a particular extremely powerful devil race member. True, only such an expert could accomplish such a feat.
The experts of Genetic Union exchanged glances and gulped. S-Class. That was an S-Class.
If they could kill that S-Class devil race member, if they could obtain its gene.
They were all tempted. The news brought by Li Lei was too shocking.
So shocking that these experts that had been stuck at the peak of Beyond A class for a long time could no longer maintain their calm. It was no wonder that the devil race had been trying to kill Li Lei.
Such a secret.
However, this just made some of them more curious. Why did it change its target to Chen Feng toward the end, then? After Li Lei found out what had happened, he understood immediately. Sneering, he said, the reason for that is simple. To produce a true S-Class gene reagent, an exceptionally powerful gene producer is required. Presently, among humanity, Chen Feng is the only one capable of this.
Chen Feng waved his hands. How is that possible?
Those great masters are all better than me in production. Yes, his production level was indeed high.
However, those old great masters were much better than him in terms of production. He couldn't contend with them.
Indeed, their production levels are higher than yours. However, their combat power is too weak, so weak that they can't even defend themselves.
Li Lei shook his head.
To produce a true S-Class gene reagent, the producer will have to enter that place where the devil race members were being awakened.
There, danger is everywhere.
It is impossible for those gene producers to return alive from such a place.
This is even more true for the older generations of gene producers. Their combat power is non-existent. Only you, Chen Feng.
You are the best option for becoming the producer of this S-Class gene reagent. This will also be the most powerful gene reagent in the history of humanity, an S-Class fusion gene reagent. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 534, Target, Devil Race. Chapter 534, Target, Devil Race. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. S-Class, a unique existence. The strongest person Chen Feng had ever encountered was only a peak beyond a class. With the appearance of the Beyond X gene reagent, the time at which one could reach a class from F class had been greatly reduced. However, for those that were already at the apex of existence, this gene reagent did not change much. What these people required was a way to break through the bottleneck known as S-Class. There was an S-Class among the Devil Race. This fact had yet to be verified, but based on Chen Feng's guess, the old man who had never made his move was probably an S-Class. This old man Chen Feng was thinking about was Qin Hai's master, who had been known as Sage back in the ancient era. This was also why humanity had such fear toward the ancient race. The ancient race was already in such circumstance, yet that old man still remained unmoved. What exactly was that old man planning to do? Nobody knew.
The only thing humanity could do was pay close attention to the ancient race for fear of anything unexpected happening. From this, the deterrence power of an S-Class was apparent. However, regardless of how powerful the ancient race's S-Class was, it had nothing to do with humanity. After all, it wasn't like the S-Class would teach humans how to break through or something like that. However, now that there was an S-Class among the Devil Race as well, this fact truly alarmed everyone. In truth, the Devil Race's system was quite similar to humanity's genetic system. As such, an S-Class Devil Race definitely possessed a seventh ability, a seventh powerful gene.
As long as humanity could obtain this gene, everyone was tempted. S-Class is too strong.
We are totally not the Devil Race members' match, one of them said after shaking his head.
They recalled the scene earlier when that devil aura had pervaded the air.
The strength of the S-Class Devil Race member was simply too scary.
It wasn't something they could deal with.
Li Lei shook his head.
No.
If that was really the case, why would the Devil Race be so desperate? The reason they are so nervous is because that powerful S-Class has yet to fully awaken.
Everyone's eyes widened. What? That Devil Race is too strong.
Li Lei sneered.
But the Devil Race's remaining energy supply is too low.
As such, they have to slowly awaken that expert, which will require a huge amount of sacrifices.
This is also the reason the Devil Race hasn't appeared for half a year. They have been busy doing this.
Unfortunately for them, I was able to accidentally discover this. We only need to interrupt their sacrifice ceremony and that expert Devil Race will be an empty shell akin to a puppet. What we want is its corpse and blood essence.
Everyone's eyes shone. If that was the case, it was doable. When should we do it? Someone asked. Now. Li Lei answered without hesitation.
The earlier, the better. When I discovered them, the ceremony was already in progress. Even if the ceremony duration is rather long because the gap between their strength and that expert's is too huge, if we delay this, some unwanted variables might appear. Perhaps the Devil Race might have some other methods to speed this up. Everyone exchanged glances. That's possible as well. If so, let's go now. Everyone stood up. The deputy president looked at Li Lei anxiously. Are you fine? Li Lei shook his head. I'm fine. I have merely overexerted my energy. As for the other injuries, they are merely external. I will allow them to slowly heal while on the way. The deputy president nodded. That's good to hear. Let me know if there's anything you need. Now that humanity had once again stumbled upon hope, they had to grab it. If they could produce a sufficient amount of S-Class gene reagents, human society would. S-Class. The mere thought of this caused their hearts to tremble. It might finally be possible for humanity to truly contend against the ancient race and Devil Race. The Devil Race is, after all, not some pushover. Even if the amount that have reawakened is rather low, all of them are exceptionally powerful. As such, I need 10 Beyond a class warriors. Li Lei stated his requests without hesitation. As for the remaining support warriors, the Genetic Union can arrange as they deem necessary. The deputy president agreed. All right. As for gene production, Li Lei looked at Chen Feng. Just as I mentioned previously, Chen Feng is the most optimal choice for this. However, to go or not, or whether he can go or not, or whether he can actually produce it or not, he will have to consider it himself. After all, this is an S-Class gene reagent. This is something no producers have ever encountered. Schwa. Everyone's gaze landed on Chen Feng. I'm going, Chen Feng answered without hesitation. Since this was related to S-Class, he had to participate. This was about the future of humanity, about the direction this world would take. As such, he had to personally partake rather than stay a spectator like he had been previously. Li Lei was overwhelmed by his emotions. Very good. Let's depart now, then. Gene materials. Chen Feng was somewhat worried about the materials. However, the genetic union had directly deployed 10 beyond B-class genetic warriors to join them, each of them carrying a huge bundle containing materials. Any material that might be required was now here. You guys will be carrying them like this? Chen Feng wiped his sweat. Were there no spatial abilities or spatial storage systems? They laughed. Our spatial storage is already full. The rest of the materials will have to be carried physically. Chen Feng was speechless. It was apparent that this time, the Genetic Union and Gene Production Association were contributing everything they could. That was understandable, though. After all, this pertained to the legendary S-Class. As such, proper preparations were required. However, Chen Feng gazed off into the distance. Would the ancient race allow this to happen? At the present moment, in a certain location at the ancient race's territory, a green radiance covered everything. Luhan gazed at the sleeping lady beside him, and his expression was so unsightly it was scary. He had spent an entire year to change her mind. He had been kneeling to his master requesting for help to let her know that she was his wife. By way of memory recall, which wasn't as real as one experiencing it personally once again, more akin to a movie being played in one's mind, the lady had finally understood that she was the wife of Luhan. Only with this had Luhan gained the chance to get near her. After a year of begging, he had finally managed to persuade this lady to return to him. However, this lady had also put forth her requests. He was not allowed to touch her or do anything improper to her. All this he could accept. After all, the both of them had been together for countless years, and what was even more precious for him was the feeling between them. However, what Luhan couldn't accept was the fact that he raised his head, looking at the framed picture by the lady's bed. Within the frame was a picture of a youth whose laughter seemed rather cheerful. This was a picture of Chen Feng. Ka! Luhan clenched his fist in anger to the point that he crushed his own bones. Was rebirth truly something so difficult? He had returned to the past, taking her to the future. Alas, her memories seemed problematic. Regardless of how many times he replayed the memories of their life together, in her heart, the hero on rainbow clouds that had saved her was still Chen Feng rather than Luhan. He had even tried erasing traces of Chen Feng from this lady's memory, yet he'd failed. This scared him greatly. This was because he had tried erasing memories of others before. With a simple tap, the memories of anyone would vanish without leaving a single trace behind. However, when it came to Chen Feng, regardless of how many times he attempted, he failed. Is it because Chen Feng's existence is too great, or is it my ability that's still not strong enough? Luhan felt doubtful, yet he did not linger much on these thoughts. It wouldn't matter. He only needed to kill Chen Feng before once again attempting to clear the memory. He was planning to personally make a move using the most direct method, killing Chen Feng before erasing all traces of Chen Feng's existence. He stood up and glanced at the sleeping lady. He was tempted to give her a kiss, yet from the corner of his eyes, he noted that the Chen Feng in the picture seemed to be smiling in a perverted fashion. Instantly, his expression darkened and he nearly smashed the picture. Hold it in, Luhan warned himself. He was aware that the moment he did that, this lady would most definitely leave him resolutely. This tiny spark of hope he had obtained after 1 year of begging was not allowed to be spoiled in such a fashion. Schwa! He left the room. With an ugly expression, the diamond on his forehead shone green. At the door, the people from the ancient race were already waiting for him. Has the information been confirmed? Yes. The traces of a big battle between the humans and devils is too obvious. Based on our investigation, among the humans heading toward the devil race is Chen Feng. Luhan's eyes gleamed coldly. Very good. It was about time he dealt with this. Chen Feng, I shall be waiting for you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 535, peed on it? Chapter 535, peed on it? Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Devil Race. Cold wind howled everywhere. Outside a crude-looking altar, an elderly devil race member was kneeling on the ground as tears streamed down his face. That lamp has been extinguished. What? The hearts of the other devil race members trembled.
They knew very clearly what that lamp signified. The future of the devil race depended on that lamp. Now that the lamp had been noiselessly extinguished, it seemed like the future of the devil race was gone as well. We received news that the humans are already preparing to come here, one devil race member stated. A different devil race member sighed. The people from the ancient race might come as well. Was this the reason that lamp had been extinguished? Humans, ancient race. They shut their eyes in pain. During the Holy War back then, the devil race had been able to evade the disaster and had watched on as the barbarians fell. Unexpectedly, now, they did not even have the chance to restore their civilization. A sigh could be heard. If we had known it would be like this, back then. What should we do now? Asked several devil race members, their faces remaining expressionless. Since even that lamp had been extinguished, was there still any hope for the devil race? Get the prince here, the elderly devil race member said with a sigh. All right. Shortly afterward, a young devil race member appeared. His height was less than 2 meters, and his body shape was rather similar to a human's. On his face was a pair of lively eyes. He was Ling, the youngest prince of the devil race. Based on how humans calculated their age, this prince would be 12 years old. That was also why they'd been able to awaken this prince this early. After the prince they had been waiting for was castrated by the humans, the elders of the devil race had put all their hope on this young prince. The sequence of the awakening of the devil race members depended on the strength of the awakened devil race members. Apart from this, if one wished to awaken any particular devil race member earlier than the natural sequence, a high price would have to be paid. An example was this elderly devil race member. He coughed as he felt his vitality leaking out. The elderly devil race member sighed. Your Majesty. The devil race no longer has any hope. I will gather several children so that you can escape together with them. The future of devil race will rest on all of you. Ling felt doubtful. Why? We failed to kill that human. The elderly devil race member sighed. In addition, our battle attracted the attention of the ancient race. Now that we are in the midst of our sacrifice ceremony, we can't stop it. By the side, the ancient race and human race are both stirring and are preparing to come. I'm afraid the devil race no longer has any hope. Ling was doubtful. Can't we try fighting them? Yes, we can, but... The elderly devil race member gazed into the distance. His expression appeared even older now. That lamp has already been extinguished. Everyone sighed. That lamp was the sole lamp of the devil race. Burning it was the hope and future of the devil race. Now that even the tiny speck on that lamp had been extinguished, the devil race was truly finished. Ling seemed to recall something. Which lamp? The one in the ancestral hall. The elderly devil race member shook his head. This young prince was truly still too young if he did not even know about this. Ling gained understanding. Oh, that lamp. I was just about to tell you this. The other day, while I was answering nature's call, my pea splashed on it accidentally, extinguishing the lamp. One of you can just go and light it again. Shwa. Everyone sunk into silence. The elderly devil race member who had been sighing earlier froze before lowering his head to gaze with expressions of disbelief at this young prince that signified the future of the devil race. SP splashed, the elderly devil race member asked while shuddering. Ling nodded. Yes. It's not that I want to nag you fellows, but something like a lamp is better placed somewhere higher, and it should be covered with a lamp cover. I have studied the humans. All these things are worth learning. When you guys place the lamp on the floor, isn't it too easy for some water to splash on it? After all, when this prince pees, the pea can reach the length of around 30 meters. The other devil race members nearly fainted as they heard this. In other words, the lamp signifying the destiny of the devil race had actually been extinguished by the pea of this young prince? How lamentable. Flop. Countless devil race members knelt down in a daze. Only the elderly devil race member was still staring at Ling word by word. He asked, say again, how was the lamp extinguished? P. Ling had no fear. After all, he was the young prince. When had he ever feared anyone? Very good. The elderly devil race had a solemn expression. Bringing Ling with him, they arrived at the lamp. Looking at the extinguished lamp with his own eyes, he said, Where's De Huang? A devil race member who looked like a dog appeared. Here. Check it, the elderly devil race member stated calmly. All right. De Huang assumed a solemn expression. This lamp was, after all, the lifeline of the devil race. As such, De Huang did not dare to be careless with it. Walking toward the lamp, De Huang used his nose to sniff the lamp without stop.
Next, with a solemn expression, De Huang licked it before sinking into contemplation. After a long time, De Huang opened his eyes.
It was indeed peed on. The young prince. What the hell, these are my future citizens? Since awakening, this young prince had mostly been exposed to human culture.
Influenced by human culture, the prince felt like these devil race members were all akin to wild uncivilized savages, even worse than those barbarian fellows. One ought to know that once upon a time, the devil race had been a race that signified grandeur and nobleness. At this moment, the elderly devil race member suddenly began to laugh wildly.
Ha 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 ha. This wild laughter shocked numerous people.
Even those devil race members who had earlier collapsed in despair were startled by this laughter. The lamp was lighted by our devil race's indestructible fire. Wind and water cannot extinguish it, and it was supposed to burn forever. That was also why it was called the soul lamp of the devil race.
But now, you have actually managed to extinguish it.
The elderly devil race member's eyes shone, seemingly seeing true hope for the devil race. So it turns out that you, young prince, are the true future of our devil race. The elderly devil race member's gaze seemed to burn.
With your existence, perhaps we can really summon that lord. Ah? What?
Ling was puzzled.
A dreamlike voice rose. Prince. Now, come with us.
In this territory of the devil races, the sacrifice ceremony that had been stopped quite a while ago resumed. Moreover, the speed of the summoning started to increase as chanting resounded throughout the area. Among the faint clump of radiance, an arm slowly appeared.
Previously, the single arm alone was the very thing that had defeated Li Lei.
This was where the devil race had stopped their ceremony previously as well. Now, the speed of the summoning seemed to have increased by more than 10 times.
Perhaps that lord was truly going to be summoned? Ancient race? Humans? He. The gazes of all the devil race members became fanatical. When that lord returned, all the ancient race members and humans could go to hell. All the devil race had lost would be regained. At the same time, at the border of the unknown regions, the team of humans finally entered the territories of the devil race after finishing their preparations. Schwa.
As they stepped in, the sky above them darkened. Different from the clear and boundless sky among the human territories, here in the unknown territories, which were equivalent to forbidden grounds for humanity, the endless darkness and torrential rain remained.
Schwa.
The black rain poured down, and the ground beneath them was already dyed black. Numerous devil race bodies appeared from the ground before surrounding all of them.
Li Lei sneered. Indeed.
Protected by everyone there, Chen Feng merely watched on silently. Since the devil race did not want them there, the devil race most certainly had some preparations in place. During this journey, every single patch of black land they stepped on might cause some devil race members to appear.
Li Lei waved his hand calmly. Kill. Bang.
The genetic warriors moved and battle erupted. These newly awakened A-class devil race members seemed somewhat lacking in strength when compared to the genetic union members, whose strength had been greatly increased recently.
The only alarming thing about them was their absolute quantity. Schwa.
Group after group of devil race members appeared, seemingly without end.
How many more of these fellows were there, exactly?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 536, Such a method exists? Chapter 536, Such a method exists? Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish.
For humanity, the ancient race, and the devil race, time was what was most important right now. Each race was racing against time to seek a lifeline for their race. The devils were trying to summon that person as soon as possible. Humans were trying to reach the location of the sacrifice ceremony in the shortest time possible and obtain the blood essence of that expert the devils were summoning before its soul was summoned. As for the ancients, they were trying to eliminate both the humans and the devils. Even for the present ancient race, which was suffering from internal discord, they still regarded themselves as the strongest race in existence. As for the humans, the ancients still regarded them as nothing but cannon fodder. This assumption of theirs was further reinforced by the fact that the humans had even supplied them with the Beyond X gene reagent. As such, humans were most certainly a race that could only qualify as slaves. Even now, the noble ancient race had yet to discover the true problem, the real reason the ancient race had been feminized. Kill. The genetic union members were rushing toward the devil race. With Li Lei present, no map was required. As such, their journey was rather straightforward as they headed directly toward their target. The only problem plaguing them was the devils, who were awakening without stop around them. It seemed like all the devils were appearing to stop their advance.
A1, A2, A9, and so on. Moreover, even beyond class experts appeared among the devils.
Unfortunately, the present humans were already different than they had been in the past. Throughout the past half year, the devils had been recovering. As for the humans, they had been rapidly improving in strength. With the mass production of the Beyond X gene reagent, a huge amount of humans had managed to reach beyond a class.
Schwa! Schwa! With numerous cold lights flashing about, the awakened devils were not able to do anything before dying.
Just continue forward, Li Lei stated coldly.
Are you fine? Someone asked as they looked at Li Lei and Chen Feng with worried expressions. Both of them had just suffered from overexertion of energy not long ago.
Even now, they had yet to fully recover.
I'm fine.
Li Lei sensed his body before saying, my energy is slowly recovering. I suppose that by the time we arrive, I will be able to fight as usual again.
Chen Feng nodded. Same here.
The only pity was the fact that they were in too much of a rush. As such, he had just used his God Punisher. For this trip, he would not be able to use that ability. The one who had asked was relieved to hear that.
That's good, then. Let us deal with all the devils we encounter on the way.
You both only need to prepare yourselves.
Chen Feng nodded. Understood. Will we arrive in time? Not a problem, Li Lei answered without hesitation.
There were no delays in the execution of this mission as the higher-ups had directly issued a command to hasten this mission in order to fight over time with the devil race. Suddenly, Li Lei recalled something. Oh, right, there's a prince among the devils.
Hold on. Schwa!
Using light, Li Lei formed a hologram of the prince's appearance.
From his appearance, this prince appeared incredibly young. It's this fellow.
Remember, if our plan progresses smoothly, remember to deal with this prince as well. This prince might look like someone without much potential, but a prince is still a prince.
Do you guys understand? Asked Li Lei. Everyone nodded. Understood. Devil Prince.
If possible, it was indeed better to eliminate this prince.
Hua! Hua!
The black rain was even heavier now, and the cold wind swept past them without stop. The devils were seemingly aware of what the humans were planning, and they were manufacturing all sorts of natural disasters in an attempt to stop the humans.
Unfortunately, before true strength, these natural disasters were nothing but a joke.
This was especially true because there were 10 Beyond classes among the humans this time.
Hum.
2 Beyond B-class genetic warriors that specialized in energy recovery were restoring the energy of everyone present as they traveled. A familiar energy wave echoed around them, giving them all a snug feeling.
Suddenly, Li Lei said, there won't be any problems for now.
We will encounter something truly problematic when we reach the land of sacrifice.
Chen Feng nodded. Understood.
The land of sacrifice was most certainly the place where the devil race was the strongest. If this mission ended in success, humanity would enter the era of S-class, their strength increasing on the whole. As for the devil race, they would truly sink into an existence akin to being the puppets of the other races.
If their strongest warriors had all encountered mishaps, what would they have left? They would have nothing left.
As such, this coming battle would be extremely important. Since the humans were aware of this, the devils were naturally aware of this as well.
As such, the strongest members of the devil race would most definitely be at the land of sacrifice.
The strength of nearly the entirety of the devil race concentrated there. That would be where the true decisive battle would happen.
Naturally, if everything progressed as planned, Chen Feng would not be required to fight at all.
This time, he was only here as a gene producer.
Xiao! Xiao! Yet again, numerous devils crawled out of the ground.
Li Lei glanced over with a cold gaze as the people of the Genetic Union started clearing these newly appeared devils. From the start till the end, they were not delayed in the slightest. It was quite naive of the devils to want to delay them using such a method.
Schwa! Schwa!
Supported by Beyond B classes specializing in boosting speed, the group traveled forth amid the darkness.
Soon, a faint flickering light could be seen in the distance.
They had arrived at the land of sacrifice.
This trip had gone far smoother than they had imagined it would. Be careful.
At this moment, all of them subdued their movements.
Distantly, faint gloomy sounds could be heard.
The sacrifice is still in progress.
Let's go take a look. They went over carefully.
Suddenly, Chen Feng said, careful. Even without the warning from his luck aura, even with seemingly no dangers around them, the instinct Chen Feng had honed gave him the feeling that something was not right.
This was too smooth. Was this due to the overwhelming strength of the current humanity? No. Chen Feng shook his head. Truthfully, here in this area where all the soil was black, it was simply impossible to hide their movements from the devils, yet even so, the devils did not seem to have anyone stationed nearby to guard this land of sacrifice. If so, something had to be off somewhere. The genetic warriors nodded. Understood. With care, they walked forth. The shadows in the distance became distinct. As they raised their heads, the contents of the land of sacrifice were visible to the naked eye. With a single glance, Li Lei's expression changed abruptly. There, a huge body was gradually being completed. A faint radiance condensed around it. That expert seemed to be on the verge of awakening. The summoning of that expert had already been completed? This speed was 10 times faster than they had estimated. Li Lei paled. How is this possible? One of them pointed at the sky. Look! Everyone raised their heads and understood the reason the summoning of this expert had been completed so quickly. However, this reason was quite. Up in the air, the young prince was hanging. Someone was pouring a huge amount of liquid into his body without stop. Bucket after bucket, liquid was being forced down the prince's throat until the prince's belly swelled into a round shape. Next, the prince's crotch was aimed straight at the altar of summoning, allowing the prince to bestow all below with his mighty urine powerful enough to extinguish their soul lamp, urine filled with vitality. This was the real reason the summoning had proceeded so quickly. The energy and vitality, or perhaps some other energy required to complete the summoning, had actually been amassed thanks to this young prince. Li Lei was dumbstruck. Chen Feng was dumbstruck. Everyone was dumbstruck. They gazed at the young devil prince, who was being used as an energy-improving device, and remained in a long stupor. This works? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 537, This must be some cheat technology. Chapter 537, This must be some cheat technology. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Chen Feng was somewhat stupefied. Could this be considered some sort of forbidden technology? He looked at the devil pouring liquid down crazily while the other devil took aim using the young prince's crotch before letting loose the urine where they wanted it. This had to be some sort of forbidden technology. Naturally, that wasn't the biggest problem here. Rather, thanks to this young devil prince, that expert that gave off a stifling feeling was about to awaken. Hum. The ground started trembling. Everyone's expression sank. This wasn't the mere arm that Li Lei had encountered when he'd been here previously. Rather, what was about to be summoned was the entirety of the expert. How are we supposed to even fight that? Someone asked with a bewildered expression. Li Lei, his expression solemn, glanced at the enemy's body before stating steadily, "Run." What kind of joke was this? Back then, this expert here had only recovered a single arm and were already capable of injuring him. Now that the main body was almost recovered, how could the humans even begin to battle it? At times like this, it was most apt for one to demonstrate their skill in running away. Run! 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 Everyone started fleeing crazily. As for that Beyond B-Class senior who specialized in speed boosts, his power was pushed to the limit as he helped everyone run from this place like their lives depended on it. All their plans were cast aside, since this scene where the expert was entirely summoned hadn't been part of their plan at all. In their plan, the final goal had been to stop the summoning of this expert. Now, though, since the expert was about to be summoned, they could only escape, nothing else. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. I keep feeling like I have been cheated. As he was fleeing, he turned his head around to take a glance at how the devils were doing. The young prince was still shooting forth without stop. It seemed like what this prince had mentioned previously about how its peak could reach a distance of more than 30 meters hadn't been a lie after all. However, as Chen Feng saw the struggle and expression of pain on the prince's face, his heart thumped. Showing. Shwa. A red flash streaked forth amid the darkness. At present, the elderly devil in the land of legacy was coldly looking in the direction the humans had escaped. The elderly devil muttered, "Hee. How could it be that easy to escape? What an honor it is for you people to have the privilege to witness the awakening of this Lord. You all shall be the first sacrifice to the Lord following his awakening." Bang! The ground trembled. Finally, that huge body stood up. This was a body so tall it seemed to reach the clouds. Its cold and detached gaze swept around before finally landing on Chen Feng's group. Shwa! Killing intent pervaded the air. Bang!
Just like that, he started walking toward them one step at a time.
One of the genetic warriors was angered. Let me give it a try. As an illustrious beyond a class, was he supposed to escape the moment he encountered someone strong?
Even if Li Lei had mentioned previously how terrifying this fellow was, that was, after all, still just one side of the story. He studied this newly awakened devil. Despite its huge body, it did not seem to have a unique aura about it.
Perhaps. He tried attacking with a single genetic ability. Erk! That devil hiccuped.
A faint gaseous energy shot out and collided with the Beyond a Class's attack. The hiccup had actually smashed the attack apart, not leaving anything behind.
Damaging this devil? It did not seem possible. Holy shit! That genetic warrior howled before turning around and continuing to flee. This was how things would always be.
If one did not attempt something personally, one would never realize how terrible a defeat one might experience.
In this situation, what was the point of battle? This was an opponent in an entirely different league. Whoosh! Whoosh! Everyone fled frantically.
However, the devil's speed seemed much faster than theirs. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before the devil caught up to them.
What was that?
In the midst of their escape, they saw someone blocking the way in front of them.
Were these devil race members as well?
Their hearts chilled at this thought. When they approached the blockade, they became speechless.
That was because these were actually members of the ancient race. The one at the center, the leader, was a super expert of the ancient race, Luhan. His strength had reached the level of beyond A9. A true apex of existence.
His glance swept past before locking onto Chen Feng.
Chen Feng, I finally found you.
Luhan's killing intent surged.
Chen Feng's expression darkened. How have I stumbled upon him here?
Naturally, he did not know that Luhan had come here just for him.
Luhan's killing intent intensified. This time, I will most certainly dismember your body. Chen Feng interrupted, yeah. Dismember my body into 10,000 pieces, am I right? However, it's pointless even if you kill me. By doing that, your wife will hate you more. Do you want me to explain to her properly for you instead? Luhan blanked. True.
If he killed Chen Feng, he would be forever unable to clearly explain this matter.
Back then, hadn't it been because of him trying to kill Chen Feng that his wife had hated him for a long time? If Chen Feng were to personally explain to his wife. Chen Feng did not seem like he was going to give Luhan much chance to consider this.
Therefore, before that, I think it's best if we first deal with that thing.
What? Luhan's gazed in the direction Chen Feng was pointing. Only at this did he notice the intense devil aura in that direction.
Accompanied by a terrifying radiance, a huge figure appeared.
Luhan's heart jolted furiously. It's that fellow. That fellow had actually successfully awakened?
The devil race would most probably rise in power, then.
Bang! A terrifying boom resounded.
Step by step, that figure approached them. What caused Luhan to be somewhat doubtful was the fact that on that expert's body, apart from the intense devil aura, there was also an incredibly strong odor of urine. Chen Feng pointed at that big guy.
Can you even escape this thing?
The devil race will not allow either of us to return alive.
Luhan was speechless.
Evidently, even he had not expected that this expert would actually awaken this early.
This had surpassed everyone's expectations.
Either we join hands or we die together, Chen Feng proposed calmly.
Luhan sneered. Join hands and kill it? Allowing you people to obtain its gene to produce a new gene reagent? That's not possible. Chen Feng threw him a glance. You misunderstand me.
I merely proposed that we join hands to escape from here.
That's right. Joining hands just to escape.
Even with Luhan of the ancient race here, even with Li Lei and other 10 beyond the classes of the human race here, before this devil expert, they could only flee, nothing else.
Finally, Luhan agreed. That's fine for me.
Since the circumstances had changed abruptly from his plan, he would have to act accordingly.
Li Lei and the rest had never expected that a day would come where they would have to work with the ancient race. Howl! The devil expert roared.
A terrifying shockwave spread around, scraping around 1 or 2 meters of soil off the surface of the ground in the process.
A terrifying might engulfed everyone present, planting fear even in the heart of Luhan.
The green radiance intensified.
All around Luhan, it started shimmering. Help me stop the energy. Luhan groaned. I have a way to teleport all of us away from here.
The shockwave released by the devil was too powerful, while the shockwave was too terrifying. If the shockwave wasn't blocked, he wouldn't be able to start any spatial teleportation at all.
All right, Li Lei replied. Shwa! Numerous radiances erupted and blocked the devil's shockwave.
Li Lei and a Beyond B class specializing in spatial abilities exchanged glances before the latter nodded his head, confirming that Lu Han was indeed attempting group spatial teleportation.
The location of the teleportation was acceptable as well.
Even if this Beyond B class was not capable of teleportation himself, he was still capable of checking the coordinates.
Activate full defense. Li Lei looked at the devil that was nearing them. We only have a single chance. All right. Shwa! Numerous defensive barriers were erected.
Accompanied by an intense odor, the devil finally appeared before them. The devil raised its huge fist, then punched down. At that instant, space itself shattered. Right at this moment, the intensity of the green radiance increased greatly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 538, What is this guy doing? Chapter 538, What is this guy doing? Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish.
At this moment, in the territory of the devil race, Li Lei was still questioning the genetic warrior beside him that specialized in spatial abilities. Even after confirming it 3 times, determining that the teleportation target was fine, that sense of danger that had risen in his heart had prevented him from calming down. The spatial specialist smiled bitterly.
Don't worry.
Even if I can't group teleport like this ancient race fellow, I am still capable of comprehending the laws of space.
He transmitted the coordinate to the others and said, "MHM. This is where we will be teleported later." Li Lei and the rest took a look and confirmed that it was indeed fine. This was indeed near the Genetic Union's reinforcements, a place where they could seek help.
Only at this did Li Lei calm down somewhat.
Very good. Bang! The devil's attack descended.
Even with 10 Beyond A classes joining hands to create this barrier, it was only able to block a single attack from this devil.
They shivered in fear. How strong exactly was this devil whose body reeked of urine? One clenched his teeth as he said, "We can't last any longer." "Are you done yet?" Lu Han inhaled. "Soon. It is hard even for me to take so many people along when teleporting. Why are there so many of you guys in the first place? This is only a mission, right?"
Of course, if I was only required to teleport the Beyond A classes and could leave everyone else behind, I could teleport right this instant.
As Li Lei and the rest heard this, they became speechless. Abandoning everyone else? That was not possible. Bang! Bang!
The barrier before them started cracking. The Beyond A classes pushed their limits to try and last longer.
As for Lu Han, he tried to hasten the teleportation and get everyone out. While clenching his teeth, Li Lei asked the spatial specialist beside him, "Is he truly not playing any tricks?"
That person smiled bitterly.
"Nope." "Fine." Li Lei continued defending. "Keep a close watch on him."
The act of cooperating with Lu Han itself was something that brought great pressure, since they were required to closely watch every single action of his.
At present, everyone was doing their best. Everyone apart from Chen Feng. The numerous battles they engaged in year-round had granted them exceptional intuition. Li Lei was not the only one who sensed the existence of some unknown danger. Chen Feng felt the same thing as well.
Chen Feng gazed at the devil with a strong odor in front of them.
"Is it because of this fellow?" He shook his head. "No."
This was also the reason something like a sense of danger was rather unstable and shouldn't be relied upon. Despite its ability to perceive the existence of danger, the feedback received was too unclear, especially in their current circumstances where everything seemed to be in chaos.
However, Chen Feng's heart jolted.
After exhausting one luck value, he discovered the true crisis.
Shwa! His luck aura locked onto a single person, Lu Han.
Chen Feng shut his eyes.
It is indeed him. He knew this guy wouldn't be working with them honestly. Was he planning to teleport them to some unknown place to trick them? No.
The Genetic Union had their own spatial specialist on this mission.
The specialist had ascertained that the teleportation target was fine.
As the strength of the devil in front of them increased, their sense of crisis intensified. What was interesting was the fact that even with how ferocious the devil appeared to be, so ferocious that the devil seemed like he could kill everyone here, Chen Feng still did not feel any sense of crisis coming from this devil.
This signified that this devil posed them no threat whatsoever. But from what he could see, it was obvious that
Suddenly, Chen Feng realized something. Luhan had probably completed his preparation for teleportation long ago. Only this could explain the reason for them not feeling any sense of crisis from this devil.
If so, why had he not teleported them? What was he waiting for? Reinforcements?
This guy had most probably requested reinforcements. It seemed like they would have to engage in a battle at the teleportation destination, then.
Chen Feng sneered. Very good.
When the time comes, we will have to see which side's reinforcements are stronger.
Hold on. Since Luhan had already completed his preparation, why hadn't the spatial specialist reminded everyone of this? Something like the convergence of the power of space was supposed to be something this specialist knew well, right?
Chen Feng sank into contemplation.
Luhan. Space.
Suddenly, his brain jolted furiously as certain words surfaced in his brain. When our squad was on a mission, we suddenly lost consciousness. By the time we woke up, we were already seriously injured and had suddenly transformed into criminals. Remember, if you encounter someone with a diamond on his forehead, regardless of time and place, you must run far away. As these words surfaced within his brain, his messy thoughts were once again rearranged.
Diamond on forehead. Losing consciousness. Regaining consciousness.
Suddenly, Chen Feng gained understanding.
Spirit. Can luck value interrupt spatial teleportation? Such a huge consumption? Forget it, then.
Help me calculate the true coordinates of our teleportation target instead.
Chen Feng opened his eyes and suddenly called out, Li Lei. Li Lei looked at him. MHM? Take note of this.
If that Luhan fellow tries to inflict losses on us during the teleportation, kill him directly. Chen Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent.
The moment any casualties appears, attack him immediately. Li Lei agreed without any hesitation. Understood. Luhan snorted. Viewing the actions of a nobleman with the lens of a shameless person. Since I have said that I will bring all of you away, I will most certainly accomplish it. Not a single one of you will be left behind.
Radiance swirled around Luhan's hand. On his forehead, a bead of sweat appeared, making it seem like he was already trying his best. Toward this performance, Chen Feng merely sneered.
Was he trying to drag this out in order to exhaust the power of the humans? Or was he waiting for the arrival of the reinforcements he had requested? It didn't matter.
Chen Feng himself wanted to see clearly what plan Luhan had in place.
Bang! Bang! Layer after layer of their barriers started breaking. The terrifying attack of this devil alarmed all of them. They had 10 beyond the classes against this single devil, yet they were still suffering such a crushing defeat without any chance of even counterattacking. The scariest part was the fact that this devil hadn't even been completed awakened, as it had yet to regain consciousness. The body of this devil is moving based on instinct alone. Presently, this devil is only using pure physical strength without using any abilities or skills. They smiled bitterly. They were aware that the moment this devil awoke for real, a single move would be sufficient to kill everyone here. Such was the power of S-Class? This was no longer a gap of realms. Rather, this was more like the clash of two completely different systems of energy. Bang! Bang! The devil with a blank look in his eyes punched down without stop. The experts of the genetic union could clearly feel the amount of energy in their bodies reducing rapidly. At the same time, Luhan's energy was reducing as well. In order to avoid being discovered, he was allowing his energy to be reduced crazily as well. Otherwise, how could he conceal it from those old foxes such as Li Lei? Such a method of exhaustion was a method that would cause both sides to suffer and seemed pointless. Ultimately, the true fight would be between the reinforcements of their respective sides after the teleportation. If so, who exactly had this Luhan requested as reinforcements? Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. At a certain location similarly shrouded in darkness, several people stood amid the rain, allowing the rain to wash over their bodies. Their pitch-black gowns were faintly discernible amid the darkness, exuding some traces of killing intent. Has the information been received? Yes. Is it him? Yes. Very good. We have been waiting a long time for this. How true. A sigh resounded. Once again, the figures vanished amid the darkness. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 539, Happenstance. Chapter 539, Happenstance. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. In a single minute, nearly all the layers of the barriers erected by the genetic union experts were destroyed. In the second minute, they started repairing their defensive barriers frantically.
In the fifth minute, all of them had exhausted their energy. At that moment, the defenses of all the Beyond classes burst apart after losing their energy supply.
The final defensive line remaining was immediately smashed apart with a single punch. Right now, they were left with no defenses. Bang! The devil expert's punch descended. Damn it, Lu Hun, are you done yet? Li Lei howled. He could see that even Lu Hun's energy was near exhaustion as well. One more. Hold on.
Lu Hun gazed resolutely at the dropping fist, seemingly calculating the amount of energy required to teleport the last of them.
He counted down, 3, 2, 1. Bang! Right before the punch landed on them. Done! Lu Hun exclaimed in joy. Light flickered. The descending fist landed on the ground instead, creating a huge crater there. As for those people that had been standing there, they had all vanished without a trace. Near the end, Chen Feng and the rest had indeed been teleported out. In a certain unknown region, numerous figures appeared out of thin air. Escaped.
As they took in the fresh air, they were all overjoyed. Finally, they no longer had to inhale air perverted by that intense smell of urine. The scariest part of that huge devil had in fact not been his strength. Rather, it had been the odor on his body. Moreover, since the urine was the source of the unique energy completing the summon, that summon devil would most probably be stuck with that smell forever. At this thought, they started wondering, would that devil expert actually feel joyful after fully awakening, or would that devil, in a fit of anger, murder all who had summoned him? Mei Shem, this was quite the question. Ha ha ha. This father here survived. Some were ecstatic. As for the rest, they also smiled in a gratified manner. Next, one of them turned around to see a flash of green. At that cheerful mood seemed to freeze. Right, there was that Lu Hun fellow here. Schwa. They started gazing at each other as their killing intent surged. Their cooperation had been a forced one in any case. Now that they had already escaped successfully, there was no longer any need to show any considerations for the other side. Schwa. From one of their hands, a cold flash shot forth toward Lu Hun. Lu Hun merely watched on coldly. Bang! That attack was interrupted midair. Surprisingly, the one blocking the attack was actually a companion of the attacker, the spatial specialist of the genetic union. They were all alarmed. What was going on? Suddenly, the spatial specialist smiled. What do you think? This seemed rather bizarre. You are trying to kill me with only this much strength, the spatial specialist stated coldly. It was still the original voice of this spatial specialist. However, the tone and manner of speech were instead. Li Lei's expression changed greatly. Lu Hun. You're actually Lu Hun? He. The spatial specialist smiled toyingly. Isn't it too late for you to only be discovering this now? Bang! Finishing his words, his body shuddered as his gaze went blank momentarily before recovering. What? With a confused expression, he looked at his companions. Everyone's heart chilled. Do you still remember what we did earlier? Li Lei asked while his voice shuddered. Earlier? That person appeared puzzled. Weren't we talking about joining hands earlier? Schwa. All of them paled. Joining hands. In other words, as early as that, he had already been possessed by Lu Hun. If so, when Li Lei had been asking him about the teleportation coordinates, they started looking around them. This was a place surrounded by a primal and chaotic aura. Li Lei tried contacting the genetic union. He indeed managed to contact them. However, this place was too far away for their reinforcements to arrive in time. Even if they were to rush over using special abilities, they would still take several minutes to arrive. In these few minutes. Bang! Bang! From the dusky chaotic aura, numerous powerful existences appeared. Ancient race. All of them were ancients. Dear sirs, I'm afraid you lot will have to stay here forever, Lu Hun stated with a cold gaze. As for you. His chilly gaze landed on Chen Feng. I'm afraid you will have to come with me. He believed that as long as Chen Feng was captured, he would be able to make up his own truth for his wife. I'm feeling rather shy, Chen Feng stated bashfully. I will be nervous when doing a threesome. Schwa. Lu Hun's expression greened. He laughed sinisterly. I will ensure your satisfaction. Bang! The ancient experts behind him walked out. Even if everything proceeded according to his plan, even if the genetic union would require several minutes to arrive here, Lu Han would still not allow any mishaps. As such, he absolutely had to deal with this within the shortest time possible. He barked out his final command coldly. Kill. The hearts of Li Lei and the rest chilled. During the battle earlier, they had all exhausted their energy. At present, they were simply defenseless. Looking at the ancients before them that were no weaker than beyond the classes, they despaired. They had indeed prepared themselves to be stabbed in the back, yet it was truly beyond their expectations that Lu Han would pull something like this off. What was that, exactly? Soul control? Body possession? But then, Lu Han was clearly standing right before them. The diamond on Lu Han's forehead flickered without stop, seemingly laughing at their ignorance. Indeed, humanity's knowledge of the ancients was still rather limited, after all. This limitation was especially pronounced in regards to the fellow apprentice brothers of Lu Han. What to do? The humans exchanged glances. Li Lei sighed. Seems like we can only do that. The rest exchanged glances and nodded. They no longer had any combat power. As such, they could only do that. Using their final trump card, they would perish together with Lu Han. A faint glimmer appeared around their bodies. Pa! With a slap, Chen Feng stopped them all. Li Lei felt doubtful. Chen Feng merely smiled as he regarded Lu Han, who was having a good time watching them. A suicide attack will be ineffective against this person. This Lu Han here has numerous clones everywhere. As such, it is not possible to know which is the true body and which is the clone. Lu Han merely sneered as a response. He. The attacks of his underlings continued. Dragging out the time? He would not allow it. Shua! The several ancients pounced at them furiously. Chen Feng shook his head and sighed. Is there a need for this? Lu Han, do you think that you are the only one who has called for reinforcement? He. Lu Han did not even bother looking at Chen Feng. He was sure that Chen Feng was trying to drag this out. Reinforcements? What a joke. He was the one who had decided the teleportation coordinates. How could Chen Feng have called for reinforcements to such a place in advance? Back then, he had still believed that this Chen Feng was a rather smart person. Now that he looked at it, this Chen Feng was only someone capable of some idiotic methods of dragging out the time. Lu Han sneered. Alas, right at this moment, numerous cold flashes of light suddenly flashed through the air. Pooh! Several bloodstains bloomed in the air. The ancients that had been about to reach Li Lei and the rest were suddenly split in two, and their bodies crashed to the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. Lu Han's eyes widened abruptly. These. Who is it? Lu Han bellowed. Around them, numerous flickering figures appeared suddenly. Someone walked out from the left side. Goalie. Another person walked out from behind Lu Han. Wei Jia. Someone walked out from the right side. Shang Si. The three stood together, their killing intent surging. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 540, we named it. Shroud Art. Chapter 540, we named it. Shroud Art. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Lu Han's pupils shrunk. It's you guys? These three familiar people caused his heart to chill. Apart from these three, it could be vaguely seen that in the distance, there were more blocking his escape routes. These guys. It was them, that squad he had tried to eliminate back then. Lu Han's killing intent surged. You guys are actually still alive. So it turned out that these guys that had been forced to the brink of death by him back then were actually still alive. It was no wonder that the figurine was in Chen Feng's hands, then. Were they the ones who had passed it on to Chen Feng? Lu Han's killing intent intensified. Shua. At the same time that Lu Han was still in shock due to their appearance, a cold glance swept past as the three of them joined hands and displayed the combination skill they had created during their days in the barrier village. Bang! A terrifying radiance swept down as a cube-shaped black cage appeared out of thin air, seemingly trying to destroy Lu Han. Lu Han sneered. Do you people truly believe that you can kill me? Did they believe that he would be truly helpless since he had exhausted his energy? How naive. A faint glow flickered. Lu Han grabbed at the empty air. Bang! Bang! All around the world, the numerous clones of Lu Han burst apart at the same time before transforming into a sea of green particles that ultimately vanished into space. All the green particles surged out around Lu Han's body. The green shone dazzlingly. In a split second, Lu Han's exhausted energy was fully recovered and reaching its peak condition. Bang! Finally, Go Li's trio's attack swept past Lu Han. Alas, this powerful attack failed to deal any damage to Lu Han. Lu Han's mouth curled up as he sneered. Just this much power? How weak. Go Li ignored Lu Han and kept his gaze on the space behind Lu Han. Lu Han glanced back and noted with astonishment that the attack launched by the three of them had yet to disappear. Rather, after curving in the air, the attack proceeded to instead kill off all the other ancients Lu Han had called over as reinforcements. It seemed like the true target of Go Li's trio's attack was actually Lu Han's companions. Who? A cold wind blew past. Lu Han blanked. He had discovered that, suddenly, in this desolate place, all that was left besides himself were his enemies, the Genetic Union, Chen, Feng, Go Li, and others. Finally, Go Li spoke, his voice seething with boundless hatred. And now, you can no longer escape. He had been waiting a very long time for this day to come. Once upon a time, he had also been a proud son of the heavens. His squad had been comprised of elite genetic warriors, and each of them had had unlimited potential and future accomplishments. Alas, because of Lu Han, everything had been destroyed. Beneath the sea, they had waited all these years just for this very day. Go Li's expression was cold, and an astonishing killing intent erupted from him. Today, I will kill you. Lu Han laughed heartily. Ha. Even without any allies, he did not exhibit any sort of fear. It's also good for it to be this way, Lu Han muttered. I only recovered to this strength level after destroying all my clones. If after this I were to allow you guys to die easily, wouldn't that be too much of a waste? The smile on Lu Han's face became sinister and bizarre. A terrifying green radiance shone. With the green radiance shining upon Lu Han's face, his expression appeared even scarier. All of you need to die, Lu Han stated coldly. He pointed midair. Soul. Shua. An undulation appeared in midair. Chen Feng raised his vigilance abruptly. Careful. He remembered clearly that this Lu Han still possessed an ability capable of controlling others. This was an extremely terrifying ability. If he was able to control those from the Genetic Union. Right at this instant, Go Li moved. A faint barrier appeared, hovering in midair. When that transparent undulation of Lu Han spread out through the air, it collided with the barrier and instantly stopped moving. Lu Han's pupils shrunk. Do you truly believe that we have been slacking about all these years? Go Li stated coldly. As powerful genetic warriors, we all have high resistance toward such mind control abilities, even if they are launched from a legendary super expert. With our firm resolution, even if our hearts are charmed, we will still be able to break free. As such, even if we can't defeat the enemy, we will not be controlled. However, your ability was actually something we were completely helpless against. My defensive measures against mental and heart controlling abilities were completely ineffective against you. As such, ever since that happened, I have been thinking about what exactly your ability is. As we grow in strength without stop, we also studied you. This continued until Chen Feng brought us information about you and all the abilities you had used. Only then did we gain a clear understanding of all your abilities. Go Li gazed at the diamond on Lu Han's forehead before continuing, green radiance. Is that the power of space? What you control is the power of space. All your clones are an extension of your power of space. You have created several layers of space and overlapped them to create numerous clones of yourself. As for this soul possession technique you used, it is nothing like a mental or heart controlling ability. Rather, this is you using your spatial abilities to temporarily banish the consciousness of your enemies and replace them with one of your numerous clones to replace and control the enemy. I do not know how exactly all this is done, but I can conclude that, essentially, all your abilities are related to space. Since it's space, we only need to defend against space. Shua. Finally, Lu Han's expression changed. Up in the sky, that thin barrier remained. Go Li gazed at the barrier and a longing expression appeared on his face. This barrier was created by my brother, Bites Yuji. This barrier has no other abilities. Its sole function is to restrict spatial abilities. Any spatial abilities will be frozen within this barrier, Go Li stated coldly. Only now did Lu Han realize that he was no longer able to sense the existence of any spatial powers. Shua. He tried unleashing a spatial slash. Oh,
he was still able to do it. However, he could no longer sense the power of space, nor could he receive any sort of feedback from space. Moreover, even this spatial slash, the most basic of all spatial abilities, had consumed a terrifying amount of his energy to unleash. This damnable barrier had actually severed his connection with space, with heaven and earth. Brothers, can you see this? Go Li muttered to himself. Bang! Once again, the three of them moved. Lu Han was their target. Bang! A terrifying radiance shone brightly. Chen, Feng and the rest watched on distantly. An evenly matched fight did not happen, no resistance could be seen. This was a purely one-sided beatdown of Lu Han by Go Li's trio. 10 years worth of waiting. 10 years worth of hatred. 10 years worth of study. 10 years worth of attempts at countering Lu Han. Go Li's group had indeed been waiting for this moment for way too long. Initially, they had truly had no way of accomplishing this, since the gap between their strength and Lu Han's strength was too huge. However, thanks to the Beyond X gene reagent, they had become beyond classes as well. Pooh! With a cold flash, Go Li's weapon slashed Lu Han's body, resulting in blood splattering everywhere. Lu Han was alarmed. How is this possible? His strength level was obviously at beyond A9 and was clearly much stronger than these three. However, every single time they attacked, their attack seemed much stronger than his. Could it be? He gazed at the faint barrier coated around Go Li's weapon. He could sense clearly a powerful strength exuding from the barrier. Go Li sneered. Have you discovered it? This is Bai's Yuji's ability. Although he died because of you, although he can no longer witness this with his own eyes, the ability he created has been preserved. Shwa! Go Li's weapon slashed forth. On that ordinary weapon, a layer of silvery light could be seen. With a silver flash, Lu Han's powerful spatial defense was sliced apart like paper. Go Li caressed the barrier gently before saying, "We named this ability, the Shroud Art. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 541, Drop Beatdown. Chapter 541, Drop Beatdown. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Shroud Art. Lu Han had a solemn expression. He could clearly sense the terrifying power of this barrier. It was as Go Li said. This was an ability that countered him. This damnable Shroud Art was actually capable of restricting all spatial abilities. Such a barrier would be useless against other abilities, but against him. Lu Han's heart chilled as he thought of this. Pooh! Pooh! With several cold flashes, new bloody cuts were left on Lu Han's body. A person at peak of Beyond A9 was supposed to win decisively against three enemies around Beyond A1 and A2, yet now he was suffering such a humiliating defeat at their hands. All this was because of that damnable Shroud Art. Bai Tsuji. Have you seen it? Go Li asked with an ice-cold gaze. Every time he left a cut on Lu Han's body, he asked the same question. This is my brother's power. Pooh! Yet another cut was left. Have you seen it? This is the price you have to pay for what you did to us back then, spat Go Li one word at a time, seemingly trying to return to Lu Han all the humiliation he had endured all these years. Indeed, after living in sadness for over 10 years, how could he allow this Lu Han to die easily now? He wanted to see Lu Han shudder in despair. Naturally, the more important reason for this delay in finishing Lu Han off was because it was impossible for a peak Beyond A9 to not have any hidden trump cards. What exactly was Lu Han's trump card? Go Li's gaze was cold. At present, Chen, Feng and the rest had already distanced themselves from the battleground. This was not a battle they could get involved in. The other Beyond A classes of the Genetic Union were taking this opportunity to recover their energy. This was a very good opportunity for them. Shroud Art. Li Lei's heart jolted as he gazed at the power shrouding Go Li's trio. For it to allow a Beyond A1 to easily deal with a Beyond A9. That was too powerful. How terrifying was this power for it to be capable of skipping past 8 minor realms to deal with a higher level opponent? Granted, this version created by Baitsuji would only be effective against spatial abilities. However, if it was handed to the Genetic Union or the research agency to be researched, perhaps this might become yet another great tool for humanity. Pooh! Pooh! 2 extra cuts appeared on Lu Han's body. Li Lei approached Chen Feng. You know them, dot. Chen Feng nodded. MHM. Li Lei grinned. If so, is there a way of getting this Shroud Art for ourselves? I have seen protective films used for monitors or keyboards, but this is the first time I have seen a protective coat being used on weapons. Think about it. If, in the future, everyone in the genetic union could use this. Li Lei appeared excited.
Evidently, he was imagining the site where humanity became even stronger in the future. However, Chen Feng frowned as he heard this, as he noted that things were not as simple as it seemed. That was because after following Li Lei's line of thought, the following scene was what he imagined instead. This is a protective coat inherited by my ancestors. If I can't stick it on properly, I won't receive any payments. We have been sticking protective coats on for 20 years. The amount of protective coats we stick on every year is high enough to envelop the entire planet. With the coat in hand, the world is mine. Only 998 yuan, a major discount on spatial coats. Buy one, get two free. To protect yourself, you should start with getting a film. I am a film specialist. Spatial coat, flame coat, lightning coat, time coat, anything you can name, I've got. I am a professional coat sticker. Please remember clearly this brand of mine. Hiss. Chen Feng was startled awake. If that was how it was really going to be, it would be quite a terrifying scene. He looked at the battlefield. This unique battle was seemingly nearing its end. Lu Han was simply incapable of resisting them and was being beaten endlessly by Go Li's trio. However, why had Lu Han not used his trump card even now? Indeed. Everyone was waiting for it. How was it possible for an old man at Lu Han's level to not have any trump cards? Go Li was waiting for it. Chen Feng and the rest was also waiting for it. All of them were aware that if Lu Han still failed to escape this plight of his after the release of his trump card, he would truly have no hope left. Pooh! Another cold gleam flashed past. Go Li's coated weapon nearly pierced through Lu Han's chest. Ah! Lu Han gazed at the bloodstain on his chest. Indeed. I can't last any longer? Suddenly, Lu Han's gaze became calm. He had initially believed that this shroud art wouldn't be able to last long. That was why he had been persevering all this while. But now, it seemed like it didn't matter how long his opponents could last because they could definitely last longer than him. If so, he had no choice but to do that, then? Lu Han sighed. If possible, he had truly hoped that the need to use that would never arise in his entire life. Do you know? When young, my master once taught me one particular technique. He told me that this is a technique that I should never use unless I'm in absolute danger. That is because this technique is simply too. Lu Han shook his head, not willing to finish his sentence. Everyone increased their vigilance. Was this guy finally using his trump card? They tightened their grasps on their weapons. They were aware that this would be the final chance. Either Lu Han would escape with this trump card or they would kill him right here. Shwa! Go Li spread the shroud all around them. All the space around this place was locked, not giving Lu Han any chance to escape. Even if the shroud art wasn't something akin to an absolute restriction, being surrounded by the coating, the present Lu Han couldn't escape through spatial abilities, since that would be too difficult to achieve. They started approaching Lu Han, reducing the size of the confinement around Lu Han. Ah! Lu Han let out a crisp laugh. He gazed at the sky and inhaled deeply. Careful, Go Li reminded everyone. They were aware of how terrifying Lu Han was. Even with the shroud art, they would not be careless. Li Lei and the rest awakened from their state of energy recovery as well. Instinctively, they prepared themselves to provide any assistance required. If possible, they were not willing to allow this Lu Han to escape as well. Beyond a 9 was something a beyond a 1 could not compare to at all. The atmosphere there became somewhat terrifying. Kill. Once again, the weapon in Go Li's hand descended. Presently, as Lu Han was gazing at the sky, a faint energy started converging toward Lu Han. Suddenly, while still gazing at the sky, Lu Han roared toward the sky, and his roar reached the heavens. Bang! The dark clouds in the sky were all dispersed by his roar. Save me, bellowed Lu Han. The Go Li trio, who had prepared to defend themselves against Lu Han's trump card, blanked. Save me? The people from the genetic union were dumbstruck as well. Nobody had expected that after persevering for so long, this would be Lu Han's trump card. There seemed to be some demonic power to that roar, as it was able to easily penetrate the clouds. Everyone waited with a solemn expression, yet nothing seemed to appear. Go Li. Li Lei. Lu Han gazed at the sky in doubt. Nobody is coming? Next, he shook his head. Perhaps even this roar was blocked by that damnable shroud. Go Li's eyes gleamed coldly. Are you playing with us? Had this guy been expecting to confuse their battle tactics with a simple shout? How was that possible? Li Lei and the rest curled their lips as well. Chen Feng was the only one with an odd expression on his face, because he was the only one who was aware of what it was that happened earlier. Through the communication device, Chen Hai explained, I once heard this from them. When young, they were frequently beaten until they cried. As such, their master taught them a secret technique, that secret technique being shouting for help. This is a secret technique formed by some unique methods. So long as one shouts using this technique, the shout can easily penetrate all barriers and reach the nearest fellow apprentice. This is an extremely powerful secret technique. Naturally, they used this frequently when young. After growing up, though, they stopped using it, since it is truly too embarrassing.
Chen Feng gained understanding.
So that's the case. Since I am the nearest fellow apprentice, this request for help was transmitted to me first. It was supposed to continue traveling and looking for help after that, but it was forcefully stopped by me.
Otherwise, if it was allowed to continue. Chen Hai shook his head.
At this, Chen Feng was greatly shaken.
Holy shit, the ancient race's version of drop-drop beatdown? 1. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.
Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 542, World of Green. Chapter 542, World of Green. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. In an unknown region. Lu Hun's mournful scream echoed everywhere.
Unfortunately, nobody heard his scream. Thanks to Chen Hai, Lu Hun's call for help had been fated to fail from the beginning. Go Li's trio had unsightly expressions on their face, as they felt like they had been played for fools.
Even when in such circumstances, this Lu Hun was still in the mood to play around with them? Just how much did he look down upon them? Go Li's eyes gleamed coldly.
I refuse to believe that I won't be able to force your trump card out.
Kill.
The cold light in their hands intensified. A faint barrier surrounded them, evidence that Go Li's trio had unleashed an even more powerful might. Their line of thought was a simple one, to increase the might of their attacks without stop. If it resulted in Lu Hun being forced to unleash his trump card, it would be fine. However, if he insisted on still not using his trump card, then Lu Hun could just obediently be beaten to death.
Bang!
A terrifying radiance erupted. Suddenly, Lu Hun shut his eyes. When the attacks of Go Li's trio neared him, the attacks slowed down. Suddenly, the barrier around their attacks all but vanished.
Hum.
A faint green light flickered. The entire world was seemingly enveloped in green. Beside each of them, a green cube formed of strings appeared. Each of the green strings was very clear and bright, so very dazzling amid the darkness.
Their hearts jolted furiously. What is this?
The entire world had seemingly become green at this moment. The black rain, the earth, everything had seemingly vanished. The only thing they could see was a boundless darkness and those sparkling and translucent green strings.
Trump card. This was Lu Hun's trump card.
Their hearts jolted. Finally, this guy had finally unleashed his trump card.
However, what exactly was it? Nobody had an answer.
Chen Feng checked his communication device and noted that his call with Chen Hai had been severed. This black space wasn't a lighting effect caused by the green strings. Rather, they had actually arrived in an entirely different space.
This is a different space.
The spatial specialist of the genetic union gulped before continuing, an independently existing space.
Lu Hun looked at all of them. Welcome to my world. Thump. Thump. He stepped out one step at a time.
As he strode forth, green steps automatically appeared before him.
Hum. Hum.
Numerous green grids swarmed around. Along with the movement of the green grids, all their surroundings changed as well.
What damnable thing is this?
Their expressions changed slightly.
Space. Independent space.
A lot of them had been in such a place before. Generally, the construction of a complete space would start from the structural makeup and the perfection and stability of the space. With this, one could potentially create a brand new space out of nothing. Even in the genetic union itself, there was a certain powerful genetic warrior that had built his very own world of palaces using this method. It was said that in his world, numerous unique palaces stood. It was a mythical and glorious world, something that genetic warrior had spent countless years creating.
That was a traditional version of an independent space.
It was equivalent to one owning a mini-world for oneself where one could do whatever one wished. The stronger one was, the faster the construction and the more one could place within the world. Moreover, one's world would also be bigger and more stable. However, a world like the world before them was unheard of. This world of Lu Hun's appeared very crude, to the point that even a normal genetic warrior specializing in space could construct something similar.
The only thing about this world that was truly different from others was Shua. Goli attempted to cut Lu Hun.
However, the green grids forming the ground he stood on moved automatically, moving him away from Lu Hun.
Goli was alarmed. This space was actually an active one.
The things within this world were all formed of some simple strings that took on the form of grids with green frame that were filled with green cubes and were so simple that even the grids were entirely black apart from the green frames.
However, everything in this world seemed to be alive. Shua! Shua! The green grids below everyone's feet started moving.
The entire world seemed to move in accordance to Lu Hun's wishes. It seemed impossible for any attack to reach him. This was Lu Hun's space. No, to be more accurate, this was Lu Hun's world, a real world. Green radiance flickered on Lu Hun's green diamond without stop. In this world, everything belonged to Lu Hun. Different from earlier when the shroud art had been employed, this time, Goli's trio were the ones whose ability was restricted. All the connections their ability had with the outside world had been severed.
Their strength dropped drastically and the energy exhaustion increased.
Moreover, their energy recovery had stopped as well. With all this, before them all, this beyond N9 Lu Hun was no different than a god.
Lu Hun pointed casually. Condense.
Around Goli's trio, a huge cube formed of green strings appeared. It locked them within, restricting all movement.
MHM? Goli tried to move his body. Every single step he took, the cube moved forward as well in tandem with his movement.
This was a pitch-black world with pitch-black grids framed in green everywhere. Goli tried taking several steps forward yet was incapable of escaping the cube-shaped prison. He might seem like he was stepping forward, but in truth, he was actually remaining in the same place.
This was a world they were not the master of. How had this happened?
All of them trembled. In this world, Lu Hun was no different from a god.
How were they supposed to battle him, then?
They had indeed successfully forced Lu Hun's trump card out. Unexpectedly, his trump card was actually this powerful. If Lu Hun had used this earlier, all of them would have died long ago.
Hold on.
Suddenly, Feng thought of something.
Since this world was so powerful, why had Lu Hun not used it earlier and had instead allowed them to beat him up? Was he so insistent just because this was a trump card? Feng recalled Lu Hun's expression from earlier. No.
It was obvious that Lu Hun had been incredibly unwilling to use this ability. He would have preferred to suffer injuries than make use of this mystical world of green strings.
Why was that? Because this was a world that hadn't yet been perfected? Or perhaps this was a world where some flaws existed somewhere? Feng's heart jolted. Spirit, help me check out this world. All right. Spirit's glance swept past this world.
The strength of her perception was built with Feng's strength as the core. As such, her perception was at the level of a beyond B class. Therefore, she failed to note any exceptions in this world.
Sorry, Spirit apologized. I can't find any exceptions. Feng shook his head. Don't worry.
The single most important purpose of Spirit was optimization. His beyond B-class perception had been greatly improved after Spirit's optimization. Initially, he had believed that this would be sufficient to discover something from this world.
Alas, it was evident that it was still not sufficient. That was acceptable, though, as even Spirit would not be so overpowered that she could transform an EMMC into a UFS-1-1. Lu Hun's gaze swept past Goli's trio and Feng. Everyone I hate is now gathered together. Die, all of you. Shua!
A green radiance erupted. On the surface of the green cubes that formed this world, numerous green strings flashed past. The surface of the green cubes was transformed into something like a green mesh formed of green strings. After glowing with a chilling radiance, the cubes started closing in toward them. Everyone's expression sank. This guy was actually planning to kill all of them in here. Like a laser grinder, the green cubes were capable of slicing everything in existence, both man and energy.
Feng called inwardly, Spirit. Spirit nodded. Understood. Noiselessly, luck aura activated and the optimization began. Shua! Shua! Feng's luck value dropped rapidly, and Spirit completed the task.
Feng's gaze shot around disorderly before finally settling on a specific spot within the world. There, a different power could be felt.
Feng's gaze became focused. Is this your weakness? Let me take a look at what the weakness is, then.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 543, Chen Feng, what are you doing? Chapter 543, Chen Feng, what are you doing? Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. The World of Green.
In this world where Luhan was akin to a deity, Chen Feng had discovered an abnormality. In a certain corner of this space, a unique aura could be found. This was the aura of a power that did not belong to this world.
This thing. Both Chen Feng's eyes became sharp. This space was too unique, it possessed everything an ordinary space would not possess.
As a space, it had become an independent world, possessing all the conditions required for a world to exist. This remained consistent for the entirety of this world, apart from that spot at that certain corner. There, the aura of the outside world could be felt by Chen Feng.
Finally, Chen Feng understood. This is an incomplete world.
It was no wonder that Luhan had been so unwilling to deploy this world. This world was incomplete in the first place. Using countless years, he had gradually transformed this space into a real world. Presently, he was around 1% from completion. Only when this space reached completion would it be a true independent world. But right now, that remaining 1% was sufficient to collapse this world.
Schwa!
Suddenly, Luhan's gaze landed on Chen Feng, and his heart thumped.
Has he noticed it?
This was why he had been unwilling to use this world of green.
Prior to completion, this world would still be too weak.
There was still a possibility of threatening the completion of this world. Indeed, Chen Feng had discovered it. One ought to know that any tiny damage this world suffered would be equivalent to several years of Luhan's hard work gone.
However,
Luhan's eyes gleamed coldly.
You guys are the ones forcing me to do this.
Even at the cost of reducing the completion status of this world, he had to ensure the death of all these people.
Since this world was already deployed, how would he hold his hand so easily?
Luhan's cold voice waffled forth.
All of you deserve death. Bang!
A terrifying radiance erupted.
A dazzling green flash appeared, increasing the speed of the cubes greatly. Defend! Everyone erected their defenses hastily. Bang!
Alas, the super-powerful defenses of Beyond classes were crushed instantly. In this world, nothing was capable of stopping Luhan, except
Xiao. Chen Feng pointed midair. Ka!
Instantly, the entire world trembled. As for the cubes that were closing in toward them, they trembled before halting their movement as the green of the entire world dimmed.
However, this only lasted a split second before the cubes started moving again. Luhan did not waste any time stopping. Once again, Chen Feng attacked.
The completion status of this world was reduced by 2%, causing Luhan's hard work over several decades to go down the drain.
Alas, the present Luhan was completely ignoring Chen Feng.
He had calculated that before they were all killed, Chen Feng would only have the time to launch 3 attacks. 3 attacks would only reduce the completion status by around 6% at most. This was still acceptable for Luhan. Luhan's gaze became bitingly cold.
Let me use this 6% to send you all to hell. Bang! Once again, Chen Feng attacked.
Indeed, this time, just 2% of the completion status was reduced as well.
Chen Feng could keenly feel that this wasn't good enough. This won't do.
That was because he had suddenly noticed that he would only have one more chance to attack this world before the cubes reached them and started killing all of them. It was evident that Luhan had already calculated the gap between his attacks.
This would not work at all. Chen Feng looked at Spirit.
If luck value was utilized.
Spirit, do you have any other ideas? Spirit shook her head. No. No exploitable probability can be found. In this circumstance, if luck aura is activated, it will only solve this using brute force rather than manipulating probability. Forceful manipulation. Chen Feng sighed. He understood what Spirit was trying to say. This was also something Chen Feng was unwilling to do.
What Spirit meant was the usage of luck in the truest sense. In fact, before Spirit had appeared, this method had been frequently used by Chen Feng. By burning all his luck value, he would leave everything up to fate, to see what fate could do for him with the luck value he had. As for the results of such a usage of luck value, it was unpredictable.
Do I really have to use such a method? Chen Feng sighed.
They had successfully forced Luhan's trump card out.
Unexpectedly, this was the result.
Luhan was indeed worthy of being an old monster that had been alive for countless years. With this world of green in his hands, Luhan was almost akin to an immortal. It was simply impossible to kill him using regular methods.
World of green.
Chen Feng started sensing that one and only weakness of this world. This was a weakness that did not seem to exist when sensed regularly. Even Chen Feng had only sensed the position of this weakness with the help of spirit. Initially, this world had been 99% complete. Now, it was only 95% complete. With Chen Feng's present strength, it was impossible for him to shake this world enough before all of them were killed.
Seems like I have no other options. Chen Feng inhaled deeply.
Since things were already this way, he had no choice but to gamble using his luck value. Right as Chen Feng was about to make his move, his gaze swept past the green strings. Suddenly, he came to a realization. In itself, this was not a regular world. Even if this space had already taken the form of a world, even if it was already capable of operating independently, it was still completely different from a real world. Apart from the laws here, everything here, even the form and the substance, was different.
For example, those green strings.
Each of these strings was in fact comprised of spiritual energy.
Suddenly, Chen Feng realized, this is a spiritual world. Spiritual energy.
Yes, this was indeed a world that operated on pure spiritual energy. Everything here, especially those green strings, was formed of spiritual energy. Pervading the air was spiritual energy as well. Thankfully, Chen Feng was very good at dealing with something like this. Xiaoying, Chen Feng called inwardly.
Shua!
A red flash streaked out. Instantly, Xiaoying left this world to reach the real world outside before once again entering this world of green.
Luhan was obviously given a fright by this. What is this?
Even if his world of green was 99% complete, it was still not a world any random thing could leave as it wished. Even these beyond classes were trapped here.
How had that red light?
Chen Feng merely laughed sinisterly.
He.
The only reason Xiaoying had traveled outside before coming back into this world was to bring back an ordinary gene reagent.
Luhan, even at your strength, I reckon you have never experienced what the true limit of spiritual energy is, right? What is the limit for you, a beyond a 9? Do you want to find out? Chen Feng grinned. Well then, let me give you some help, Luhan. Ka!
The gene reagent in his hand was crushed.
Bang! A terrifying undulation swept out.
Instantly, countless particles swarmed every nook and corner of this green world. Luhan widened his eyes. At this moment, he felt like he had suddenly become unprecedentedly powerful. Moreover, a feeling had also arisen within him that he would only require one more day to fully complete this profound world of his.
This is peak spiritual affinity?
This was something he had never felt. Chen Feng had actually assisted him in entering such a state.
What was that man thinking? Had he gone crazy? Luhan had no answer to that question. However, due to his spiritual affinity being pushed to the peak, he could clearly feel that he was inconceivably powerful now. The same applied to the cubes he was controlling.
Earlier, he would still have required a single short instant before he could kill them all. Now, though, he could immediately send them all to their death.
I'm sorry.
It seems like Chen Feng is the one who has delivered death to you all, Luhan stated with a sinister appearance.
Die.
He waved his hand lightly.
Shua!
With a terrifying speed, the cubes reached them.
Pooh.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 544, You Ruined Me. Chapter 544, You Ruined Me. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Is it done?
Chen Feng gazed at the Luhan whose strength had obviously increased. The Aurora reagent was a mystical gene reagent created by Chen Feng. This gene reagent was classified as a gene virus, yet in Chen Feng's hand, it had been transformed into an extremely powerful trump card. This time, rather than using it himself, Chen Feng had used it on Luhan. The reason for this course of action was simple. It was for the sake of creating an otherwise non-existent probability. Toward feats with no chance of success, luck aura could only employ brute force. However, if this gene virus was used to alter Luhan's state and create a probability that could be exploited, things would be simpler. An example was what was happening currently. Even if Luhan was now even more powerful than he had previously been, so powerful that he seemed unrivaled, the Aurora reagent had taken effect. This was the very gene reagent that had been transformed into an extremely godly gene reagent by Chen Feng. Despite the numerous benefits this gene reagent granted the user, it was still ultimately a gene virus. It seemed like, as time passed, a lot of people had already forgotten what virus mode was. This was especially true for the effects of the Aurora reagent, a gene reagent that could select random genes within the user's body to destroy at any time. Moreover, this effect was permanent. If it wasn't for the existence of Chen Feng's myriad illusions and his luck aura,
He wouldn't even dare use this gene reagent on himself. As for Lu Han? He. Shwa! The killer cubes descended upon them. Everyone looked at the hastened cubes in despair, unable to think of a single solution. Alas, right when the cubes landed on them. Shwa!
A flash of green appeared and the cubes vanished.
Everyone blanked. Lu Han was dumbstruck as well. Gone? How was this possible? Was this the trump card of Go Li's trio?
Lu Han frowned before waving his hand.
With that, several cubes reappeared, surrounded them, and once again closed in upon them.
In his present state, these people weren't even qualified to struggle when he wanted to kill them.
The
green cubes neared them.
Yet again, alarming everyone, the moment the cubes were about to land on them, they vanished. Lu Han's eyes widened.
This time, he had been able to get a clear look. These green strings that had formed the cubes had transformed into countless green particles before vanishing. The cubes hadn't been blocked. Rather, they had directly ruptured.
What was going on?
Lu Han felt doubtful.
Shwa.
As he was about to check out what was happening, he found with astonishment that among his fingers, one of them was slowly dissipating amid the air. Suddenly, the entire finger ruptured. This time, Lu Han was truly frightened.
What was it this time? Bang! Bang!
Suddenly, the world of green started trembling. Lu Han's will and body were heavily injured, so this world of green became unstable.
Lu Han's expression sank as he forcefully stabilized this world. Alas, the sight before his eyes seemed to be vanishing gradually as well. An alarmed expression appeared on Lu Han's face. My eyes.
He could clearly feel that he had lost his sight. Only now did he realize that everything within his body was collapsing slowly as his genes vibrated at a rapid speed. This feeling was similar to what would happen when one overexerted one's spiritual energy.
At this, Lu Han gained understanding.
This was the cost he had to pay as a result of Chen Feng forcing his spiritual energy to its limit.
The
world before him darkened.
What Lu Han could see started reducing. Ultimately, he could no longer see anything. Only endless darkness could be seen from his eyes.
No! Lu Han screamed mournfully. Even if this was a gene virus, as an apex expert of the ancient race, the number of genes contained within his body was supposed to be frighteningly huge. Why had the genes in his eyes been the very first ones to rupture? The probability of this happening was supposed to be lower than 0.0001%, right? Why was this happening? Lu Han despaired.
Bang!
The world trembled.
Along with the Lu Han's mental collapse, this world completely collapsed. Bang! Bang!
The world of green collapsed, and everyone returned to the real world.
Lu Han panicked. No! This can't happen.
The world before him was eternally shrouded in darkness.
He could no longer see anything. Why had this happened? Lu Han was bewildered. Chen Feng!
Lu Han spat out with his teeth clenched.
It had to be him. It was this damnable fellow again. I want to kill you, spat Lu Han one word at a time. Bang! The collapsing world of green was forced to dissipate by Lu Han.
Next, all the energy he had poured into the world of green all these years was reabsorbed into his body.
Bang!
A terrifying green radiance swirled around Lu Han's body. His eyes, which could no longer see anything, were shrouded by a boundless green.
His
hand raised, and a green sword coalesced there.
Careful! Li Lei reminded everyone.
This was the condensation of the power of an entire world. Even if the world of green no longer existed, the present Lu Han was still a terrifying existence. Energy worth 20% of the completed world of green concentrated in Lu Han's pair of eyes, and energy worth 30% of the completed world of green concentrated in that sword he held. These were the equivalent of nearly all the energy Lu Han had accumulated throughout the years.
Shwa!
Lu Han swiped forth with his sword. Chen Feng, who had been bracing himself, managed to barely dodge the slash.
Bang!
A terrifying crack appeared on the ground below Lu Han and started spreading for a distance of several kilometers before stopping. This was Lu Han's present strength.
He won't be able to last long. Everyone could see it clearly.
From the moment the world of green had collapsed, Lu Han had been finished. Now that his greatest trump card was gone, Lu Han was not a match for Go Li's trio.
However, the most pressing question was this: how long could they last under his assault? Could they last until Lu Han's death? The present Lu Han seemed even scarier than before. Chen Feng!
Lu Han roared, his roar was filled with hatred.
You ruined my eyes. You ruined my world. You ruined my wife. You ruined my everything. Lu Han's indignant roar surged to the skies.
Hearing this, everyone's amazed gaze landed on Chen Feng, who presently had an innocent expression plastered on his face.
Holy sh*t, they were indeed aware that Chen Feng had ruined Lu Han's eyes and world, but what was up with that ruined wife? Shwa! Shwa!
Numerous green flashes streaked past. The deranged Lu Han slashed his weapon at Chen Feng without stop.
Damn it!
Chen Feng clenched his teeth as he dodged constantly.
The present Lu Han was too strong. As such, Chen Feng wouldn't be able to resist even a single attack.
The only thing he could do was escape everywhere, cutting a sorry figure.
Even this feat of his was with the premise of Lu Han being blind. Despite this, Pooh! Numerous cuts still appeared on Chen Feng's body.
The attack range of that green sword was too huge. Rather than calling it a sword, it would be more apt to call it a pole or something. What kind of sword had such great range?
Bang! Another attack landed.
Just as Chen Feng was about to fail to persevere, several figures appeared to block in front of him.
Chen Feng was somewhat surprised. It's you guys. It's us, one answered calmly.
Chen Feng recognized this person. This was one of the members of Go Li's squad, a person called Chen. Initially, they had been responsible for sealing Lu Han's escape route. Now that Lu Han's condition was such, there was no longer any needs to keep sealing the escape routes. As such, they had all come over. Chen gazed at the Lu Han before them.
Chen Feng, leave the rest to us.
Fu Hua, who had arrived together with Chen, indifferently said, we have been waiting way too long for today. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 545, The True Shroud Art. Chapter 545, The True Shroud Art. Translator, limest editor, Tenish. Bang, dot. Two of them took one step forward.
Instantly, a terrifying power erupted from them.
These two had actually reached beyond a class as well. Moreover, the weapons they held were similarly shrouded with a familiar power, the power of shroud art. Shwa! Shwa!
With them joining the battle, Go Li's group of 5 formed a circle around Lu Han, surrounding him with a mysterious power. Within this circle, the power of shroud art was everywhere.
Scram! Lu Han was furious. At present, the only person he wanted to kill was Chen Feng. I'm sorry. Go Li laughed sinisterly. At present, we only want to kill you.
From the moment our close ones died, we have been waiting for the arrival of this day, the day we get to kill you.
Finally, our wait is over.
You might hate Chen Feng, alas, I'm sorry to inform you that he is our benefactor.
Shwa! Shwa!
The feet of the 5 of them never stopped moving.
They attacked Lu Han while at the same time moving without stop around him.
With these movements, a mysterious and abstruse power was seemingly brewing within the circle.
Scram!
Lu Han roared in a deranged manner.
At this time, he no longer had any intellect.
The only thing that occupied his brain was his desire to kill Chen Feng. These few people that kept getting in his way were incredibly annoying, yet he was incapable of killing them.
Bang! Bang!
Lu Han tried throwing them off several times, yet each attempt failed as his advance was blocked by them.
Li Lei was shocked. Is the power of shroud art so powerful?
The present Lu Han was a Beyond N9 peak expert. Even with that, he was still being used to wipe the floor by 5 Beyond A1 fellows. This was simply 2 powers in completely different realms.
This shroud art. Bang! Bang! Lu Han was still struggling crazily. As for Go Li's group, they firmly maintained their encirclement.
Each time they managed to knock Lu Han down, a bloody scar was left on his body, causing blood to splatter everywhere.
Suddenly, Go Li asked, Chen Feng, are you interested in learning shroud art?
Chen Feng was astonished.
I can learn them as well. Go Li shook his head. You can't. Shroud art is too unique.
For a regular person, any attempts at learning them will only be met with a dead end. From what we recall, Bo Tsuji was the only person capable of learning them.
Chen Feng. However, Go Li smiled. Ultimately, this thing is still an inheritance. Perhaps, in the future, someone will be able to learn it. Or perhaps, in the future, after you guys have improved it, you guys will be able to use it. There are other possibilities too. In short, you will be able to see clearly soon enough.
At that time, learn as much as you can, Goli finished with a smile. Chen Feng had a vague ominous feeling. These words. Suddenly, Chen Feng felt like things did not seem too right.
Apart from Baitsuji, nobody else could employ this skill? What about them? Alas, before Chen Feng could voice his questions, he noticed an abnormality. Shwa!
The steps of Goli's group suddenly accelerated.
Hum!
Finally, a formidable power surged.
Numerous bizarre-looking seals appeared midair. Everyone's heart trembled.
They could clearly see that these seals were the representative of the power of Shroud Art.
Shwa! Shwa!
Right at this moment, an astonishing thing happened. As that surging power increased in might, Goli's group rapidly aged.
Chen Feng's expression sank. What are you guys doing? Stop. We can't stop anymore.
The hoarse voice of Goli sighed with emotion. From the moment we started using this power several years ago, everything was fated.
Shroud Art, this is the power of Baitsuji. The cost of using this power is one's vitality. Bang! Once again, Lu Han was knocked down by them.
The group of 5 muttered without stop.
Chen Feng, this is what we owe you. Chen Feng, this is how we repay you. Thank you for bringing us hope back then. Thank you for bringing us here today.
That girl has already been waiting for me for 10 odd years on the other side.
She has a bad temper. I expect she is already anxious from the wait. I guess it's time I go meet her. At the same time.
Finally, that terrifying power belonging to only Baitsuji was launched by the combined effort of Goli's group and landed on Lu Han's body.
Bang!
A terrifying power erupted. The entire world was blanketed by a scorching white.
Lu Han's mournful scream echoed everywhere.
This peak beyond a class super expert, this super expert of the ancient race, this person who had personally started his grudge with Goli's group back then, finally died here. Slowly, the mournful scream vanished.
The white dispersed slowly as well.
As the white faded, the bodies of Goli's group became illusory.
Chen Feng's gaze landed on them. He could seemingly see several departing figures. With their revenge taken, on each of their faces was a relaxed smile. Goli, Guijia, Shengxi, Xiyin, and Fu Hua. At this time, the transparent barrier activated by Goli's group in the beginning was slowly transforming into countless light particles before vanishing from the air. Amid those dim particles, a single figure could be vaguely seen. Baitsuji. Chen Feng muttered. After a long time, everything returned to normal. On the ground, only a huge crater was left behind. Lu Han was gone.
Some of them had seemingly seen Lu Han being evaporated forcefully by that terrifying power, not even leaving a single trace behind.
Or perhaps his entire body was gone due to the rupture of his spiritual energy. Goli's group was gone as well. By forcefully using the Shroud Art, they had ultimately overexerted their vitality. Everything was finally over. Li Lei sighed. Is this the power of Shroud Art? It was no wonder that the power was so strong. By paying one's vitality as the cost, how could the resulting power not be strong?
Such a power, regardless of circumstances, was something that would remain a forbidden skill. What they paid was their vitality and time, someone asked.
However, nobody replied, as nobody knew the answer.
Chen Feng stared blankly at where Goli's group had vanished.
Li Lei patted his shoulder. My condolences.
He was aware that these people had been friends of Chen Feng's. He was also aware that in a way, these people were the ones who had saved them all, their benefactors.
This time, we will submit an application to the higher-ups after returning. They are the heroes of humanity.
As such, their families and relatives will receive the greatest honor of all, Li Lei stated solemnly.
Chen Feng nodded. MHM.
Right at this moment, someone picked up an emblem from the ground.
What is this?
The person picked it up cautiously. This thing seems like something of Goli's.
Is that so? Li Lei took it.
Suddenly, a bright radiance erupted.
Hum.
The intense radiance shone brightly, so bright that everyone instinctively shut their eyes. On that emblem, numerous seals appeared and shone brightly. Slowly, a formidable yet mysterious power started rising, chilling everyone present.
Shwa! Shwa! Numerous scenes flashed past.
Li Lei and the rest were completely dazzled by the flashing scenes. With the exception of Chen Feng, all of them frowned, not knowing exactly what these things were. Chen Feng fixed his gaze on those seals.
Hum. Hum. Spirit started accurately and faithfully recording everything.
After comparing the data received from Goli earlier with this newfound data, this initially incomplete set of information was suddenly completed.
This thing. Chen Feng's eyes widened. This was Bai's Yuji's power. This was the true shroud art. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 546, let's see how amazing you are. Chapter 546, let's see how amazing you are. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Hum. A faint radiance trembled.
The information from the mysterious seal was gradually revealed clearly in Chen Feng's mind. This was a completely brand new energy operating system, an original energy operating system created by Bai's Yuji.
Shroud art. Chen Feng sighed.
He had never expected that Bai's Yuji had truly perfected this. He had also never expected that before the demise of Goli's group, they would truly pass this on to him. However, although all the data and inheritance were already in Chen Feng's mind, with a single look, Chen Feng was already aware that this was something he could not afford to use. Every single use of this technique would require one to pay one's own vitality as a cost. Perhaps, it was as Goli had said. When this technique was improved or encountered its fated owner, it would be able to once again display its true power to the world.
Li Lei seemed to covet it. This thing.
You have been thinking too much, Chen Feng grumbled. This is a spatial barrier, something produced specifically to counter Lu Hun. As such, it can only be useful against someone with an ability like Lu Hun's.
As for the cost of using this technique, haven't you seen it for yourself? Fine. Li Lei could only give up on his thoughts. They stared ahead.
There, the figures of Lu Hun, Goli, and the others were already gone.
Here in this corner of the unknown region, only their group was left behind.
On the ground, there were still several ancient race corpses remaining.
Someone laughed bitterly. We have still ultimately failed our initial mission. True.
At this, they recalled the reason they had ended up here in the first place, the devil race. In their initial plan, they were supposed to put an end to the major boss of the devil race and plunder the S-class genes from that major boss in order to break through the present limit of humanity.
How had it changed into a battle to the death with Lu Hun, then? Oh, yeah. Because of that P. They all recalled the scene they had seen. Li Lei spread his hands. What should we do?
Everyone smiled bitterly.
What else? We failed.
With their present strength, facing that legendary S-class expert was no different than courting death. It was quite probable that even with all of them, they wouldn't be able to do much against that expert. How were they supposed to battle a person of such strength?
What if we return and request reinforcements? Someone proposed. Li Lei shook his head. It would still be useless. That fellow is much stronger than you even in your wildest dreams.
Unless humanity is prepared to lose a huge amount of Beyond classes, it is impossible for humanity to face that fellow head-on.
Everyone was in a heavy mood. Could they kill that S-class fellow off? Yes, they could. But what would be the price for that? A huge amount of Beyond classes would fall. Could humanity afford such a cost? Yes, the blood essence of an S-class was a precious item. However, this did not mean that after defeating that ancient race fellow, humanity would definitely enter S-class. Rather, with this blood essence, humanity would only be able to start researching S-class. That was all. This research might be a success, but it might be a failure as well. Li Lei sighed. Forget it. It was too risky. At present, humanity couldn't afford to take such a risk. Someone was anxious. If we really let that fellow off just like that, what if he were to enter human territory in the future? Li Lei sneered. He is welcome to try. If we tried hunting him down here, we would have to pay a huge price, but if the battle were to happen in human territory, The research agency has a huge number of high-energy equipment that we can't bring along during this trip due to that equipment being hard to move. If that fellow dares to step foot into human territory, The rest exchanged glances. Only after hearing this did they heave a sigh of relief. They stood up. Let's go. Li Lei turned his screen on and opened the mission interface system. Just as he was about to submit the failure of this mission, Chen Feng suddenly walked over and said, "Says who that we have failed the mission?" Schwa. Instantly, everyone stopped what they had been doing. Li Lei's astonished gaze landed on Chen Feng. What do you mean? Chen Feng pondered the matter. Mechem, although we are not a match for that expert. Please hold on. Schwa.
With a flash of red, a pitch-black and bizarre figure appeared and streaked across the air in a perfect curve before smashing into the ground.
Devil race?
The expressions of the others all sank. However, when they get a clear look at this new arrival, their expressions became somewhat odd.
Indeed, this was a devil.
However, the devil that had appeared here was rather unique. This was the very cause for the failure of their mission, the one who had caused this failure. This was the young prince of the devil race. One of them was shocked.
Urine. Urine god?
Hearing this, the young prince's expression immediately darkened.
When did you kidnap this fellow? Li Lei exclaimed in admiration. Feng laughed happily.
When we were being chased by that boss of the devil race. When that expert had been chasing them, Feng had told Xiaoying to kidnap this young prince, taking the advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was concentrated on these humans at that time.
What flawless execution!
And the reason for kidnapping this prince was to prevent the devil race expert from using this young prince as a summoning tool to complete the restoration of all the other big shots of the devil race who were still slumbering. To prevent this, kidnapping was the only option.
But then, how should they deal with this prince now?
This was rather troublesome.
Li Lei frowned. How should we deal with this?
This fellow had an esteemed identity as the young prince of the devil race and also the future of the devil race. However, this fact would only remain true before the restoration of all the true experts of the devil race. To allow that expert from earlier to be awakened in advance, that old devil had used such a unique method to complete the summon. Evidently, this young prince was not someone they had intended to keep around for long. The relationship between the devils and this young prince had long been severed. The present young devil prince was someone completely worthless to both the humans and devils.
Using the prince to threaten the devils? They would most probably be ignored. Killing this young prince? It would be somewhat of a waste, though. It was truly astonishing how this glorious devil prince had now become baggage. Li Lei's head ached. Feng smiled toyingly. His true worth is not in his identity as a prince. Have you all forgotten the reason for the failure of our mission this time? I am rather curious about how amazing the urine of this dear young prince here is. If we can research it properly and try to solve our problem from a different perspective, then perhaps. Schwa. Everyone's eyes shone.
Indeed, the advanced awakening of that expert was closely related to this young prince.
Why was it possible for that expert to be awakened in advance? Why had that expert been filled with the smell of urine? What secrets were there within this young prince's body? If they could answer all these questions and reverse engineer it, then perhaps. Good. Li Lei stood up emotionally. The rest had burning gazes as well. Schwa. Their gazes landed on the young prince uniformly.
Instinctively, their gazes lowered toward the young prince's crotch.
What are you guys planning to do?
The young prince covered his crotch and hid in a certain corner, trembling with fear. He had a feeling that compared with these humans, he was the weaker lifeform instead, while these terrifying humans were the actual devils.
He.
Perverse laughter resounded as several burly humans started dragging the young prince into the dark.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 547, From now on, I am the king. Chapter 547, From now on, I am the king. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish.
In the ancient race's land of legacy. Suddenly, a drizzle started pattering down. Those experts who were in the midst of their cultivation were all startled awake. Gazes overwhelmed with shock were aimed at the sky. If they remembered correctly, the last time such a drizzle had fallen, it was when that senior apprentice sister of theirs had died? This time. Bang! The entire land of legacy shook as one particular person charged rapidly into the ancestral hall. There, one particular name had been colored gray, a gray that would remain for all eternity. Luhan, finally, that brilliant green had stopped burning.
An overcast and hoarse voice resounded. Who is it?
They are already dead as well. One of them gazed at the empty space and was able to see the scene of Luhan being killed by Goli's group.
This is karma resulting from grudges.
The survivors from what Luhan did 10-odd years ago returned to die together with him.
Everyone sank into silence. Dying together.
If so, they truly had no way of seeking revenge against the killers.
No request for help was received on our side? No.
They sighed. With how stubborn Luhan was, he had most probably been unwilling to seek help even as he'd been dying.
Is there a need for such stubbornness?
Their mood sank.
Why had things become this way?
For so many years, nobody from the Land of Legacy had ever died. This was especially true for the few of them who were among the apex existences of this world. But now, two of them were lost one after the other. One was their senior apprentice sister, the other Lu Hun. Have we found the killer of our senior apprentice sister? Master Mu asked as his eyes gleamed coldly. Yes. Her name is Wang Yao. On that day, she went to senior apprentice sister's residence alone and killed everyone there. After that, she vanished, one person responded in a low voice. Master Mu's killing intent surged. Vanished? Yes. Regardless of how we search, we can't find any trace of her. That young lady has seemingly vanished into nothingness. Bang! Thunder roared at the Land of Legacy. Master Mu's killing intent was on the verge of erupting. They couldn't do anything to avenge Lu Hun since his killers had perished together with him. But even though their senior apprentice sister had been murdered right at her home, they couldn't even find the murderer? Master Mu glared at them. All of you are the apex experts of your respective domains. It's not their fault, a youth said suddenly. The disappearance of that young lady is probably related to Chen Feng. Chen Feng? Master Mu calmed down. This was not the first time he had heard this name. One could say that he was now very familiar with this name. Back then, he had even met this Chen Feng guy when he had gone undercover as Wang Feng in the mysterious organization. That damnable bastard. Wang Yao is his girlfriend. She has formidable strength and is beyond a class. As such, it is impossible for Chen Feng to just let her laze around doing nothing. However, after that incident, she vanished completely. Even when Chen Feng encountered danger, she did not appear. The youth finished his words slowly. As such, we suspect that her disappearance is the work of Chen Feng. Chen Feng. They muttered this name. If they had to select a single human who had left the deepest impression on them, it would be this very Chen Feng. This was the fellow who even the ancient race would regard as a freakish existence. Is Master still in seclusion? Yes. Can we kill Chen Feng? We won't be able to do it. At present, he is the absolute treasure of humanity. Everyone is protecting him with all they have. To kill him, we would have to utilize the entirety of the ancient race just to stand a chance, the youth stated calmly. It was truly too difficult a feat to kill Chen Feng. He had once attempted to kill Chen Feng as well, yet he had been stopped by a mysterious, unknown power. From that, he was aware that Chen Feng's body had to possess some secret. A faint voice echoed in the air. Tell Qin Hai to end the rebellion as soon as possible. We can no longer ignore the humans. The youth sighed. Our present problem is not the humans. Rather, it is the devils. That person has suddenly awakened, and his location is rather near the place where Lu Hun met his end. Our guess is that Lu Hun's death might be related to him as well. Lu Hun might have been gravely injured by that person, allowing his enemies from back then to have a chance at ending his life. Devil race. Master Mu's voice was filled with disdain. That race akin to animals had been restored again? One of them sighed. Stop looking down on them. Have you guys not discovered where the problem lies? The ancient race, which was supposed to be high above everyone else, is suddenly surrounded by enemies on all sides, such as the humans and the devils. If we can't deal with this properly, the ancient race will truly be in danger. Even if Master has never said anything about this, I do not wish for the first thing Master sees after his seclusion to be a destroyed ancient race. Everyone lapsed into silence. True, since when had the ancient race degenerated to such an extent? Raise our vigilance. We can no longer look down on the devils and humans. Devil race. They were still celebrating their victory. Since reawakening, they had suffered numerous defeats. Defeated by the ancients and humans without stop, they were no different than those experience farms in games. Now, though, they had finally regained their glory, beating both the humans and ancients that had entered their territory this time. Ha ha ha. The devils celebrated. Countless people surrounded the old devil and the giant devil. At this moment, the ground trembled. Suddenly, the giant devil opened his eyes. I have returned. Bang! Thunder roared. Instantly, those dull eyes were filled with life. However, the first thing he noticed after awakening was the alarming odor on his body. His nose wrinkled, and shortly after, he understood clearly what had happened. Shwa! His sharp gaze landed on the old devil. How dare you! Bang! His howl thundered. Bang! His hand grabbed at the old devil. You dare use such a method to resurrect me? To even use my descendant as the catalyst for this, how dare you, roared the furious giant devil. The other devils were all alarmed. However, that terrifying attack of his was ultimately stopped. Just as his gigantic palm reached the old devil, he had seemingly encountered a terrifying force that stopped his advance. Do you really think that I have made no preparations at all? The old devil asked with a sinister expression. Bang! A shiny seal was imprinted on the giant devil's forehead. From today onward, you can assume the role of my puppet, the old devil howled. Endless radiance swirled around the giant devil's body as the imprint radiated brightly. Next, the initially bright eyes of the giant devil became blank again, and once more, the giant devil became as dull as before. Bang! Loudly, the giant devil knelt on the ground. Starting from his palm, slowly, the old devil stepped up, went past the giant devil's shoulders, and ultimately reached the immense head of this giant devil. From today onward, I am the emperor of the devil race. Shwa! Countless devils prostrated before him. High in the sky, that black rain was becoming even heavier. At present time, at the genetic union, Chen, Feng and Spirit were busy researching something new. Despite how good the inheritance left behind by Goli was, it didn't have any substantial use. As such, Chen Feng had to improve it. He looked at Spirit. Are you sure that there's no problem now? He was aware of how terrifying this shroud art was. He had no intention of reducing his lifespan for no apparent reason. Spirit nodded. MHM. This shroud art was created with Bytes Yuji as the core. The subsequent version created by Goli's group was merely an imitation rather than the true shroud art. Therefore, to recreate the true shroud art, improvements are required, Spirit explained seriously. All right. Chen Feng inhaled. Come, then. He himself wanted to see clearly how much luck value would be required to improve this technique. Could he even complete it at all? Could he create a shroud art that truly belonged to the humans? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 548, A Day Filled with Scent. Chapter 548, A Day Filled with Scent. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. At the Genetic Union. This was a laboratory with ice blue glass walls. The researchers of the Genetic Union were watching on coldly. Beside them were the people of the Gene Production Association and the research agency. Everyone was silently gazing into the room. There, some sort of radiance was flickering as all the equipment within was analyzing a certain bottle of transparent liquid. D. The alarm buzzed and the alarm signal flickered without stop. A stream of detailed data was displayed on the screen. Scent, 98. Countenance, unstable. State, liquid. Characteristic, analyzing. Energy, analyzing. Shoe. Every time a new set of data appeared, it was displayed on the screen. This continued until the analysis reached the energy part. At this point, it seemed like this analysis stage would be stuck forever. Analyzing. Even after half an hour, it was still analyzing. They all frowned. Is it stuck? One of the staffers there was doubtful. That's not supposed to be possible. This is the latest analyzing equipment. Even when it was used to analyze the energy of those beyond experts back then, it didn't get stuck. Why would it be stuck now? What's going on then? They had an odd feeling. Shall we restart it? Let's continue waiting for a bit. Fine. Their curiosity was piqued. Thereupon, everyone stood before the analyzing equipment waiting for the result. Half an hour, 1 hour, 2 hours, 4 hours, and then one entire day passed, yet it was still analyzing. They were astonished. Is it really stuck? Let's restart it. All right. One person stepped forth and prepared to restart the equipment. Right at this instant, the data that hadn't changed for one entire day started flickering. On the screen, rows of brand new data appeared. The analysis is complete. They were overjoyed. Just as they were about to start reading the newly appeared data, the red alarm light on the analyzing equipment started blazing. Shwa! All the data disappeared. The ear-piercing alarm resounded. Warning! Their expressions sank. This is bad. Bang! Instantly, the firm laboratory exploded. Careful! Activate the highest level of defense. Understood. Hum. A layer of blue radiance surrounded the room. The terrifying energy wave poured out,
filling the entire laboratory and continuing on toward the observers around the room.
The energy wave collided with the blue defensive barrier and stopped.
Bang! Bang!
Numerous energy waves collided against the barrier without stop.
Only after 10 odd seconds did the laboratory regain its peace. Within, all the equipment was already destroyed.
Only an intense odor remained within, pervading the air.
That was the odor unique to Lord Urine God. The liquid. An alarmed expression appeared on their faces.
They had experience in analyzing all sorts of energy, yet this was the first time they had seen something this terrifying. This was an energy even a beyond a class wouldn't possess. It was no wonder that this young prince had actually been capable of completing the summon of that devil expert in advance. Such powerful energy contained within the urine. Continue the research. All right. They became spirited as they realized the prowess of the urine. They could feel that at present, they were studying something incredibly unusual. They believed that as long as they persisted, they would obtain a result.
The future of humanity was now in their hands. The people of the research agency couldn't wait any longer.
Let us study the composition of the urine. The people of the genetic union had been prepared for this long ago.
Let us study the energy.
The several master producers of the Gene Production Association prepared to start their production as well. Let us try producing some gene reagents. At this time, at a certain location within the genetic union, Li Lei was looking at Chen Feng with astonishment. I thought you would go in there and participate in the research as well.
Chen Feng shook his head. No way. Li Lei was curious. Why is that? Wasn't such a mysterious and formidable power something all researchers and producers were curious about? Just look at how crazily those researchers were fighting each other to join the research.
Because I am not interested in researching some urine, Chen Feng stated indifferently.
Li Lei did not know whether he should laugh or cry. Urine.
As he thought about it, indeed, Chen Feng was right.
However, it was not some regular urine being researched.
Rather, it was the urine of the young devil prince, urine capable of summoning a super expert, a liquid that contained an immense energy within.
Chen Feng curled his lips. Regardless of what you call it, ultimately, it is still urine. If you guys are planning to use it to produce gene reagents, hee. Don't get me to do it. I will absolutely not touch it.
Chen Feng maintained his calm as he looked at Li Lei.
Anyway, I am rather curious as well. If the research proves that this urine can be used to produce a gene reagent that can increase one's strength, would you be willing to consume that gene reagent? Li Lei.
He pondered seriously and reached a rather tasteful conclusion.
Li Lei sighed. Damn it.
He had never expected that a day would come where he would reach such a compromise for the sake of strength.
Alas, he had no choice.
That devil race expert was too powerful, so powerful that it caused his heart to flutter.
If they hadn't been so lucky back then, they would have all died there.
Hence, if such a gene reagent truly existed, he would probably use it even if it had been produced from urine.
Take care.
Chen Feng patted his shoulder. Pausing slightly, Chen Feng patted his shoulder 2 more times.
Li Lei was feeling doubtful. I am patting your shoulder in advance. Chen Feng sighed.
When you become an expert with a scent in the future, I will most probably not feeling like patting you anymore.
Li Lei. Oh, right. Suddenly, Chen Feng asked, do you have a wife yet? Not yet, Li Lei answered. Try to look for one as soon as possible.
Chen Feng lamented, in the future, when you become a warrior with a scent, I think it will be much harder to get a wife.
Oh, right, do you reckon this scent is something external or internal? Will your genes be affected as well? If they are, will your future children have the scent as well? The moment the child is born, the baby will reek of that scent. Li Lei's expression darkened. Tisk, tsk. How magical.
In the legends, the moment a certain being is birthed, all the land within 1,000 miles will be barren.
Do you reckon this is due to that intense odor? Wow, the mere thought of it, how exciting. The more Chen Feng imagined it, the more colorful his imagination became. Li Lei couldn't take it anymore and interrupted Chen Feng. Chen Feng. What in the world?
After hearing all this from Chen Feng, now, he no longer had the courage to peruse the gene reagent anymore, not even if he was beaten to death. It wouldn't matter as long as it only affected him, but if it was going to affect the next generation as well.
Since you don't want to use it yourself, you are not allowing others to use it either? Li Lei grumbled.
He could naturally see clearly that Chen Feng had said all that purposefully.
Chen Feng rolled his eyes. What nonsense!
If you were to really end up with an intense scent around you, I'm afraid I would have to sever all relationship with you.
In order to maintain our friendship, I have to fight for it. You? Li Lei did not know whether to laugh or cry.
But then, after these words of Chen Feng's, he indeed have up on the idea.
Shwa! Suddenly, 2 fireworks erupted in the sky. Chen Feng looked at the fireworks. Yet another person has departed.
Yeah, the moment the devil race appeared, the entire aviation industry began researching crazily. All those rich fellows invested a huge sum of money to push the development of the aviation industry. In a period of half a year, the growth of the aviation industry has surpassed the total growth of the past several decades. Right now, migrating to the outer space had become the first priority of these people, Li Lei stated indifferently.
Those people were completely different from people like him. Li Lei sneered.
He held an intense disdain toward those people who only thought of escaping whenever a problem cropped up.
However, even outer space is not absolutely safe.
If we can't eliminate both the devils and ancients, a day might come where they start reaching for outer space as well. At that time, it will be too late for these people to start crying.
Li Lei was firm.
Improving ourselves and eliminating those fellows is the only correct path.
Chen Feng nodded. That is indeed so. I reckon the research on the young prince will take some time. The devil race's strength is still slowly increasing. As for us humans, Li Lei sighed. Humans were still too weak. If what Chen Feng had said was true about humanity not even being able to use the theoretically unique gene reagent made of urine, what should humanity do then?
The devil race, the ancient race, both of them were extremely problematic for humanity.
Says who that we have no other options?
A screen popped out of Chen Feng's wristband.
Chen Feng made the screen public and asked, "Are you interested in taking a look at the result of what I have been researching the past few days?" Li Lei raised his brow. What is it?
For the past few days, Chen Feng had been unwilling to even approach that young prince.
What could he have been researching? Shwa! Li Lei took a look at the screen.
Instantly, his pupils shrunk.
This is...
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 549, Where's the Time? Chapter 549, Where's the Time? Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Li Lei took a look and was immediately alarmed. Shroud. It was shroud art. Chen Feng was actually researching this thing. Have you gone crazy? This was Li Lei's first reaction. Do you not know that researching this thing will reduce your lifespan? This thing was truly too dreadful.
Back then, the genetic union had coveted this thing more than Chen Feng, yet upon witnessing with their own eyes Go Li's group aging so quickly before them, they had no longer harbored any thoughts toward this shroud art.
Yet now, Chen Feng actually dared to study it? Had he gone crazy? Even if you are still young, you should not waste your youth like this. Li Lei stated. Chen Feng laughed bitterly. He was not an idiot. It's not as grave as you think. How is it not grave? Li Lei stated furiously. I was there as well.
Anyone who uses this will start aging.
If you truly insist on researching this thing, let me think about it. How about letting that girlfriend of yours be the one to use this technique instead? Ha? Chen Feng blanked. How did this relate to Wang Yao? After all, she is still too young right now. Perhaps after using the technique, she will mature nicely. At that time, the two of you will match each other more. Li Lei sighed endlessly. Chen Feng. Stupid pervert. Li Lei curled his lips. In short, you should not be the one to use this technique. Chen Feng rolled his eyes madly. I naturally wouldn't toy around with my own life. Since Go Li's group gave me the data regarding this technique, I will naturally not go around using it. At present, I am merely using this technique as the core in an attempt to create a brand new thing, a brand new shroud art, Chen Feng declared sternly. Li Lei's eyes shone. Oh? If that was true. Li Lei's heartbeat increased. There's hope of success? Of course. Chen Feng smiled in a profound manner. I have already succeeded in creating a new shroud art. Naturally, this shroud art will still require the user to pay a price to use it, but the price is energy rather than vitality. It's good to use energy. Li Lei became agitated. Anything that could be solved with energy could not be considered a true problem. Come, let me take a look. What is the result of your research? Li Lei became exceptionally excited. After all, he had personally witnessed the prowess of shroud art.
If Chen Feng was truly able to succeed in his research and allow this new shroud art to be used during combat, the strength of humanity would increase greatly.
With this, Chen Feng's contribution toward humanity would become immeasurable.
After all, that shroud art was a forbidden technique capable of allowing a Beyond A1 to contend against a Beyond A9. Even if Chen Feng couldn't completely recreate it, even if he was only able to recreate a version with only 10% its initial power, Li Lei became incomparably excited at this thought. He started looking at Chen Feng's screen.
Hey! This seems somewhat different?
Li Lei felt like this shroud art created by Chen Feng seemed somewhat odd. Of course it's different, Chen Feng stated confidently. The original version of shroud art might have been powerful, unequaled even, but it was a mere spatial shroud. After all, that is something created just to deal with Lu Hun. Now, this shroud art created by me is not just something capable of countering spatial abilities users, it is also usable against any genetic warrior, any lifeform.
Chen Feng was proud.
For this new shroud art, he had exhausted no less than 1,000 luck value.
This was the result of what he and Spirit had used several days and nights to complete.
This was a truly powerful shroud art. Li Lei clenched his fists tightly.
Excellent. Fast, show it to me. MHM. Chen Feng stood up and prepared to demonstrate it. Shwa. In the laboratory, a robot appeared.
This was a probing robot supplied by the research agency, a robot capable of detecting every energy in existence. Whatever ability one used on this robot, the robot would be able to clearly sense the effects of that ability. Even the undulations among the spatial particles were something this robot could detect. As such, this was a perfect choice to perform tests on abilities. I need an energy supply, Chen Feng said. To demonstrate this brand new shroud art, the amount of energy he had in him as a Beyond B9 might be insufficient. Without any hesitation, Li Lei called over several genetic warriors specializing in energy recovery. With them here, you can erupt with the amount of energy a Beyond A class has in a single burst.
Let's start. Li Lei was filled with expectation. Who? Chen Feng inhaled deeply. He and Spirit had indeed done a trial run in a simulated environment.
However, they had never used this shroud art for real in the physical world. As such, this was also their first time witnessing this technique in the real, since before this, they had not had enough energy to try this technique out in the physical world. Now that everything was ready, he could finally see clearly the true might of this improved shroud art he had created using 1,000 luck value.
Shwa. Chen Feng pointed midair. Hum. A formidable power undulated outward. Suddenly, the robot that was standing at a distance trembled. Shwa.
In the laboratory, the data displayed on the surveillance device started leaping crazily. A score was being given to the power of this ability.
The initial score of 0 points instantly reached 1,000. Li Lei's eyes widened. It exceeded 1,000 points.
From his memories, those abilities capable of surpassing 1,000 points were normally at the very least 5-star secret arts.
This shroud art. 2,000 points. 3,000 points. 4,000 points.
The score continued rising rapidly.
A horrified expression had now appeared on Li Lei's face.
He was aware of how terrifying this shroud art was.
However, he had never expected that it would be so terrifying.
Chen Feng had merely demonstrated this ability in a casual manner, yet it was already able to have such a terrifying effect. Soon, the score reached 8,000 points and stopped rising. Chen Feng checked the amount of energy he had left in his body. Even with several energy recovery and energy boosting specialists around him, the energy within his body had still been instantly emptied. Indeed, at the very least, the energy of a Beyond A class would be required for one to use the shroud art. Li Lei clenched his fists tightly.
8,000 points. What did this score signify?
Normally, only those 6-star secret arts, the strongest abilities of Beyond A classes, could reach such a score. Even in the history of the Genetic Union, only 10 abilities had ever reached this score. And now, this new shroud art created by Chen Feng had joined the ranks of those legendary abilities as well. This would be a true legendary forbidden technique.
Splendid. Li Lei was agitated.
However, when he looked at the robot, he frowned.
Even with the high score, the robot did not seem to be affected in any way. Shwa. Shwa. The robot was still wandering around aimlessly. MHM. The robot was fine? In short, this was a support ability? Li Lei tried reading the data. Attack, no changes. Defense, no changes. Speed, energy, recovery rate, healing rate, ability. Every single aspect measured showed no changes whatsoever. What was going on? Li Lei blanked. If there were no changes, how had this score come about, then? He had no choice but to ask Chen Feng, what is the function of this ability you created? Function? Chen Feng muttered. He glanced at the several hundreds of recorded data points from the robot, and his gaze landed directly on one of the data points. A satisfied smile appeared on his face as he said, "This is the function." Pa! Chen Feng pointed at it. Li Lei glanced over. Instantly, he frowned. Nothing unusual could be seen there. Start time, 10 hours 4 minutes and 56 seconds. Duration, 1 second. End time, 10 hours 4 minutes and 58 seconds. But shortly after, Li Lei discovered an abnormality. Hold on. The recorded time. His eyes widened abruptly. Where is the missing 1 second? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 550, Time Shroud. Chapter 550, Time Shroud. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Where had that 1 second gone? Li Lei's eyes widened. He thought that he had seen wrongly. He even thought that the device might have malfunctioned. However, when he studied it properly and found that there were no problems whatsoever with the device, it became clear to him. His heart jolted furiously. Could it be? That's right, Chen Feng stated proudly. Baituji created a spatial shroud. This time, after some modification and improvement by me, Time Shroud was created. The ability of this shroud is to take 1 second of time from its target. Chen Feng paused slightly. Regardless of the occasion, regardless of time, regardless of the target, regardless of whether the target is a human or any kind of lifeform or an item, 1 second will be lost. This is my version of the true shroud art. Chen Feng's confidence surged. Numerous tests had been performed by him and Spirit. He was the only one who knew how terrifying this ability was. Even if the time deducted was only 1 mere second, which might seem rather weak. Li Lei's eyes widened. Time shroud? He stared at the data from the robot and blanked. So it turned out this was the actual result of Chen Feng's research for the past few days? Time had always been the most unfathomable of all abilities in existence. At present, the Genetic Union paid close attention to all genetic warriors with time-related abilities. They received help in increasing their level to study the concept of time. However, the efforts of the Genetic Union had not borne any fruit. After all these years, the most those time specialists could do was speed up or slow down time. This was the limit of what they could accomplish. For example, when one attacked, the attack that was supposed to be fast and imposing was suddenly slowed down. In this situation, this might be the work of a time-related ability. Or perhaps one could further increase the speed of time, and so on. Time was the most unfathomable of all abilities, yet it was also the ability that couldn't be researched at all. All humanity had been able to do all this while was regulated in some crude manner. Humanity had never been able to truly alter time itself. But now Chen Feng had achieved what humanity had failed all the while. With this mysterious shroud art, Chen Feng had truly caused that 1 second to disappear. Li Lei had no idea where the stolen 1 second had gone, though. So, this is the power of the time shroud? Li Lei exclaimed in admiration. That's right, Chen Feng exclaimed in admiration. This was the strongest ability he had ever created. Even if Go Li and the rest were the ones who had completed the first step and he had only further improved on the ability, that still did not stop him from feeling admiration for this ability. It is indeed astonishing, said Li Lei. If so, at present, I have one question. Chen Feng looked at Li Lei. Ha? Li Lei sighed. What's the point of this ability? Chen Feng blanked. What can we do with the reduction of 1 mere second? If you could increase time by 1 second instead, I would most certainly be convinced, but to reduce time by a second? What's the point? Moreover, you can only use it against a single person, right? What's the point even if you can take away 1 second of your target's time? Of course, if you could actually spam the ability and use it continuously, I guarantee you could spam it to the point your target started doubting life itself. However, looking at that terrifying energy cost, this is an ability you can only use once, right? During battle, when you use this ability, you can at most make your opponent older by 1 single second. What's the point of that? It still won't change anything, Li Lei berated endlessly. Was this a powerful ability? Yes, it was. Any ability capable of altering time itself was the apex of all abilities. However, not all powerful abilities were applicable in battles. For example, the genetic union had some mysterious abilities capable of nourishing one's skin and improving one's beauty. What was the point of such an ability in a battle?
At present, Chen Feng seemed to have created something similar as well.
Li Lei sighed. Oh.
Chen Feng scratched his head.
It's not that weak, right? Li Lei sneered. How is that not weak? Come, try using it against me. Fine.
After fully recovering his energy, Chen Feng cast his time shroud on Li Lei.
Li Lei fixed his gaze at the time.
Indeed, during that instant, he felt like time had mysteriously leaped 1 second forward.
I have no feeling whatsoever. Li Lei shrugged. As for the disappearing second, honestly, if I wasn't looking at my watch, I wouldn't even know what had happened. This ability. Li Lei had a worried expression.
Naturally, this ability is not totally useless. If a huge amount of Beyond classes were to cast this ability on a single person, perhaps 1 or 2 seconds could be instantly taken. Perhaps around 100 Beyond classes would be required for that. But then, if we had that many Beyond classes, we can instead use regular methods and kill the target instead. Besides that, the Genetic Union has gathered statistics on time travel before as well, Li Lei stated with a solemn tone of voice.
Oh?
Chen Feng was astonished.
There actually existed a record detailing time travel?
Of course. Without a change in expression, Li Lei continued, after our investigation, we noted that at present, the only successful example of time travel is in the morning before one goes to work. When one is awakened by the alarm clock, one can try taking an extra 1 or 2 minutes of sleep. At that point, there is a high chance that one will mysteriously travel directly to 2 hours in the future. One has obviously slept for only 2 extra minutes, yet one was able to travel forward 2 hours. When that happens, that person will most definitely be late to work.
Is this not a mystical phenomenon? Chen Feng rolled his eyes. This bro here was actually joking around with him? What a damnable English textbook main character. 1. You feel like I'm telling you something useless, right?
Li Lei curled his lips and stated helplessly, this time shroud of yours is similarly useless as well.
Chen Feng raised his brow. That's not for sure.
He recalled that during his series of tests with Spirit, countless different situations had been tested.
Theoretically, this ability to take 1 second might seem useless. However, if it was used during a crucial moment. Chen Feng suddenly asked, do you have any powerful burst abilities that required the power to be gathered first? Li Lei nodded. Yes. Chen Feng pointed at the robot. Use it against him. Fine.
Li Lei was also curious about what exactly Chen Feng was trying to prove.
Shwa.
Radiance started converging in his hand. A boundless and terrifying power started gathering around him. An ability that required even a powerful Beyond AA like him to condense energy before using was most definitely an extremely powerful killing move.
After 10 whole seconds, he finished his condensation. Go! He pointed, aiming the attack straight at the robot.
It was certain that with his present attack damage, this terrifying ability he launched would be sufficient to blast this robot into nothingness. In order to avoid receiving a scolding from the research agency for wasting resources, he had even intentionally aimed sideways so that his attack would miss. Right at this instant, Chen Feng made a move as well.
Chen Feng pointed midair. Time shroud. Once again, the same ability was used on Li Lei. Hum.
A faint wave of light undulated out.
And then, nothing happened.
As usual, nothing had happened after the usage of this ability. The activation of this time shroud seemed as bland as ever. However, this time, Li Lei's eyes opened wide. Li Lei was dumbstruck. Where's my attack? Chen Feng beamed. It has been released by you. Li Lei was somewhat dumbstruck. Where has the attack gone, then? Chen Feng maintained the wide smile on his face.
I have no idea. After all, that 1 second has vanished. Shwa. Instantly, Li Lei started sweating. Only now, finally, did he gaze at Chen Feng with an unbelieving gaze, staring at that ordinary and mediocre-looking hand of Chen Feng's. Time shroud could actually be used this way? Nobody knew where that 1 second had gone. Nobody knew what happened to that one missing second. Just like that, that 1 second was gone from existence. This was the time shroud. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 551, Spirit Arts. Chapter 551, Spirit Arts. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Divine ability. This is a true divine ability.
Li Lei's gaze was burning.
He grabbed both Chen Feng's hands firmly and didn't let go no matter what. Chen Feng, you must teach me this ability.
Only now had he realized how terrifying this time shroud was. If used in a proper manner, his combat power would increase at least onefold. Chen Feng smiled bitterly.
I will.
Earlier, this guy had still been full of disdain toward this time shroud, yet now he was so desperate for it that he almost prostrated himself to learn it. This was still something Chen Feng had just recently created. Despite the astonishing effect of this ability, the limitations were rather great as well. A single usage would already exhaust the entirety of a beyond a class's energy.
With this ability would most probably be unusable for normal battles. Li Lei thought about it.
With my strength, after using this ability once, I should still have some energy remaining.
Chen Feng nodded. However, the exhaustion is still too high. Li Lei pondered. It can only be used as a trump card for now.
Naturally, if you can improve and optimize it further and make it something usable casually, it would be even better.
Chen Feng shrugged. Strength-wise, I think it's sufficient. It was impossible to further improve this.
After using 1000 luck value on it, this version of Time Shroud was already nearly perfect. If so, the only thing he could do was optimize it.
Chen Feng was not sure if this thing could actually be optimized in the first place.
He recalled how in his previous life, a certain storage system had in fact lost its popularity after optimization.
He definitely did not want that to happen to him. Time Shroud is only one of the numerous shrouds available.
Apart from this, there are also flame shrouds, lightning shrouds, and so on. Naturally, all these will require time and a huge amount of energy spent to create. In the future, perhaps I will truly be able to create even more versions, Chen Feng stated slowly.
This shroud was a legend-like existence.
This thing that had been inherited by Go Li's group was supposed to be something an ordinary person couldn't ever hope to use, let alone improve. If one wanted to improve it, first of all, one needed to have an absolute understanding of the core version of this ability, the spatial shroud. But then, by the time one finally gained sufficient understanding of the spatial shroud, enough time might have passed that this shroud would no longer still be useful for humanity. However, Chen Feng was different.
He had not needed to gain absolute understanding of the initial version of the shroud.
The only thing he had required to improve it was his luck value. As such, this shroud was simply perfect for him. The core of this shroud was what he had inherited from Go Li's group. Using that as the core, he had created a brand new improved ability. This was a legendary power that belonged to Chen Feng alone.
Shroud.
Li Lei was similarly filled with admiration. He was the only one who knew how strong the side effects of using this ability were.
He was somewhat anxious. Are you truly fine? Chen Feng shook his head. I'm fine. That's good, then. Li Lei frowned.
Regardless of how powerful this thing is, it is still not as important as you yourself.
Remember to monitor yourself every day. I will get a few beyond a classes to test your lifespan. Chen Feng, is there a need for this?
This is a need, Li Lei said with a solemn expression.
Suddenly, Li Lei stated with a lowered voice, do you think you are the only one studying this thing? Chen Feng raised his brow. He recalled that back then, he was the only one who had obtained the complete version of Go Li's inheritance. Moreover, he had only obtained it after cross-checking it with Spirit's help. This is the genetic era after all. Li Lei sneered. There were several beyond a classes present back then. Do you think that you were able to hide from those people the fact that you obtained the inheritance?
They were all able to see it clearly. Moreover, internally, the genetic union already has a copy of the improved data of this ability. Those guys already started their research. Naturally, they all wished to be the one to control this powerful ability.
And next? Li Lei's expression became weird. There was no next. Chen Feng blanked. Dead. Li Lei sighed.
Those guys that personally researched Shroud Art, including one beyond a class, for beyond B classes, and a bunch of beyond C classes, all of them died. By the time we opened the door of their room, we noted that they had all died of old age. This happened in a single night. Even now, the memory of that still gave Li Lei some lingering fears. That was truly an unforgettable scene. Chen Feng. The people of this era are truly not afraid of death. Chen Feng shook his head. Don't worry. I didn't even touch the power of this thing. What I did was deduce and analyze it before attempting to directly improve how it works, working purely on theory rather than directly attempting to use it. Only after hearing this did Li Lei heave a sigh of relief.
That's good, then.
Next, the two of them started testing and studying this time shroud created by Chen Feng. An improved set of data was submitted officially. However, when trying to think of a name for this shroud, both of them stopped.
Shall we call it Time Shroud? Li Lei probed. Oh. Chen Feng hesitated as well. Why not change the name? Li Lei slapped his thigh. Yes, let's change it. I keep feeling that the name Shroud feels somewhat freakish, as if it touches upon some sort of taboo. Look at those fellows had died so randomly. Let me think about it.
Chen Feng sank into contemplation.
Shroud Art. This did not seem like a fitting name.
More importantly, in the future, he might be able to create even more versions. As such, numerous other new abilities would appear.
Could it be that they would have to give those names such as Flame Shroud, Lightning Shroud, and so on? What if the created shroud had no special properties? What should it be named? What about the naming of two different versions of Time Shroud? Time Shroud 1 and Time Shroud 2?
Chen Feng's head ached at the thought of this.
He sank into a long contemplation. How about Spirit Arts?
Spirit Arts, a unique system of abilities that were different from genetic abilities. In essence, this was made up of the core concepts of the Shroud Art and was something created after improvements and modifications by Chen Feng. Apart from the initial ability used by Go Li's group that shall maintain the name Shroud Art, all the newly created abilities shall be called Spirit Arts.
Chen Feng decided firmly. All right. Li Lei approved of it. He knew that from today onward, the name Spirit Arts would be etched into the annals of history.
In the future, for the genetic warriors of humanity, apart from possessing genetic abilities, they would have to possess spirit arts as well. Only those who had mastered both systems could be the strongest of all.
How about this time Spirit Art, then? Li Lei coveted this ability. Chen Feng waved his hand. Take it.
After all, this ability wasn't of much use to him.
However, the price of obtaining this thing. Li Lei chortled happily. Don't worry. I won't take it for free. The
next day, on the ability exchange page of the Genetic Union, which hadn't changed for several years, a brand new ability suddenly appeared. This was an ability that was listed together with the likes of those 6-star secret arts.
Name, Time Quicksand. Classification, Spirit Art. Function, takes 1 second.
Exhaustion, all energy a standard beyond A1 would have.
Conversion rate. Right holder, Chen Feng. Bang! This sent the entire Genetic Union into an uproar. Spirit Arts? What were those? And then there was the function of this thing. The list of Beyond A abilities hadn't been updated in a very long time. Moreover, those Beyond A classes of the old generation had already purchased all the listed abilities, even the ones they didn't require. And now? Bye.
Since I bought the final ability in the list 3 years ago, I haven't seen any new abilities. I have remained stagnant for 4 years already. But
naturally, not everyone viewed this new ability positively.
This guy called Chen Feng stirs up trouble every single day.
What bullshit ability is this to deserve an entirely different classification? Yeah. 1 second. What's the point? My speed reduction ability is capable of reducing speed by at least 90% for 10 seconds. Perhaps I should create a brand new classification for my ability as well? True. This is too expensive. Even if we were to ignore the function of this ability, the price is truly. What a trash ability. Spatial freeze abilities are sufficient to render this ability useless. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 552, Good News for Middle-Aged Males. Chapter 552, Good News for Middle-Aged Males. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Genetic Union. The sale of Time Quicksand was just nice for Chen Feng.
Such abilities could only be traded internally within the Genetic Union for points. If it was able to help gather enough points for him to exchange for resources that would help him reach beyond a class, that would be even better.
After all, here in the Genetic Union, the points were able to be used for anything one wished. Hire beyond a classes? Purchase materials? So long as one had sufficient points, one could obtain whatever one wished. Back then, thanks to the amount of points he'd had, after joining the Genetic Union, he had been classified as an official member.
As such, he was eligible to enjoy all the Genetic Union had to offer.
However, Chen Feng took a look at the rows upon rows of abilities in front of him.
At present, he was already a peak beyond B9. If he wanted to enter beyond a class, he had to first break through his present realm before fusing with a brand new ability. Producing the gene reagents was something he could complete himself, but for the process of breakthrough. Rapid Growth Training Camp. Right holder, Genetic Union. Grade, peak beyond B class. Difficulty, 5 stars. Success rate, 20%. Number of participants, 1 per month.